the trophy that means the world in the sport of bass fishing. And the only way to attain this trophy is to win the most prestigious, most important tournament of the year, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Because that makes you the new world champion. So here we go. Day one is in the books.
Giant bass!
The work is not done yet.
Oh, boy!
2 more days to give everything we've got.
Are you kidding me? Uh-oh!
And get our shot at the chance of a lifetime.
Boom shakalaka!
Here we go. Knoxville, Tennessee, and we are ready to start day number 2 of the most important 3 days of fishing in the sport. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour. We're starting Bassmaster live, starting 7 hours. Coverage straight through the day here. A very important day. You have to be in the top 25. If you want to move on to Championship Sunday, look at the crowd out there. It's cold. It's a little bit uncomfortable, but man, oh man, they turned out yesterday. And volunteer landing here, Milan takeoff. It's just, they said it was the best crowd ever. That's unconfirmed, but I think it's probably true. What a great day. Tommy Sanders here with Davey Hyde, Mark Zona. And guys, I think we've established for once that all the hype in advance of this has been affirmed. How about that?
The lake lived up to look. I think a lot of that crowd probably was out all night long, and it just bled into the Mellon takeoff this morning. Here's the great thing. We talked about it yesterday. Opening this Bassmaster Classic, this World Championship that's always fan-friendly. But the lake hasn't always been very fan-friendly. That was not the case. And the scary thing going into day 2, talking to the leaders of this tournament yesterday, they felt like yesterday was gonna be the toughest day of this event.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Z. We saw some good catches yesterday, but like you said, everyone agreed in the top 10. Along with us yesterday, we were talking about it. We thought that yesterday would be the slowest day. All of the anglers in the top 10 agreed. I really think we're going to see a couple of bags weighed in heavier than what Eastern Fothergill did yesterday.
You look at that top 10, if you know anything, if you follow bass fishing, that is one of the scariest top 10s you could possibly face on this day. Cracking into that, it's going to be a real test for someone, but the real test is making it into the top 25, as we say today. So many stars, so many people that we're getting to meet. Maybe you're getting to meet them for the first time here. Extremely talented, including the young man named Fisher Anaya. Starts the day in 2nd place. Robbie Floyd was with him moments ago.
All right, my man. I feel bad because I didn't pick you. I picked Trey. I told you that the other day, but you have been on a roll lately. You want to stay on that roll, don't you?
That's the plan. I'm kind of mad you didn't have no faith in me.
I have all the faith in you. What's today? How's it going to be different for you? Because I think you're thinking more positive than yesterday.
Yeah, it's good. I got my confidence up. I know they're down there, and I know the fish to win's down there. So I just got to make them bite. I'm in the right area. Got to make it down there and back in one piece. So, I mean, that's all you can hope for in the Classics, be in the area with a winning fish.
I've seen you do stuff scoping. I've seen you schooling fish in different styles. How do you compare this to, say, the lakes that you grew up on? Or can you compare it to one or a certain style?
It's very different. Like, it's not like any other Tennessee river I've ever been on. Where I'm going is the closest it's going to be. Got super clean water, but honestly, like, to give you an idea, it's really similar to like Champlain smallmouth is how they're setting up. The way they act, the way they move, it's really similar. So it's a little bit different. Just got to kind of stay on the 8 ball with them and keep moving when they move.
You know you're not a one-trick pony when you're an Alabama boy talking about Lake Champlain as a comparative.
It's weird. Like, I want to compare it to a Tennessee river, but there's no one to really compare it to.
Young Fisher and I are trying to be the youngest ever to win a Bassmaster Classic. He and a few others in that field can take over that title. This time around, we will watch right now. The takeoff is underway. They started at 7:45. We got the full field going out. At the other side of the age spectrum here, we've got some veterans. And the eldest of them all is 51-year-old Bill Lowen. Robbie Floyd with him earlier.
Word has it they're calling you Papa Bill on the bus, man. Being the oldest competitor in this field, how are you going to turn this thing around on day 2?
You know, I don't know, and they been calling me Papa Bill on the bus. So, you know, it's the Bassmaster Classic. You made it here. Obviously, everybody's excited about that. But Mother Nature threw me a curveball yesterday. You know, when you're a shallow water angler, Mother Nature probably affects us as an angler more than a lot of the guys in the field. And a lot of my areas got blowed out from the mud and the rain, and I tried to force them and make them bite, and it didn't happen. So today we're going to pick a different area of the lake where I caught my fish at yesterday and run the same pattern, fish for them big pre-spawn females that I thought I was going to catch yesterday. Didn't think I could catch a mega bag, but thought I could catch 18 to 20. Pretty, not easily, but have an opportunity to get that and make a run at this thing. And now I got a big hole to dig myself out of. So we're going to go fish for big ones and see what happens.
You think some of those blown out areas could have cleared up even by today? I hear it happens pretty quick around here.
It happens really quick, but cold, muddy water in the spring is never a good idea. It's a recipe for disaster. Now, if the water temperature was warm in the upper 60s, it wouldn't be a big deal. But right now, it's affected them a lot. A lot of guys in the area where I was at yesterday only had 1 or 2 bites, so that tells you how off that area was. Some of the best fishermen in the world didn't catch them yesterday, and today we got to go out there and catch a big bag so we can go tomorrow.
The veteran Bill Lowen looking to carry the cause forward for the elder statesman in our field here. Our field of 58 anglers. That's a big classic field. But only 25, as we say, will be left at the end of the day. Much more agreeable weather this morning than we had. Different conditions today.
It's still a little bit chilly, but it is not like yesterday morning. We were right down around freezing on day 1 of this tournament. It looks about 40 degrees. The biggest thing, man, is when that wind hit yesterday, right around noon, it blew a lot of areas out, but it also made some areas fire. But a lot of the anglers that really put their chips all in on shallow largemouth on Loudoun, they dug themselves a big hole, especially the little river area that we've seen so many times in years past.
Well, Robbie Floyd out there doing his job as he does each and every year at the Bassmaster Classic, and Robbie Floyd will be out there with the top 10. We got the top 10 on camera all day, plus a lot of bonus coverage for you as we get closer to establishing the final day lineup, the Championship Sunday lineup in the World Championship. And one of those, of course, is our tournament leader. He's also the defending champion, the very impressive and very young Easton Fothergill.
The last time I sat in this boat, you were crowned Bassmaster Classic champion. How are you going to hold on to this day 1 lead?
I don't know, man. I learned some things yesterday that allowed me to get to the big bag. Hopefully I can take what I learned yesterday and apply it today, and hopefully we can do it again.
We're going to see totally different weather conditions. It's going to be clear, sunny, calmer. Those things that should be harder for you, how is it going to be better for you today?
You know, I went through all this last year, so I kind of know how to harness everything that's going around me and, you know, stay focused on the water. So super excited to get out there. And
you see this crowd, you see these fans cheering for you, wanting to make it back-to-back. Do you feel good about day 2? Do you feel good about day 2?
I do feel good. This crowd is unbelievable. You get goosebumps every time you idle by it. So
Easton Fothergill trying to do it again. He can't win it today. He's trying to stay on top moving into day 3.
Even our defending champion a little bit overwhelmed by the size of and who wouldn't be? That is so impressive to see that many people out there for a takeoff.
Absolutely. I have to be honest with you. I got goosebumps sitting right here. The Bassmaster Classic means so much to every angler that's ever fished it at the local club level to being able to be in this Bassmaster Classic. It is our world championship, and today is a day that tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of anglers dreamed that they could be in that boat taking off.
Well, we can't wait to get it started. We got 7 hours, as we say, of coverage live for you on the upper reaches of the mighty Tennessee River. What a great playing field. We will explore that for you today. We got so much business to take care of, especially just looking at what happened yesterday will help to set the scene for all of you. Welcome to the mobile version of our Yokohama Tires Bassmaster studio. Tommy Sanders here with 2 of the biggest names in the sport of bass fishing. The 2 guys, as we always say, you want to watch the Classic with Davey Hyde and Mark Zona. And fellas, I can't wait for today. I think yesterday got us fired up in a big way.
Yeah, and yesterday was a weird day. I know this sounds crazy. You look at your leader, Easton Fothergill. We get to interview the top 10 of every Classic. Every day of the Classic, we get to kind of get their game plan, get where are they at in their mental space. And I looked at Easton, and if you follow day 1 of this Classic, I said, man, that was the ugliest, prettiest day we've ever covered for day one. And he said, yeah, this one almost got away from me. The thing to really watch today, you're going to see a lot of new anglers that you've maybe never seen in the world of bass fishing. Here's what I can tell you. They are assassins at what they do on the water. Usually there's some nerves. They're scared. It's the Bassmaster Classic. These dudes are gamers in a big, big way. And you don't want to say arrogance, but there is a confidence with these young anglers that I have never seen in the sport of bass fishing. The other story to me in this classic, it literally is. It's Loudoun against Tellico. Basically, from call it mid-lake on Loudoun down to the dam to the anglers that are in Tellico. Really, your top two solely concentrating in Tellico. The other three, basically third, fourth, and fifth, living in Loudoun.
Yeah, and Davey Hyde, I mean, it's true. This is a different breed. There's
yes.
new demographic in here. They have, don't want to say they have ice water in their veins, but they got ice water in their veins.
Yeah, it's a truly amazing thing to sit and watch a 20-year-old in the Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship of Fishing, just say, hey, I'm going fishing. He'd only spent 3 days in the area that he went to yesterday morning and had all the confidence in the world. He has that confidence again today. The big thing that surprised me yesterday, though, in the forecast, it was no surprise what was going to happen. 2 inches of rain, the water temperature was going to drop. The anglers that wanted to fish the bank like a Bill Lowen, Chris Johnston was the only one that had a plan, and it actually came together. He caught that big largemouth late in the day that saved his day. Hopefully we'll have another player or two that is able to do that, but it was really disappointing, and I think that Brian Schmidt, a couple of the Seth Fighter, a couple of those guys caught a fish or two early, and they thought it's going to happen. It's going to get better in the afternoon, and it simply did not.
And the other story of day one, it was absolutely timing. There were little flurries with your leaders, and it really looked good on paper at what they caught in the first day of this tournament. But the other thing that we definitely recognized after the weigh-in yesterday, a lot of those leaders know when they get their timing down. Yesterday, a few of your leaders, their timing was way off. A lot of them said, I think this is going to be the worst day of the tournament, and they're at the top of the standings.
All right. Well, Mike Such-Sukon is with us as well, and Such always has the list put together, all the pertinent stats from day number one. What stands out for you, Such?
Well, just the average size of the fish really stands out. In the past, the average in our 2 previous classes was 2 pounds 4 ounces. It was almost 3 pounds yesterday. Our 8th place guy, Paul Marks, 1810, he would have been leading last year's classic. And how about an early start today? Jordan Lee with a 5.5 pounder and a 3 pounder. Watch out for that guy. He's a comeback.
All right, we'll
Comeback
be watching
man.
out for all of them, that's for sure, as you take a look at our playing field. It is, Mark Zona, you said, the tale of 2 different lakes, 2 different types of current, 2 different situations.
And really what happens when you get to that area right there on Loudoun, the area known as Concord, the lake starts to open up, it widens up, and a lot of that mud separates. Basically, from Concord back to the boat ramp, it was a blown-out disaster. And then you see where the lakes connect, from Loudoun to Tellico, and Tellico was primarily the smallmouth beat-down. The water is stable, it's deeper, it's clear, and that's where a lot of the big, deeper schools are at. That being said, we are going to see some big smallmouth caught on Loudoun, and we're going to see them caught very, very shallow.
Those are the facts right there. That is the scientific analysis. Now we get into the less than scientific analysis. We are going to revisit something we did yesterday at this time, right when we started the show. We made picks. We made predictions about who would finish first in the Bassmaster Classic 2026. So there they are right there. All right, Davey, you had Fisher Anaya.
Well, there's a couple of reasons I picked Fisher Anaya. Number one is he's on a roll. He's got momentum. He won the last Bassmaster Elite Series tournament that we had. He's been on a roll his whole young career. But then I was able to go practice with him, and fishing with him yesterday, or watching him fish the day of official practice, he just had a confidence level that was amazing to watch. And here's the other thing. I took a little peek at his graph. He has caught a lot of big smallmouth on the lower end of Tellico.
All right, Zona.
Yeah, I went with Dylan Nutt. He's our nation angler, and I've never picked a nation angler ever in a Bassmaster Classic. Generally, you think, we talked about it earlier, you think about a lot of nerves. Dylan Nutt does not have that. And here's what I can say. He is a different dude. We're going to tell some stories with Dylan Nutt after the weigh-in yesterday. He said things we have never heard in a Bassmaster Classic. But here's the one thing you walked away with. That dude is confident in a big way.
Oh, yeah, he is the perfect example of this generation as far as confidence goes. Such, your pick.
Well, Trey McKinney, he actually got second to the spot he won with Dakota Ebear. They both, if either one of them had that spot, they probably could have gotten there 20 pounds. But, you know, he's still in the hunt, and at least I'm beating Ronnie's Lee Livesey, but not by much. Lee had a good first day.
All right. My pick, well, I picked, of course, I'm the poster boy for the lowest of the low-hanging fruit. I picked Easton Fothergill, the defending champion, and my logic is, hey, 4 of the last 9 Bassmaster Classics have been part of a back-to-back situation. Easton Fothergill's could be part of it this time, so that's what I had. That's what I gave it. Worked out for one day.
Well, Tommy, you've had good picks in the Classic. You definitely have.
Do we have Ronnie on the line to explain his pick there? Ronnie Moore? Oh, he's on his way. He's traveling right now. He had the pre-show, but that's his pick right there. It is Lee Livesey, 15th, 15-9 yesterday. So Lee not that far out of the top 10. So could be something else as we take a look at the leaderboard from yesterday about Dylan Nutt with 19.5.
Yeah, can we talk about what he caught his fish on? Not
yet,
okay.
But we're gonna get into that.
A little later.
We're a little later.
Drew Cook, man, he can go on a run. He is a fearsome competitor, and Drew Cook, what a great
Drew
effort.
Cook, one of only 2 anglers that said, I caught him early and left him.
Exactly, from there. Patrick Walters, a lot of momentum coming into this tournament. 19 pounds, 10 ounces, sitting in 3rd place.
Fisher Anaya, just as calm and confident as anyone can be. He's a different sort of competitor, and he is fun to watch. Can't wait to see him in action out there today.
I asked him, do you think it's going to get too crowded down there? He said, no, my 2 biggest fish on day 1 came on somewhere I never fished before.
And there's your defending champion, trying to lead the Classic 3 days in a row if you count last year. Trying to go now. Can we even start talking about a possible wire-to-wire? You can't do it if you don't lead the first day.
And look, Tommy, when we went to our midday break yesterday with Easton Fothergill, starting in a largemouth area on Tellico, did not fire. When that wind started, went to a Carolina rig on a lot of deeper smallmouth. I think even Easton was stunned yesterday at what he weighed in because it happened so fast midday.
All right. Well, that sort of sets the stage. They're on their way to start their fishing. We'll be back with some fishing when we return to Knoxville. Good morning and welcome. We're coming to you live from the Classic, the World Championship, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Presented by Under Armour, the mighty Tennessee River, the gateway to the Smoky Mountains. What a beautiful spot to begin with. What a great fan experience this community offers for everyone who comes here for bass fishing's Old Home Week, among other things. The weather conditions right now, TH Marine Weather Watch shows us 71 degrees. Definitely Chamber of Commerce weather today. Sunny and 46, and we're getting farther away from a post-frontal situation as well. Everything's kind of looking good.
Looking really good. I think the only 2 anglers that capitalized from the wind yesterday was Easton Fothergill when he broke out the Carolina rig and caught those 3 big fish. And the other angler is JT Tompkins. He caught his 2 biggest fish, and he said the wind blowing in really hard helped him. Other than that, everyone else said it really hindered my afternoon.
Yeah, and if you really looked at yesterday, day 2 of the cold front, generally that is the worst day. Today it's going to warm up a lot, and here's the great thing. Basically 0 to 5 mile per hour winds all day. Definitely going to change tomorrow, building mid-morning on Championship Sunday. Out to JT Tompkins live.
Giants here, like giants. They keep missing it. That one locked it up. Look at him. You quit that, you big girl. Please. She's jumping on the other side. She's got 1 hook. There's like 4 4-pounders fighting over it. Gosh, we could catch a bag here. Come on, girl. You just stay on. Come on. Come here. That's how we start day 2. Let's go. They're loaded. Freaking loaded. Let's go. The 2 I lost right before that grabbed it were giants. There are big ones here.
Mega Bass Vision 110 jerkbait. We're going to have that jerkbait on the set here in a little bit.
Got a 314 to start,
There
boys.
you go, boy.
Let's go. 314 in the box.
Fishing unusually shallow with that jerkbait, 2 to 3 feet deep.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing with JT Tompkins making the comment, I'm fishing so shallow.
I wonder I was running so slow.
With a jerkbait, I'm breaking the bills off of them.
Ground them off.
I'm grinding them off.
Unbelievable.
So a lot of people, when they're making these long runs, they can't put fresh water on their fish. And so when I'm running, I flip a switch, and it has a high-speed water pickup. So when I'm running down the lake, it puts fresh water in the live wells all day. And I left it on. Woo.
Appreciate that info, but I'd be wanting to get my jerkbait out there.
There's no doubt. He said there was 4 or 5 more of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to tell you, I would not have weighed that fish. There were 4 more that size trying to get his bait.
Good start right there for JT Tompkins. A lot of his smallmouth coming out near the main river channel of Fort Loudoun. A lot of his largemouth that he caught yesterday, a little more pocket oriented, but again, crazy shallow. And what he said he's looking for, if you look over his shoulder, you see those clay banks. He said the biggest key was expansive clay banks, flats near the main river.
With certain little features.
With little isolated rock piles.
There was 2 or 3 of them fighting. Like, thought the big one got it. A lot of people ask me, fish for largemouth or smallmouth. I'm like, it's a 50-50. Every time I throw, there's a chance for both. I don't think it's gonna go. Nope, not quite. Sorry, buddy.
We tell all our anglers, walk us through it. JT runs us through it. He talks a mile a minute. We probably ought to have some fun with him today, that's for sure. Starting in 6th place, now starting higher than that. Dylan Nutt, down the river, Nashville.
And Dylan Nutt, definitely the reason that I picked him. This young man put a lot of time in practice here, and got to talk to him on Wednesday night of the Champions. Said, "Are you in good shape?" He said, "Yeah, I'm in great shape for this tournament."
Number 1, baby.
Now here's the weird thing.
A 2-pounder.
We've never said this in a Bassmaster Classic. We always ask the anglers, okay, if you're following us on Bassmaster Live, get ready for this.
It's like they're still wanting to bite this morning.
Solid start for Dylan Nutt. We said we always ask them, are you using sponsor-friendly products? I mean, that's what goes on at the Bassmaster Classic.
Yep.
And he said, yeah, I am. I'm using my sponsor's product. And they told me I am not allowed to say what it is.
What?
Now, wait a minute.
That's what we all said.
Never heard that.
So we don't have much information from Dylan.
It's a minnow.
It's a minnow.
Yeah.
Dylan said he was told he cannot talk about it.
The first cast gallery on Bassmaster, he had his hand over the head, just a little bit of the tail sticking out.
Yeah. I said, well, can we hear about it near the end of the tournament? No.
Maybe the information lockdown will open up sometime during today. We can only hope. We want to know more. Back to Tompkins.
Got her. Big one. Another big one. definitely one we need.
On the other hand, JT is fishing exactly what he
told us,
described
right?
to us he was fishing.
100%.
The bait and the bank. I mean, he
yes,
told
everything.
us exactly what he is doing and where he's doing it.
And for a lot of the anglers that are on Loudoun that we're going to see probably this morning, a Patrick Walters, a Drew Cook, well, jerkbait was a big player yesterday, especially when that wind got cranking.
It's 2 3/4 and up. That's not bad. Okay. $2.8.
It'll be interesting to see if the jerkbait is a player this afternoon with no wind.
0 wind.
I think they'll have to make some changes.
A lot better starting yesterday. We didn't hardly have a fish in the box until 11:30.
Great start.
Changed my rotation up and it's working. So.
Now, a lot of your other leaders, you got guys like Fisher Anaya,
Feeling
Easton
really
Fothergill,
Let's go.
making the run to Tellico.
Got a lot of bait on the bar.
And there's the
40-plus minute run down there, and we started about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, basically you're looking 40 to 45 minutes to get to the canal that connects to Tellico. And a lot of our leaders still making about another 10 to 15-mile run into Tellico. The only problem in Tellico, not for Fisher Anaya, but a lot of the other anglers yesterday morning, there's a little bit of cannibalizing going on certain schools. It'd be interesting to see who can get on what this morning.
It is literally a boat race to get to about 2 or 3 places down there on the lower end of Tellico.
I'm talking about Jordan Lee catching a 5.5 pounder. He caught that on a quick stop just short, just south of the launch. He didn't go very far. Now he's in Tellico.
Wow. Well, they're on their way. We're going to stay with them here right now. Let's check out 8th place Yui Aoki. He'll be in Tellico today to start. He was very forthcoming with us yesterday, interviews.
Yes, he seemed to be content with what he caught yesterday, not really surprised. It wasn't a bad day, but it wasn't a great day. He expected to do about like that. Here's a good one.
Actually, Yui Aoki predominantly fished
Fort
yesterday.
Loudoun,
Fished in Fort Loudoun. Very, very close to Dylan Nutt yesterday.
Yep. Had a good practice there, he said.
Ooh.
Come on.
Yui catching about 10 keepers yesterday. Very shallow. There's a lot of shallow veins, a lot of shallow ridges, and not only that, just a big population of fish in that Concord area. A lot of release fish. Tournaments go out of that destination.
So these smallmouth are very hard to catch.
Very.
His numbers might argue that a little bit, but he's obviously very good at what he does. He got here by winning the Open at Kentucky Lake last year.
Yeah, the Mega Live forward-facing type sonar is used very shallow and deep. We've seen it in the years past at those bigger lakes, St. Clair, Champlain, where those guys are fishing 10 to 30 feet deep. But a lot of these anglers here this week are using that technology
0 to 5
feet deep and less. Yes.
D-style 4-inch minnow with Yui Aoki, and he was legit. He told us everything he was using. And a 4-inch, let me see if I get this right. D-style, you ready? A Gelacanth.
Yeah. You nailed it.
Gelacanth.
Yeah, you nailed
Describe it.
It looked like a furry goby. I don't know how to describe it. Literally, I took a picture of it. I'll actually send it to McInnes. He caught a lot of his fish yesterday on it. It's a creepy little thing.
It looked more like something you might see in the water than the urchin thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Isn't a coelacanth a fish that lives like 8 miles down at the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah.
So this is a coelacanth. All right,
exactly.
Okay, I got it. JT Tompkins getting himself on the board, getting himself in the top slot for the time being. 25-3. Jordan Lee. Productive stop, not far from home here. From the takeoff there, Yui Aoki on the board, Dylan Nutt, Easton Fothergill. That's our top 5 as it stands right now. We got more to show you when we come back to Knoxville.
I like saying coelacanth.
Coelacanth.
Yeah, so day 2 is going to be, I'm going to be all over the place. I'm going to be running an hour and 20 to start every morning. So scalder back, run her down there, and just fish the same areas that I fished today, but maybe check something that's a little bit off the wall in an area. Maybe I overlooked a little nipple or a point or something like that. Try to figure out where my fish kind of moved to. If there's an area there was a bunch in, kind of less now, maybe they went in the pocket farther, maybe they got on the main lake. It's a cat and mouse game. You're the cat and they're the mouse. And let me tell you something, a mouse can hide. He can hide pretty dang good, but if you put the right piece of cheese out, you can pull him out. So that's the plan. We're gonna lay out a bunch of cheese, a little bunch of traps, and hope we catch gopher rats instead of actual mouse. I don't need no little mouse running around. We need some big ones.
The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird. 56 years since Ray Scott put a couple dozen anglers on an airplane, sent them up in the air, and stood up in the front row and said, look, we're going someplace. Now we can tell you where we're going. We're going to Lake Mead. They don't do it that way anymore. I kind of wish they would once in a while. It would be pretty cool. They had just a little bit of tackle they could take with us, and it was a bare bones, bare knuckle Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, it would be great to be able to see that again, but it's a little much of a big show now. It's hard to put it on a plane and go somewhere and not let anyone know where you're going.
A little bit of a circus is what it is.
Yeah. So the thing is, how many of these anglers, and Such, I'm not asking you for the number, I'm just thinking out loud, how many of these anglers ever had Ray Scott even weigh in a bass for them? I bet it's not many.
Not many.
That's a little spooky.
Great view of Yui Aoki, his spot.
Yeah, and these key little spots that he's fishing, these little rock veins. Yesterday he had one group of smallmouth, but he said a lot of the largemouth that he's caught on these rock veins, all singles. He said the smallies tend to roll in groups.
He was in our top 2 or 3 all morning yesterday.
Yes.
He's one of the anglers that said the wind really bothered him. Forecast a lot better for him today. Another good one here.
Got a good one in the box already.
Number 2. Yes. £3.5. Good side.
Yui Aoki is leading the Bassmaster Classic.
Dude, I like the tone. I like where you're headed right now, friendo. Your Bassmaster Classic leader, Yui Aoki. Well, you get a good look at those veins right there, kind of littered with a stump here or there. The biggest key on that little vein that he's on, he said little hard patch with broken up rock. What?
Hey, how about a Skeeter
Such is on a roll.
Big fish alert. Jay Securit, 4 pound 13. Wow. He was tied at the cut with 14 pounds 2 ounces. See if he can make a move today. He's been in contention for classics recently.
Oh yeah, a timely fish for Jay Securit. Maybe he's getting on a good
well
rotation.
Here the last time we were here for sure, and he's one of those anglers that is probably playing the largemouth and smallmouth game. He caught a lot of his fish here in 23. Shallow, isolated cover.
I just got a text from an old friend, Ott Defoe, who's caught a bass in a Bassmaster Classic here, and he texted, that spot looks really familiar. We covered him 3 days on this spot a while back.
Number 3.
Wow. Catching the right ones.
I don't remember Ott catching them smallmouth.
No, not like that.
Old boy going to text you and you going to cold bust him. These are bigger than the ones you got. No, not really. He had 19 that first day, 18 and a half.
20 even. Ott
20
Defoe
even.
with a 6-pounder.
Yeah, I remember a giant largemouth early.
20 even.
He had 10 pounds the next day.
3-pounder.
Okay, what a great start early. He was one of those that had a good rhythm, a good timing thing starting early yesterday. Let's head to the Food City Center. That basketball arena, the iconic basketball arena there. And there we find our own Ronnie Moore. He's all over the place. He'll be at the expo. He'll be here. And Ronnie, what have you got for us?
Well, guys, the big question that we come into day 2 is how did this fishery change on day 1? We know all of the dirty water that flew into those areas like the Little River and what it really impacted for those anglers. We got the deep dive satellite image updates. And so this is Tellico. This is the lake that has less change than Fort Loudoun. This is the less volatile lake, but still we can see the red water clarity filter. A lot of the backs of the creeks funneling from the mountains, the Little Tennessee River flowing in, did get dirty the last day or so. But here's the big change as we click Fort Loudoun and we bring this lake up. You can definitely see the big dispersion of dirty or stained water, regular stained water or decent, then the pockets of clarity on this fishery. And when you get to the Little River, it is the reddest of the red tones that we have. It is the dirtiest by far. And one big key that we keep an eye on now is, well, how long will this dirty water settle in? I've got a couple different filters that show the outflow and the inflow. And so this is the charts that you would look at the generation releases. This is inflow from Cherokee up north above takeoff. One generator flowing today throughout the morning. Douglas, it's no generators running, but it's still current flow coming down. So not much water coming in anymore. But the big key is Fort Loudoun will be spilling until further notice, and 2 generators running from Fort Loudoun into Watts Bar. So the water that came into the system is not still continuously coming in. It is being shipped out as quick as it's coming in. And one other chart that we can look at with that is the water level of this place. We know it is in winter pool. It is not full pool. It will not be that for another month or 2. But when we look at just the last week, from Saturday, yesterday, it was -4 feet on the readout charts. It is now -3 1/4. So it has risen 3/4 of a foot. But before it's done that over the last week, it fell 1/4 of a foot. It made a big spike. And then all of a sudden, it's now stabled out there. But what that tells me, guys, is 3/4 of a foot more water on this fishery. But with what they're sending out, the level should be dropping throughout today and probably into tomorrow as well.
So here's the real interesting factor on that deep dive app. Ronnie, kind of go into that Little River area. And here's the deal, gang. What happened, it's kind of the haves and have-nots on Loudoun on day 1 of this tournament. We had so many anglers start there yesterday. We had cameras in the Little River. And what was amazing to me on this app is that chart, the way it looks, that red absolutely mimicked the way that watercolor looked now. And then the halves on Loudoun go down the lake where the lake widens out right around Concord, and you'll notice a lot of that mud disperses, the water a lot more stable, and that's where a lot of your leaders were at on day 1 of this tournament.
Yeah, so Ronnie, can
Absolutely. And go ahead, Davey.
No, go right ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say that you can now click like the Little River and we can see the CFS level coming in, and you can see it's about 1.4 thousand CFS flowing in today, and you can scroll back in history and it was at 4,000. Oops, it just went back to 1.4. 4,000 CFS at the high point yesterday. So almost 4 times as much flow into the Little River yesterday as what we have today. Much more normal now.
You're going too deep on the deep dive with me right now with the CFS.
That's exactly what I wanted to ask you to see, because I think the water level changing hurt those the largemouth fishermen as much as anything.
All right. Ronnie, one more thing.
And that cold rain flowing in.
Yeah. One more thing, Ronnie. You were traveling between locations when we rolled out our picks that we made yesterday. You remember we picked a winner? Tell us yours and your justification for your pick.
I thought Lee Levis, I didn't know that the rain that we were going to get was necessarily going to be as cold as it was. And so it wasn't necessarily maybe the 30 to 40 degree air temps, but rather all of that cold rain flowing in, really messing up the shallow guys. Livesey, I thought had a good job, though. For the shallow anglers, 15.5 pounds. He's still in the game, not out of it by any means. Today is the big adjustment day. You want to get off to a good start because a lot of those guys had an early morning bite and a last hour of the day bite. Those guys have to be able to catch him throughout the day adjusting.
All right. That's a good justification. It's a good pick. Lee Livesey. You know, we need some diversity in these picks.
And really the other thing about that Little River area, the problem is by the time it stabilizes, it's going to be too late for a lot of those anglers that depended on it.
That's a good point. There's the way it stands right now. Unofficial Bass Track tells us that Aoki is leading the Bassmaster Classic right now. Standing on the verge of 30 pounds, JT Tompkins. Jordan Lee, Dylan Nutt, and Easton Fothergill. Our top 5, followed by Walters, Anaya, Cook, Winslow, and Shakura. Just really getting started here. Big day. Day number 2 at the Classic. We'll continue. Some wonderful opportunities to up your participation in the sport you love. Being a fan of the top level of bass fishing, the Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing Game is the original, the OG game.
Yes, it is.
That you can play. Pick 5 from 5 different buckets based on their point standing at that particular time for each and every Elite Series tournament, plus the Bassmaster Classic. A little too late to get on the Classic, but plenty of season left for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And plenty of fishing left. You're on day 2. The 2026 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour. Japan's Yuki Aoki. Man atop, just a perfect start for that young man. JT Tompkins, we watched him put 2 good ones in the boat as well. Jordan Lee, a big one on his way out, not too far from the takeoff.
A lot of anglers starting to get to their areas in Tellico. Davey, I'm going to throw you a weird question right here. I've been getting some text from our friend who won here, Ott Defoe. Do you think since Ott kind of has gone his own way every time the Bassmasters announces a tournament on his home water of Fort Loudon and Tellico, he's like, dang.
Yeah, that'd be a nice way to put it. Dang. If he only had an OG Slim.
We love him. Great. Aoki Live.
Largemouth, did he say?
I think so.
Number 4.
Yep.
I've sent that picture to McInnes, that Gila can.
Here's something in every tournament. If
Still
you
throwing
can
a minnow.
He is throwing a minnow. If you can find fish 50 miles closer to take off than other anglers, you're going to have that advantage. You've got more fishing time, especially here this week. They're saying the shallow early bite is critical.
And you nailed it. What he told us yesterday, I mean, he laid the whole game plan out, and he's doing exactly what he laid out for us, him and Jackie yesterday. And the amazing thing is he said, if I get a calm day, I can go big.
We did not get to watch much of Patrick Walters yesterday, or I should say more correctly, any of Patrick Walters yesterday. So we had, of course, the wrong idea about what he was catching.
Of course.
As usual.
And we didn't run a camera to him because we knew we'd have a wrong idea about what he was catching.
Patrick Walters saying he had 10 pounds the entire day yesterday. He said, man, I just didn't look at the size of them until I laid 20 pounds down on the scales.
Okay.
Damn, sorry, Carl. That sucker was, God. Dude, that, I don't think he didn't not jump the whole time. That's pretty small, man. That is the prettiest brown, man. He's definitely 15. Oh yeah, 17, man. Oh, I know what. Do what? Heck yeah. Did you see how much that sucker jumped? Yeah. He never stopped the whole time. Yeah. That was. That's why I didn't know what to do. I feel like if I'd have gave him a second, I'd have just lost him. So I just flipped him. How about that? I told you they're all on this side.
Well, a lot of your leaders right now, Dylan Nutt, Patrick Walters, Yui Aoki, and JT Tompkins really kind of just fishing all within sight of each other for the most part.
Get down to Dakota Ebert. Loving this year so far. He says he was a little spun out of kilter last year, but this year's going great, and he's having a great classic.
Getting things started early this morning. My man wasn't even ready. Come on, baby. She ain't done yet.
A lot of Dakota's fish day one, half-ounce football jig. Rage bug trailer.
Yes, sir. That's how you start the morning on day 2 at the Bassmaster Classic, baby. Yes.
That's a hammer.
My A spot boat. Wish Trey beat me there, or I beat Trey there yesterday. I knew he was going to beat me there today, and I got to give a shout out to Trey. I know he mentioned it on stage. I have the utmost respect for him now. I did before, and I do for sure now. I beat him there yesterday. He saw that. He respected me. He gave it to me. Today, roles reverse, so I went to my next spot, and it paid off. You just got to stay cool, stay calm, and have fun. But, you know, I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, all these guys are so good. You know, you just got to respect one another and know that, you know, we're all going to find the same stuff. You just got to keep working, keep hustling, keep a good attitude, have fun, enjoy the day. Yeah. How about a 4-pounder to start off the morning, baby? Woo! This is actually my C spot. My A spot had a boat on it. My B spot had a boat on it. I said, let's go to C. I seen these here yesterday, and
how about a Bass Nation guy up in our top 3, Noah Winslow?
All right.
3rd place right now. He's got 4 fish today.
Great job he did up on the upper Mississippi to gain access to the Classic this year.
Well, we're going to get out with Fisher and I promise he is not in Loudoun, and he is in a
Gotta be kidding me.
Tellico on a pile of them.
Look out.
Finally. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh.
There's school like 20 of them.
His bait dropping down about 32 feet, and there's a group of them on the bottom right there. Coming up to his bait. Got him?
Got him that time.
That is a big school, man.
It really is.
Should be keeper number 1.
Smallest one in the bunch.
There's a mega school of them down there.
A lot of these fish yesterday.
I don't know if they're all this size. A couple of them look decent, but there's a lot of small ones in it. 15-incher.
5-inch minnow and a starfish style bait.
Knock that limit down on the small now. I'm gonna put them in this. I'll put them in here. Little guy to get it rolling, but we'll take him. They're hitting at it a lot today and just not getting it. I don't know what the deal is with that. 1.5 pounds. I mean, you can just feel them come up, boom, and then just nothing. You got to keep reeling it. It might be because they're this size too.
Hey, and he's using a spinning rod. He does not finesse them. He has a 14-pound leader and lays the wood to him. Said that eighth ounce jig head, very, very key to get these fish to bite. A lot of anglers that fished in Tellico yesterday. Oh, we were with Chris Johnston. A lot of guys on big schools, really hard time getting them to commit.
And they're like right off the dang motor back there. Yeah, pound and a half.
His bait going down at 20.
Eat it, come on. Oh, largemouth hanging out down there. That's a little bit better one. How about we just get us a limit real quick, calm the nerve down a little bit, go hunt for old Big Nasty. 2 1/4.
He will not weigh one of these in today.
I agree. He certainly hopes he does it. See, have you noticed how close to the boat these anglers are fishing? Typically with this technology, clear water, Tellico's clear. It's amazing to me. A lot of these fish are being caught 30 feet and less from the boat. Typically, you want to present that bait out there 50, 60, 70, 80 feet away from the boat.
Any of the tournaments that you guys have covered the last couple of years, you go to St. Clair, you go to Lake Ontario, you want that bait 60, 70, 80, 90 feet. Those fish are so weird. Yesterday, if you watch Bassmaster Live of this classic, you're right. There was a lot of fish caught within 10 to 15 feet of the trolling motor.
Troll up here and get away from them a little bit. Where did y'all go? Oh, well, that one come up and got it. I don't know if he's a keeper or not. We'll find out. I think he's going to be a little short, but if he is, he's right there. Oh, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Ease. 3 on 3 drops. They're not the right size, but we're going to take them right now. My guess was 10 pounds or so when I make the top 25, so we're going to try to knock out 10 pounds real quick and go home for a begging. 1 3/4 pounds.
Big day yesterday for Drew Cook, man from Georgia.
Happened early for him yesterday, too.
Very quick.
Had his weight in the first 2 hours.
Stay on there, baby.
Like a big one when it jumped.
Stayed on Loudoun all day yesterday.
Come on.
Jerk baiting 1 to 4 feet of water, just like JT Tompkins.
Got 1 hook, barely. Might have got some more on the top of his head there. Nope, still just got 1. Come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, baby, come on. Got her, dude. Yes! That's a big. Stand down, son.
They are not disappointing this morning.
No.
They are catching them once again.
That is why you use. Oh my God, dude, look at the size of that thing, dude. Oh.
Let's go, bro.
Let's go. It took a little minute. I need 5 of them. Look at that, dude. Oh, God.
Looks like another early start for Drew Cook. What a day he had yesterday. Very much a part of the conversation, part of that top 10. I want to remind you that the great Bassmaster fantasy games, the newest of them is the TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. 7 different matchups, just man-to-man. All you got to do is pick the winner in all of them. It's remarkably hard to do. It is a challenge, for sure. We'll be right back.
You never know who you'll see at the Bassmaster Classic, and I got a classic champ right here, Larry Nixon. How many classics is this for you? Not only competing, but attending. I mean, it's got to be almost all 56.
I'm going to say 50. 50 classics. That would be my guess. I fished 25 of them, and I've worked probably 20 to maybe 25 since then.
That's impressive. Larry Nixon, one of the legends of the sport. We're here in the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. We're around the boats. You can get baits, you can get batteries, anything, and autographs from legends. Larry, for somebody this weekend, they're going to win the Classic. Maybe for the first time. We got 18 guys fishing their first Classic. What was it like for you fishing your first Classic? Way back in the day, probably a little smaller, a little quieter ordeal. You didn't know where you were going either, probably, but big-time event when the pressure's on.
Well, when I won at Cincinnati, yes, we knew where we were going. But the main thing I can tell them is this is a career-changing moment right here. Whoever wins the Classic, you know, his career's pretty much set. If he steers his sponsorships right and takes care of business, winning the Classic is everything.
You still love bass fishing all these years later as much as you did early in your career. Maybe ebbs and flows with success or not success, but you've got to see the industry and the sport change so much through your career.
I love it just as much now as I did in 1968 when I moved to Loudoun. I mean, there's nothing like fishing for a living and being able to do it and make money, and it's unbelievable.
One of the B.A.S.S legends, first B.A.S.S millionaire, and he's been to like 50 or so classics. Larry Nixon, you can meet him and more here at the Outdoor Expo presented by TNT Fireworks.
Ronnie, thank you very much. Larry Nixon, the General, making himself available to the general public.
Yes.
That's just another reason to go to the Expo. There's also plenty of reasons, you may have plenty of reasons, to check out the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. If you want to get involved with it, April 18th and 19th, I think there's spaces available. Still, if you want to sign up for that, Caddo Lake and Lake Bistineau, two great waterways there in northwest Louisiana near Shreveport.
Yep.
Definitely check that out. Let's get down to the Lake Tellico part of our playing field here and see if we can find Fisher Anaya.
Tommy, I actually went kayaking with Davey and Mike McInnes in the fall, and we're not good at it.
What?
No,
I would think you'd be a natural.
I'm okay with like Christine Fisher to like really learn the game because we were not impressive.
I bet you were better than all that.
We covered some water.
Actively or passively?
Intentionally or unintentionally? Fisher's on a big school of fish here, numbers-wise, but like you mentioned, Z, he probably hopes not to win a single one of these.
It's like another good one.
That's transmitting a little better return.
Yep. A little farther away.
I don't think he's that big. He looks big on scope. He might be bigger than I think he is. Nope, just a little guy. He would be big if he was fat. No wonder he looked big on scope. He's long and lean. I mean, he should be a 4-pounder if he's fat.
These smallmouth are amazing to me. They have to be pre-spawned, 90% of them, 95% of them. And you know, there's males and females. I've not seen a fish that really looked, you know, really built.
Long.
They're all
very long.
They all look long and lean.
Lean. They got a lot of wiggle room in there. We got a bunch of minnows in there.
For Fisher Anaya, let's go over to Dakota E-Bear. Got a good one in the boat.
little guy. Oh, look at his buddies. Look at his big buddies. Oh my gosh, dude. There's a big largemouth with him and a big smallmouth. Oh man. I got the small one. Okay. Dang. Dude, he had a big buddy with him. I'm talking about a big one. Kind of like me walking around with my buddy Richard. This is me.
We don't want to leave Dakota right now. It sounds like he's got something cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. A big smallmouth and a big largemouth, he said. Let's hope he gets one of them to bite.
He's got 12 groups of fish, good groups of fish. He knows he can't keep tabs on all of them.
Ooh, that's a big one.
Definitely a bigger fish.
Dude,
Here, look at his rod.
That is a big one.
Catching him a lot different than he did yesterday. Yesterday, half-ounce jig. Looks like about a 5-inch minnow today.
What are you doing? It's all over the place.
I think the wind forced him to fish that football jig more yesterday than you'll see him fishing today. This is a big fish.
Well, for what these guys are doing in Tellico, you could not ask for better conditions today.
Oh my gosh. This is the biggest smallmouth, dude, I've seen. Dude. What did I just catch?
What?
Holy
There's one that's not long and lean, Mark Zona.
What is that? What?
It's as big as him.
I just broke the state record smallmouth in the Bassmaster Classic. What in the heck? Dude.
Weigh it.
Dude. It's a 7-pounder.
I mean, right when we said we have not seen
Dude,
one.
it's a 7.5-pounder.
Wow.
I just caught a 7.5-pound smallmouth. Dude. Dude. That. I gotta keep fishing. They're everywhere. No, I'm not. Dude, I knew it was a big one, but I'm about to throw up. I didn't think it was that big. Dude. I can't believe that just happened. I can't tell my knot. Dude, is that in my live well? Is that in my live well? There's a 7.5-pounder.
Tell me again, you couldn't go to your first 2 spots. So today is shot.
What just happened? Dude, I'm gonna throw up. I gotta get back out there. They're biting. I gotta... Dude, thank God that thing never came up, because I would have lost my mind if I'd have saw it before I got it in my hands.
Wow.
And that is not a rookie. He's caught a lot of bass, and he's won a lot of money bass fishing.
I just got a text, and I thought the same thing. Are we sure that was a smallmouth? I mean, was that a meanmouth?
I don't know.
I'm dead serious.
I've never
thought
seen
the exact same thing, but here's what I know. That thing is big.
Let's look at it right here. I think it might be a meanmouth.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, look at this. I think it is.
Dude, that was one of the baddest fish catches in a Bassmaster Classic ever.
He didn't even want to start fishing. He wanted to sit and admire the the most precious artifact in the world.
If it's a meanmouth, it could be a state record.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh, Dakota E-Bear getting right with a giant here. What else are we going to see today? Third year for this initiative by B.A.S.S. Bassmaster. Fans for women anglers to get even more connected to this sport that they are interested in. They do that by a series of workshops. As a matter of fact, there's one going on today. Here at the Classic, inside the Bass booth. And at the expo starts 10:30 till 12:30. You might want to check it out.
That's when the workshop is?
That's when the workshop is, at the Bass booth. See, you might want to take a peek in there if we get a chance. I'm hoping we do. Meanwhile, back on the Tennessee River and connected waterways, we are having a show. We just saw
What
Dakota
just
E-Bear
happened, man?
got a 7-pound, 4-ounce smallmouth or meanmouth.
Here's what's weird. I've gotten texts. Hackney said, dude, that fish has spotted bass markings. Wesley Strader just texted me. He's like, I think that's a state record spot.
Wow. You got to stay after that one for sure.
That was awesome.
Ugh.
Just called up Tennessee, and it says spotted bass from Chickamauga, 6 pounds, 1 ounce.
Oh. Aoki, your tournament leader.
Limit. Okay. Number 5.
Oh, he said this yesterday. This is a different body of water this time around than any tournament that we have covered here.
So we knew that, sort of. But I was just thinking, I can't believe we're just kind of watching him catch that big smallmouth right there. Like, oh, yeah, that's a good one. Never thought it had changed that much. And then there's several things. It's warmer water temperatures. There's a lot of things that are helping this be a better fish catching classic. But these fish look super healthy.
Yes. It was really interesting listening to guys like Paul Marks yesterday. And he said, there is no doubt a lot of these fish that are getting weighed in right now are spawning. He said there is a lot of them set up on stumps, little isolated pieces of rock. In the area that Aoki is in, I mean, that is a spawning heaven. Those fish live there. They eat there.
He's got 17-10 on the days up to over 36 pounds.
Wow.
This one. Yeah. The what?
Wow.
Sweep on the half. Yeah.
Well, this area of Fort Loudoun getting a lot of pressure, and the Aoki getting it done so far early here on day 2 of this classic.
It's so hard after seeing Dakota Hebert catch a 7.5 pounder to not have that on your mind. But what he is doing this morning is
he is
leading the Bassmaster Classic in a very dominant way.
And now, Davey,
a war chest.
Davey, I said I was knocking the rust off yesterday, getting back up here on the set with you. I'm going to try to tighten it up a little bit today, guys.
Hey, you think?
Davey, and actually, I'm going to call you out talking about the smallmouth being long and lean.
Yeah.
You know what Lake Tellico said to you?
Take that.
Shut your mouth, boy.
What is that? What? I just catch like the state record smallmouth in the Bassmaster Classic?
Maybe.
Dude, it's a
I don't know.
7.5 pounder. I just caught a 7.5 pound smallmouth. Dude,
that may be the power pole replay
of the
of the Bassmaster, possibly ever.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Wow. Dakota Hebert said you were spun out back in 2025, getting it done here in 2026. Going to be a dad here in the next week or two.
That's right.
That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible.
Bet the baby doesn't weigh as much as that fish.
Yeah, if his wife is watching, he might be a dad a lot sooner than a week or two.
Dakota's not a tall dude. That fish was half the size of Dakota, man.
It was like a trip. You would think we were on Mille Lacs or something, looking at that kind of stuff.
So we were saying, man, it'd be awesome to catch an 8 to 10 pound largemouth. We've heard stories of that. That's more impressive to me than a 9 pound largemouth.
He made a really good point. I'm glad that fish did not show itself until I had my hands on it.
Would have had a heart attack, probably.
Yep.
Incredible.
So, really, if you kind of look at what we've seen out there so far, yesterday and today, we got to see a lot of the starfish style baits on day number 1. Definitely a lot of jig head minnows. But what really has gone on Fort Loudoun, okay, not Tellico, just standard jerkbait. And this one right here, exactly what JT Tompkins is using. Taking a look at that Megabass 110. I believe that's sexy French pearl color. And what they're doing with it, whether it's JT Tompkins or it's Patrick Walters, guys, they are grinding this into rock. Basically 1 to 3 feet of water. In fact, Tompkins made the comment after the weigh-in yesterday, I'm breaking the bills off of these. I'm fishing so shallow. But looking at what we've seen with Aoki so far, all finesse. 4-inch minnow and that Gillicant thing that he said caught some key fish on day number 1. I'm going to. How do you pronounce it, McKinnis? What is it? How do you pronounce it? A Gillicant?
Coelacanth. No, it's the fish, but the Gillicant.
A Gillicant.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it right there. Now, listen, that looks more to me like something that a fish would eat than the starfish-looking thing right there.
Yes.
But hey, that's the world we live in.
Yep.
There you go. Right there's Top Tackle from Bass Pro Shops. Again, basically, it's either been a jerkbait or a lot of finesse-style presentations, except for your leader yesterday catching a lot of fish, Carolina rigging late in the day, Easton Fothergill.
Excellent. Thank you for bringing those to our attention.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Patrick Walters, now we got to keep tabs on him. We weren't able to do that yesterday, and he snuck in about nearly 20 pounds on us there at the weigh-in.
Coelacanth.
Yeah.
Looks like it's already been eaten.
Yes.
Getting them to look at it, I can't get them to commit yet. Golly.
old bear claw on them. Keeper. Alrighty. They're swimming down this bank.
That's a bingo right there, man.
That's a bingo. That sucker hit it and was leaving town.
Dylan Nutt from above.
Yep, and you could
Big
see
day yesterday.
You could see that main river mud right there, right outside of that boat ramp. But you also see a lot of these veins that these guys are fishing in that area. Perfect habitat. And the other thing that Dylan Nutt said to us, he said, hey, it's obviously a place that a lot of these fish are going to set up to spawn, a lot of pre-spawn fish. But he said, man, there's so much bait, a lot of threadfish had. And that's one of the reasons he's using a bigger bait that he cannot talk to us about, 6, 6.5, 7-inch jig head minnow style baits. He said he did see a lot also gizzard shad yesterday.
I know he was your pick. He's not out of this game. It's going to take a little while to recover from a 7-pounder, but
See, I was talking to Nutt, asking about how he was catching him. He gave me this whole long story. Then I realized it was his twin brother, Carter Nutt.
Yeah, Suit, you give me a break.
So I can't stop thinking about that fish that Dakota caught. I think it's a mean mouth. I heard rumors of Emil catching one that size in practice, and I'd never heard of one that size. That's incredible. I mean, a 3 or 4 pound mean mouth is a big one.
I did a shoal bass show for giant shoal bass. It looked like that. I mean, it looked
really.
It like looks like a smallmouth, but it's not. Little slower start so far today for Dylan Nutt.
There's some real nice ones right there.
Only got 3 limits today, and one is from Brandon Lester trying to make the top 25 cut from the depths.
Another keeper at least.
Here's another thing that Dylan Nutt said to us after the weigh-in. How many 14 to 15 pound limits he caught yesterday?
Did he say he caught 3 15-pound limits yesterday?
Yes.
This is the first time I got to spend time with Dylan yesterday. The one thing that impressed me most, though, he made it clear he doesn't do anything but fish. You ask him, hey, do you have a girlfriend? No. Hey, do you hunt? No. Hey, I just fish. I just fish. I just fish.
Friends with Matt Robertson, kind of tells you all you need to know, too.
Well,
he needs to spend more time fishing. More time fishing.
More time fishing. Yes, there you go. That's what you need to know. Going to be a keeper going in for Dylan Nutt right there with some size, the size to shape up just a little bit on this day. So maybe something like that would be a great, great diversion.
Well, that's a mean mouth, Z.
Wow. What a morning.
I mean, I've never seen one that looked like that, but I think that's what it is. Wow.
Whatever it is, it has boosted Dakota Ebear up as big as that is, only to second place. Yui Aoki has got control of this thing as it stands right now. Great action early on. Some of these anglers getting dialed in earlier, certainly, than they did on day number 1. See a lot of movement up and down that leaderboard, but they're going to have to go hard to catch our early leader today, Yui Aoki. Won on the Tennessee River last year down at Kentucky Lake. Because that's his favorite lake in the world, I understand. Good stuff and plenty left this morning of day number 2 at the 2026 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic.
That's a big one. Dude, that's a big one. That is a big one. Oh my gosh. This is the biggest smallmouth, dude, I've seen. Dude. What did I just catch?
Holy smokes!
Yeah, there's no doubt we're not here for second place. I mean, nothing else matters other than winning this tournament. I mean, you work, you dream your whole life of the opportunity to be at the Bassmaster Classic, but you don't dream to just be there. You dream of winning the Bassmaster Classic. That's it. Nobody sits around thinking about getting second place at the Classic. You know.
What is that? What? Did I just catch like the state record smallmouth in the Bassmaster Classic? What in the heck? Dude.
And so, yeah, throughout the year, points matter, and sometimes you got to do things that are conservative to make sure that you have a good season. That's just a fact of the matter. But here, it's all on the line. Like, there's nothing else that matters other than winning this tournament.
Big one there that vaulted him from 9th all the way to 2nd place, a young man from Texas.
I'm going to tell you, he kind of manhandled that fish.
Yeah, he did.
Like, that was not a
mess
fight.
around, no.
He is an old Texas boy. Hey, here's the thing. He came to the elites to get a chance to be in the Bassmaster Classic.
Wow, look at the Mercury move of the day from 7th place, Yui Aoki.
Yep, well, Dakota Ebert, he was the story for about 5 minutes, and it's going to be a story by the end of the day, I got a feeling. But your Mercury move of the day, unbelievable morning so far. Yui Aoki kind of laid out his entire game plan. Said yesterday that wind kind of bothered his finesse game in Loudoun. Well, getting it done here today, and still a lot of room to move. Interestingly enough, looking at your Mercury move of the day, 17 pounds, 10 ounces unofficially. Only thing I'm starting to notice, not that many catches from your leader, Easton Fothergill, so far today, but that is your Mercury move of the day.
Right now, let's bring in our friend, our man on the scene, and has a great knack for being where the action is. Let's see if we can hook up right now with Robbie Floyd, and there he is. Robbie, good to see you. Tell us who you're with, first off.
I am with Trey McKinney. I had to find a guy outside the top 10 that I thought could make a big jump. Why do you not go to Trey McKinney? Again, we knew he's around fish. You could see it in him, the disappointment yesterday that he didn't get the catch that he wanted. But today, he's already got 4 fish on the boat. Not the right size. I asked him a moment ago, I said, are there any big ones in there? I said, oh, yeah, they're real big. I don't know about state records like Dakota Ebert, but I think that he's in the right place. And the one thing that I know about when you see high concentration of fish, you'll see high concentration of anglers. And when I pulled up this morning, you saw Easton Fothergill here. So, yeah, everybody knows there's fish here, and he's the one sticking around trying to catch the bigs.
Robbie, kind of lay that out. And that was the one thing that we talked about in Tellico compared to years past. Basically, half of our field is fishing in Tellico.
Right.
Is it kind of becoming cannibalized where guys are on top of the same schools?
In this particular instance, that was the case. And when I come up, I asked Trey, I said, were you surprised to see Easton here? He said, I kind of was, because I think that, it's one of those deals where you kind of, this is my area, but it's not my area. And either way, when you're sharing water like that, it makes it really difficult. And although they're not locked onto one exact spot, because you can see Trey behind me, he says it's so slow, I'm just having to search and look for them. So you're not looking for one spot, so you can't guard a spot. When you're roaming, you want to be in a certain area and there might be someone else and you can't get there. And that's what he said with Easton. He said, I couldn't get to the spot I really wanted to be. He's there. I understand it, but I'm the one that had to deal with it.
So we know, Robbie, that about half of the anglers are down there on that end of Tellico. Today being a beautiful Saturday, the spectators, the recreational traffic, do you see a big difference there? And the other thing that I wanted to ask you, water clarity. I don't think it's going to change down there, but that is an issue. What does the water clarity look like for you down there this morning?
It looks fishy here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this. No dirty, not blown. It's not clear. It just looks like it's got enough stain in the water. It looks fine. It looks good. The clarity in the sky is going to be an issue, and it's going to make it tougher for some of these things. So if you have clearer water, high skies, these fish might be a little spookier with the boat stuff. So I know that that's going to hurt some of them. But when I asked that question to Easton this morning, I said, what about this weather and all these conditions? He said, it's going to be harder for us to catch them, and that's what I want. So So when you see guys that are really good with their equipment and very patient and can kind of be really methodical, they want it to be difficult because they think that they can catch the fish where they don't think some of the other guys that are, as well equipped with doing this, they don't think that they can do it. What was the first part you asked? Oh, boater traffic. Yeah. Today, I saw 500% more boats just pulling up to a couple of guys than I saw all yesterday. Yesterday, everybody laid off. You knew the wind was going to be 30, 35 miles an hour, and I don't think anybody came out. Today, I'm wearing my lowest unit. I'll probably be down to my regular Bassmaster Under Armour shirt here in just a moment. It is going to be warm. It's going to be sunny. I saw a few bigger boats out on the main river, so I think it is going to be a busy day as it progresses as far as spectators.
Glad you're getting a break in that department, Robbie Floyd. A lot more comfortable looking out there today. Appreciate it out there and giving us the down low on our leader to start the day. Easton Fothergill. Robbie said he wanted it tough on everyone else, but he went on his tear when the wind started howling yesterday. You'd have to think he'd maybe wish for a little bit of something.
And it sounds like maybe when Easton was catching those fish yesterday, Trey had already been there maybe and was gone. And, that happens a lot when you think you have something to yourself. You really don't. You're just there at a different time.
Is Easton Fothergill. Very slow start.
They're still loaded here. Number one.
We will see by midday today more fish catches off this body of water than we saw the entire last classic we had here on camera.
Fully agree.
In half the time.
In half the time. There is no doubt.
Loaded. Oh my goodness. This is about to be fun. This is about to be a good time. I can actually set up on them right with no wind today. Oh my, watch this. Uh-huh. Oh. Biggin. Biggin.
Well, there is a bunch.
Yo, biggin. About to crack them here, boys. Oh, big. Come on, don't come off, don't come off. Oh, don't come off, don't come off. Yeah, baby. Biggin. Let's go.
Tommy Z, when's the last time in a classic you had an angler say, watch this, it's about to happen? and it does.
Never.
Never. And it's about to go down.
4-8.
Wow.
Let's do this thing. Let's go.
Well, right when I talked about Easton not catching them with the Mercury move of the day, good one right there for your defending Bassmaster Classic champion.
Here's the other thing. There's another one that doesn't look long and lean. Remind me tomorrow morning early to say all these smallmouth are long and lean. That's another stud smallmouth right there.
He had that great flurry yesterday, about 13 pounds in 9 minutes.
Hey, that's another thing to look at on his forward facing right there. You see those fish coming
off
the bottom.
Yep.
Dang it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh,
Another one. Another one got it.
That's a big one behind it, man. Oh, that is a big one. What I was going to say is
spotted bass.
A lot of these guys that are catching them in Tellico talked about throughout practice, so many of these fish are bottom huggers. A lot of times we see floaters, and a lot of the floaters that guys were catching were a lot smaller, 2.5 pounds. A lot of these big fish really relating to the bottom.
Look at this view here, where he's at. He's right up on the bank.
Yeah.
And we had Robert G. talking to us yesterday about how the wave rows on the bottom is where they like to hang out there. The current's different in Tellico than it is in the main river. All right. Fantasy come true for for all 58 of our anglers, frankly. I mean, just to get here, it's never a guarantee. And if you're in that field of 58, you count yourself as having done good work so far, but most of the work is yet to be done. For the ultimate prize here,
I'm with you, Z. We're going to see more fish caught today by noon than we did in 2023 in 3 days.
Without a doubt. No, I remember.
One fantasy note for you right here. The second in the historical establishment of fantasy games from Bassmasters was this one, the Falcon Rods Bassmaster Drain the Lake Challenge. Very difficult. You have to pick 8 anglers for each event on the Bassmaster Elite Series and the Classic, but once you pick them, they're gone. Give it a try. Getting along about mid-morning here, day number 2, 2026 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, the World Championship. And Japan's Yui Aoki, the man on top, tried to make it to the Elite Series last year, fished the Nitro Boats Bassmaster EQ, fell short in that, but along the way he won a tournament, and that gained him entry into this Classic, and that was very fortuitous because he is now looking at a wonderful opportunity, the top opportunity career-wise in the sport of bass fishing. Right now, it's a long way from the end of this 3-day tournament, but he has done a great job today. But Easton Fothergill serving notice that he's not quite out of it yet.
Exactly.
You know, it's so much like yesterday, right when we were thinking, well, Easton's just having a tough day. He's not. He's right back in it, right there.
Haven't had a chance to check in with Paul Marks so far today. It was 18-10 yesterday to gain the top 10. The winner of the All-American, he informed us, reminded us upstream, up on Cherokee.
I did not even know that. He told us that last night. I did not know that.
Paul Marks, one of the anglers, saying he is convinced a lot of these fish from 2 to 10 feet of water on Tellico definitely locked on.
Do what? Just a tiny bit, yeah. Yeah, 1/4 pound on all of them, pretty much. If it's like, yeah. If it's like a 330, I might put it as like a 3, but like.
Having a slower day than yesterday.
Pound and a half.
Caught them quick.
All looking for things to pick up there. Wesley Gore, our 10th man in the top 10 to start this day. Alabama angler, had a good Classic last year.
He's fishing a lot of different patterns.
Lots.
He said, this seems weird, but it's exactly what I do at home. He's fishing for some suspended fish early, some bigger smallmouth deep, and then some largemouth later in the day.
That's good. That's a good one.
Weighed in 4 largemouth on day 1, 1 smallmouth.
Let's go, dude. Freaking fell out of its mouth. That is a fat one right there.
Guys, I'd say it makes a ton of sense. Wesley Gore on the final day of practice, I saw him 8 times, and he was running all 8 of those times, just checking so many different regions of the fishery on the final day of practice.
Ronnie said it reminds him of home being Lay Lake on the Coosa River back in Alabama.
We can weigh in. It's a 3-pounder.
Definitely some current flow and a little bit stained on the main drag of Fort Loudoun. That definitely felt like the Coosa out there for some anglers.
Back to Easton Fothergill, he told us it's about to go down here. Don't want to get too far away from that location.
Here they come. Got them. It's a little one.
Boy, this is eerily similar to yesterday, where we just saw
He's not that little.
flurries that ignited.
Yep.
It's almost
He looks small
identical.
compared to the other ones down there. That's the scary part.
That's going to be a help.
.214, number 1.
Regain the lead by a 1/4 pound.
Yep. I was going to say the smallest fish at 2 pounds, that ought to put him right there. Catching him very different than yesterday, the flurry, the move that he made with a Carolina rig.
Yeah, which one I set the hook on now.
Solid fish.
And this is, listen, man, this is not like, this
I
is
don't
not
know
like
so bad how many bass are down there.
up north smallmouth fishing with 8-pound leaders. I mean, these guys are rough talking them.
212. Number 5.
So he said a big change yesterday and why it took him a while to figure out those fish had changed the way they were set up. And they were more on the down current side of the breaks yesterday. If he's where I think he is, this is the up current side where these fish are set up, and it's a lot of them. They just moved overnight. Not the same place where he caught them on the Carolina rig, but he said yesterday all of the fish were on the down current sides of those breaks.
Let's get back over to the Food City Center, where the weigh-in, of course, we remind you, is going to take place starting around 4 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com, and that's where our man Ronnie Moore is set up. So we're going to throw it to you, Ronnie. What do you got for us?
I got some classic facts, history, and things to watch as we get farther in this event. I'm here at the Yokohama Tire Screen of Knowledge, and a couple of these classic facts, I'm going to hit you with some numbers here. For an angler fishing their first classic and also winning it, that has only happened 8 times in the history of the classic. About 6 of those were the first 10 years of the classic. Obviously, Bobby Murray fishing the first classic, winning the first classic, set the tone there. But we really haven't had a lot of the anglers do that. 8 out of 55, and the last time was 2007 when a first-time angler won the classic. We have 18 first-time anglers this year. Now, when it comes to classics that have had one leader that has led wire to wire, 11 of the 55 have been one leader all 3 days. when we've had 3 different leaders where we've had a lead change every single day of the Classic. That's also 11 past Classics have had that happen. Now, we haven't had a Classic with 3 different leaders since 2015 at Lake Hartwell. A lot more leaders have led all 3 days or just 2 of the 3 days in recent history. Now, Easton Fothergill, our day 1 leader, he could be the 5th angler to go back-to-back. And if you really think about it, Clun did it in 76, 77. And other than that, it was Van Dam in 10 and 11, Lee in 17 and 18, and then Cherry in 20 and 21. So you think from 2010 to now, the last 16 or 17 years, you could say 8 of the last 17 years were back-to-back type winners. That would be astonishing. Now, the other thing that we're keeping an eye on, the 3 anglers that have the chance to become the youngest Classic champ ever. Stanley Mitchell, 1981, was 21 years old and change. These 3 anglers, Fisher Anaya, Trip Berlinski, and Trey McKinney, all under that age threshold to win this week, and they're all in a good spot. 2nd for Fisher, 11th for Trey, and 12th for Trip. So a couple records, a couple facts, a couple interesting trends, but this has been a veteran tournament historically. Not a lot of young guys have won this event. We have 5 first-time anglers in our top 10 fishing going into day 2.
Good stuff. Thank you, Ronnie. We got to keep that in mind. We got a lot of records. Could fall this time around. To Dylan Nutt.
Come on, girl.
Just swing him on in, see? Good one.
Hang on, let me get off the bank real quick. We're flipping them today.
Good solid one right there for Dylan Nutt, man. Solidest of them all. Beyond solid was that 7-4. Smallmouth, we think it may be.
Maybe.
Earlier
I
today.
don't know.
Stetson Blaylock is on my team there. He texted me. He said it's a mean mouth.
Okay.
I've not had one person text it's a smallmouth.
Correct. Correct.
Got that one. Might be our 5th one. Oh, yeah. Hey, there's your jump. Number 5 for the day. Whoa, 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 whoa. About to drop him. Two-pounder.
I mean, that 2-pounder looks like a minnow. 7-pounder in the Classic.
Hey, there were many days on this body of water I've called with you guys where we needed that 2-pounder.
Oh, no doubt.
Right?
No doubt. Here's the one here. He made the folks here waiting to get into the expo cheer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There are memories that you will remember from Bassmaster Classics forever. That is one of them.
Here we go, Bassmaster Classic. There it's Come on.
I'm Yui Aoki. This is 2026 Bassmaster Classic.
From Minami Shirogan, Japan, Yui Aoki.
I'm happy to on the water, fish on the water as top angler over the world. Yeah, so good. I'm very excited. Yeah.
He's held the lead for more time than anyone during the course of this day. Japan's Yui Aoki told us yesterday he had many, many key spots on Fort Loudoun, and he'd only used about half of them yesterday. So
he was fun to work with yesterday.
He was straightforward. I mean, just nothing hidden.
Kind of straightforward this morning.
Yeah,
taking
straight
forward to the top of the leaderboard for a little while.
Obviously, very talented guy.
Looks like he's made a little move from where he was earlier today.
A little more than half a pound behind our leader, Easton Fothergill.
You made the comment yesterday, a lot of his singles were better than average size largemouth. More of the groups were smallmouths on those little bars.
So it looks like he's made that move to his singles and to the largemouth. So that's going to put him right there, and it suits like
could be on top again, huh?
He's only 11 ounces back right now, and his smallest is a 3. So if that was 3 3/4, yeah.
J.T. Tompkins hanging in there in 5th place. Our first fish for us on camera this morning.
Gosh, dude.
That was really interesting to see how he's aggressively working that jerkbait.
Let's freaking go. Biggins. Just straight meat, dude.
That's a good fish.
Gosh, dude, this is awesome. Dude, look at the stomach on that one. Let's freaking go. I'm like shaking. It's unbelievable. $3.6. Another good one. Take those all day long, baby.
More look at this one from JT.
Yeah, fishing that mega bass jerkbait a lot shallower than you would think.
Yeah, basically 1 to 4 feet of water. Very, very isolated stumps, isolated rock. And if you didn't join us this morning, one of the biggest keys to those areas, featureless. He said, man, I'm fishing area. I have no company of the stuff that I'm running.
Fishing the bait so shallow that he said he wore the bill down off of 2 of his jerkbaits yesterday. Would not be able to use them again today. Switched up a little bit here. Might have this one on a minnow.
Oh my gosh. Let's go! Yes!
Well, he said he needed wind. That is not the case.
Yeah.
That is not the case.
Seems to be doing okay without it.
Well, look out if it does start to blow.
Come on.
Look at him shaking there. That's the classic.
It's amazing how those species live together here.
Yeah.
$3.6. Let's go, dude.
Nice little flurry there. Lifts J.T. Tompkins all the way up into third place.
I feel like we haven't seen Fisher Anaya for a day.
No,
Well,
it's, yeah, where'd he go?
And when we did, he was catching smaller ones. Here we go, maybe. Some bigger fish here. He's around some timber where he caught some of his better fish yesterday.
Still looked like a good one. It wasn't as big as that first one, but
old school brush pile there at about 60.
Remember those days?
Thank right here on this cast. Yep, here he comes.
Ooh.
Gosh, did you see how that fish reacted to that bait?
A little bit more like it. It's a keeper. Not the right kind, but it is a keeper. Two and a half. Five, we got 11 pounds. That's a limit. Ain't got no big ones yet, but it's a limit.
Fisher Anaya, the most recent winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series. The latest event was Lake Martin, the Tallapoosa River in Alabama. Fisher, after a unexpected slow start at Lake Guntersville, his home water there at the first stop of the year. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the Pro Guide batteries. Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings, and Caleb Hudson is the man with top points, 30 points ahead of Fisher Anaya. Pake South, Texas Matt Messer, Kentucky Nick Trim from up north. Kristen McCormick, Aaron Jagfeld, also from up north. Austin Cranford, Sam Hangy, and Brock Rinkemeyer. New crop of rookies this year.
Good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ones we've had on camera have been absolutely dynamic.
It'd be interesting to see the next two tournaments, how that list right there looks after Tom Bigby and then Arkansas, especially Arkansas River.
That'll be a different beast. Drew Cook?
Well, we only have one right now, but but it is a good one. It's one of the right ones. Fixing to go run back here to a point that I had caught some fish on yesterday that I caught 2 and 2 casts and left. It had them. Hopefully go fill our limit. We're not done with that place. We're going to go back and check it out in a little while, but we're going to run here and see if we can't catch us some bass real quick.
Still seems positive. I know he's got to be a little disappointed, a little surprised that that place did not reload because he thought it would.
He thought it was a reload deal for today. Interesting. We've covered him since his rookie year on the Elite Series and made this comment to Patrick Walters. You're no longer young Patrick Walters. You get y'all a old man Cook.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've been out here since 2019, Drew Cook. Aoki ounces back of the lead. Held the lead for a lot of today so far.
Yeah, Walters and Cook are 31, E-Bear's 33. The other 7 in our top 10 to start today were in their 20s. Average age was 25.9 of our top 10.
Such, you have gone full-blown country being down here. And I greatly appreciate it. Interesting talking to Aoki yesterday. I think that the thing that he was the most secretive about was the weight of his jig head. Didn't really want to get into that too much.
Or he didn't think we would understand metric.
Well, he said it was an 1/8 ounce-ish.
Okay.
Jig head.
Yeah.
You hear that, Such? 25.9.
Such, how many international winners of the Classic have we had?
Maury and Gussie.
That's it, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
2. That's the answer's 2.
Thank you. Excellent.
Cop an attitude there, Such.
Just a beautiful day, like we said at the start. The Chamber of Commerce.
Really is.
East Tennessee at its best. And Easton Fothergill at his best. We just saw him turn that light on within the past hour and a half, taking over the lead. Aoki, though, very much a threat on this morning. JT Tompkins coming on strong in the last 30 minutes.
It's the weekend of the 2026 Bassmaster Classic. We're in the Toyota booth with Daryl Gleason. And Daryl, Knoxville, Tennessee, what a great place to have a classic for one. But also, man, if you can't fish a classic in Knoxville, you fish the 50th classic in Guntersville. That probably rivals the hype and intensity.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and I'll say as like I'm the epitome of the dreamer fishing the Opens trying to make the classic. So the fact I got to fish the 50th was special. But I got to fish an Elite Series event here. And the venue here for the fans and the anglers getting to be on the riverbank as you take off, dude, it is unbelievable.
Absolutely. We saw big takeoff crowds, even in 30 to 40 degree weather temperatures. It was 80 earlier in this week. You never know what the Classic's going to throw us. But whether you're a fisherman trying to make the Classic or a fan trying to enjoy the Classic, you circle the Classic when we announce it. Man, to know Knoxville and to see how good the fishery is fishing with the host community like it is, this is going to be one of the best Classics ever.
Oh, absolutely. And like we have everything here at the expo, from fishing, hunting, trucks, like all of it's here. The community's great, lots of local restaurants. I've already visited a few, and it's so easy logistically to hop around to the weigh-in from the expo. Awesome weekend.
Well, if you're around the Outdoor Expo this week, come by the Toyota booth, stop by and see Daryl Gleason. He's a professional fisherman, but he's also a part-time comedian. You'll have plenty of laughs over at the Toyota booth.
You're running?
Yes, sir.
Daryl Gleason, the guy we associate with Texas bass fishing in general, and Toledo Bend specifically. Lots of great folks to hang out with, rub shoulders with at the expo. This is day number 2, live coverage, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour.
Tommy, I have a little bit of news for our friends on Bassmaster.com from James Hall. We're gonna tomorrow, Such, you're gonna want to know this. I don't want you confused in this classic.
Too late.
The Bass track is gonna go dark at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So you knew that?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so for all of our viewers, Bass track is going dark at 1 o'clock tomorrow. We're not going to show the last couple hours.
Because of this size.
Building anticipation for the weigh-in.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, let's.
I got to be careful with that.
Oh, Lord.
Be careful.
Yeah, don't get.
Last 2 days.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that one come up and got it.
Take a look here at Fisher and Ida. Earlier today, catching a lot more fish earlier today than he did yesterday, but the size is not exactly what he wants. So he has dropped back down the leaderboard just a little bit, but a lot of fishing time left.
He told us he didn't think his areas are getting pressured at all, but he just can't keep. He said they just won't quit moving. They won't hold still.
Yeah, exactly. That's been the biggest problem. He said, surprisingly, one of the anglers in Tellico not getting a lot of pressure from other anglers, but as you said, a lot of the fish moving. Look at it. To go to A-Bear earlier today, not starting on the school he was on yesterday. And by the way, if you didn't tune in earlier, he said yesterday, big shout out to Trey McKinney. Trey gets beat up every now and then. Big shout out to Trey McKinney giving A-Bear room yesterday morning, and A-Bear giving him a big hats off.
Much appreciated by him,
He gave him the room yesterday, started there today. Dakota was equally as respectful.
7.5.
Goes to plan C, he called it, and look what happened.
Bass track is going dark at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Got it. Oh, gosh.
Well, it's not right now, and it tells us that E-Bear has the biggest bass and the biggest bag of the day so far.
He's been deployed overseas.
If you did get to tune in to Bassmaster Live yesterday, typical springtime fishing. Going to get out, check out Easton Fothergill's morning so far. A little bit slow off the first rip, about 30 to 45 minutes of slow. But what we've seen here, typical this time of year, flurries in the morning. We got to see a lot of that yesterday. A little bit of a midday lull we had here. Yeah. Now listen, we've gone through lulls on this lake that are
epic.
The day. But yesterday, really after our midday break, that was the best fishing of day one of this classic.
Yesterday, Fothergill had 13 pounds in 9 minutes. Today, it was 22 minutes for 15.5 pounds. All his catches came.
He's streaky, that man.
Easton told us yesterday he had 5 separate schools of smallmouth that he had not fished yet. I think he maybe used one of them this morning.
Yes.
From the Bass Nation, first-time classic competitor Dylan Nutt.
Yeah. Do it. Another one grabbed it. That was a big one looking at it.
Swing him on in.
That was one twice as big as that chasing it. This one stole it away from like a 5-pounder. Still a good one though. He's gonna help a lot. How about a 314? Almost 4.
What was the color of that minnow he's throwing?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
You can't know.
I won't know.
No.
He's an elusive fella yesterday in that interview.
A little bit. He was a
I
little
wrote
bit.
down the word sneaky. Yeah, we've covered a few of those throughout the decades together.
Seems like you're right now that you mention it.
This ain't our first sneaky show. It is a first that it is a sponsor-friendly sneaky.
Yes, we've never had an angler say, I'm using a bait that my sponsor makes, and they told us I could not ever tell you.
E-Bear.
See, the whole thing of sponsorship is usually selling. Sponsors' product.
Yeah, you see it. You see it catch a fish, you want to buy it.
Yeah. Up a little bit. I caught a couple big spots in practice, like 3-pounders. Give us a little bit, 1/4 pound. Got us at 18.8. Blue.
Good to see Dakota having a solid turn. He was very open yesterday. He got off to a bad rip last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He said there is no other way to put it. I was totally spun out. On the water, off the water.
Decent one.
Missed the first 550 cuts of the season.
And listen, man, he's the real deal. Like, he is the real deal.
I talked to him about mid-season last year. He had his first good tournament. Unfortunately, it was mid-season. Man, it was such a good conversation. He said, this is the toughest stretch I've ever had in my tournament fishing career, but I'm going to be a better person because of it. What a great attitude, a great outlook.
Boy, Lowrance bird's eye view right there. I believe that. Patrick?
I believe it is, yeah.
And it shows how you kind of get back in these creeks. We showed it earlier on the deep dive app. A lot of color in the backs of these creeks.
No doubt what he's keying on this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Every time we've seen him, he's been around some riprap, some big rocks. Shallow, big rocks.
Just 2 fish. And Drew Cook only has 1 fish right now. It's a nice one. Brendan Polnick, remember, he rallied yesterday afternoon.
Right at the end of the day.
He's from 31st to 10th. He just filled his limit. 11 and a half and a lot of room to grow.
The fish aren't even moving up there like they were. I'm not seeing hardly anything. It's weird. We need that breeze pickup or air to help tremendously. Do what now? Yeah, just a little bit.
Over to Dylan Nutt.
That's a nice one. Oh, yeah. Come on, baby. Come on, Lord. Let me get this one in the boat. I think he's got it choked. Yeah. Let's go.
That's a big help. Smallest one, 2.6.
We're swinging them, baby.
That's your boy. That's your boy.
Let's go.
That's your guy. Let's go. Swinging into action there on us today.
He was 1-3 out of the lead. Let's see what that one does.
Can you believe there were some people that thought it would take 56 pounds or less?
I know the people. And what's amazing is there are people that they're credible in this industry. And they were, at this time yesterday, they were so confident it would take less than 56 pounds.
3.5 hours ago,
Yes.
they were still
Yes.
confident.
Yes. I want it autographed, too.
Don't believe what you're seeing. Don't believe what you're seeing. They're going to stop catching these big smallmouth.
Oh, guys, brutal. Easton Fothergill's been pretty brutal out here for a day and a half. Took his defending champion status and just went to town out here. Still hanging in there. Not by much. Ahead of Yui Aoki. JT Tompkins, Dylan Nutt in the biggest limit of the day.
And it don't seem
Sported
like
by Dakota Ebert.
This is one of those that you can run away from. I mean, this one's going to come down to the wire.
You're kind of thinking an old Wild West shootout at the very end. That could be in our future. 2026 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour. Sponsored by Mercury. By Skeeter Boats. And by Bass Pro Shops. Great to have you with us. Our live coverage today so far has been more than exciting. Absolutely terrific day on the water. A lot of changes up and down that leaderboard. A lot of people on a different timetable. Some getting an early, good head start on the field. Others playing catch up, and some of them very successfully. Look at the field. Look at the top of the leaderboard now. Mark Zona's man is picked to win it all. Dylan Nutt on top.
Did I have inside information, Tommy? You know this. I have been known to cheat before.
What?
For me to pick a nation angler first time ever, I did have a little info.
That was bold. But not now. It doesn't seem as bold. Yui Aoki in third place. Great tournament.
Honestly, though, an hour and a half ago, I wasn't thinking he was going to be on top of our leaderboard right now.
That has been the most consistent thing in this event so far, has been flurries.
Yes. Not unexpected anglers, but at unexpected times.
Yes.
Just like, ooh, he's back in it. He's still in it.
Dakota Ebear holding 5th place, and he's got the biggest limit of the day. And how did he get the biggest limit of the day?
Feeling it, Tommy.
Oh. Watch this.
That is a big one. What are you doing? It's all over the place. Dude, this is a big one. Oh my gosh. This is the biggest smallmouth, dude, I've seen. Dude, what did I just catch? Holy smokes! Dude, what is that? What? Did I just catch like the state record smallmouth in the Bassmaster Classic? What in the heck is... Dude. What? Dude.
I don't know what that is.
It's a 7-pounder. Dude, it's a 7.5 pounder. I just caught a 7.5 pound smallmouth. Dude. 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 That. I gotta keep fishing. They're everywhere. No, I'm not. Dude, I knew it was a big one, but I'm gonna throw up. I didn't think it was that big. Dude. I can't believe that just happened. I can't tie my knot. Dude, is that in my live well? Is that in my live well? There's a 7.5 pounder.
So tell me again, you couldn't go to your first 2 spots. So today a shot.
What just happened? Dude, I'm gonna throw up. I gotta get back out there. They're biting. I gotta... Dude, thank God that thing never came up because I would have lost my mind if I saw it before I got it in my hands.
Dakota Ebear fishing his first classic. How about that for a memory from your first classic?
Wow.
There's just so much to add to this. Like, he has had a lot of success in other leagues, but he came here for that moment.
No doubt.
A dream. I can't believe what's in my live well right now. I mean, we got 18.5 pounds roughly, and I've got 3 little bitty ones in there because one of them is a 7.5 pound smallmouth, man. I mean, this is unbelievable. For this to happen in the Classic, man. But you know, like I feel really good right now, but I feel really focused, and I've got to keep hustling. I mean, you can't get wrapped up in that. Like, it's all great and all, but we got a lot of work left to do. So I'm just rotating through areas right now and just trying to find a fresh group of them. You know, that spot had a lot more fish on it, but they just get pressured and they don't cooperate. So we got to keep hustling and we got to keep moving and just trying to find a fresh group of fish that want to cooperate and want to bite. And just keep upgrading as we go throughout the day. I'm just mainly fishing current breaks, little current eddies places on the bottom. It's got shell, got gravel down there, and these fish are staging right before where they're going to go spawn. And that's been the pattern for me this week, and hopefully we're going to keep riding it. I've been, right now I'm throwing a minnow, obviously, but a lot of my fish have come off a dragon, like a football jig and a Carolina rig. My better fish, especially yesterday in the wind, but right now it doesn't seem like we have a ton of current, so I'm just really trying to kind of finesse them a little bit. But them bigger fish, really, even the 7-pounder that I caught, you know, I caught her on a minnow, but I caught her on the bottom. She didn't eat it while I was up in the water column. She ended up eating it off the bottom. So, but this bait just draws them off the bottom and it allows me to kind of see where they're at. So that helps. And then I can drag around once I get a good school located.
Zona, you might know the answer to this.
Sir.
Is that a Lew's Custom Pro Zona rod?
But Davey, it actually is. Kind of proud of that, to be honest with you.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, did you see how fast he come out? Oh my God, giant schools, giants, giant ones. I mean giants. Jesus Christ. Hey, stay back this way a little bit. Middle of nowhere. Why they didn't bite, I have no idea. Mega school, like 20 of them. I don't know how she missed it and how the other ones didn't get it when they come up, but that was insane. That scared the fire out of me. Here comes another one. Oh, she turned, she swerved it. Big one. Big one. Just 20 weather. I mean, a big one. Don't be a drum, be a smallmouth, please.
I have not heard his drag pull yet this
It's not
week.
even big, it's just fighting weird. What the heck? I think he gets rid of a 150 though. Oh, quit your shit. Got the small one, but it's all right. 2-pounder. Gets rid of number 1. That dude was pulling, son.
I know I said he kind of reminded me of Ricky Bobby's dad, like a younger version. He's also got a little bit of a hybrid Matthew McConaughey thing.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Well. Am I right on that?
You're right on. Absolutely. All right. Bears watching that young man, whatever he does here. Great stuff going on. More to come. First half of the day of the Classic Day 2. A privilege to bring you this live coverage of the 2026 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic from East Tennessee and fabulous Knoxville. Visit Knox Sports, our great local partner. It takes a lot of moving parts, a lot of people doing a lot of work, volunteers and everyone else to put together a big event like this. It really benefits the community, and the community benefits us. It just makes our job so much easier and lets you see, as best we can portray it, what's happening at this most important 3 days of fishing, most important single tournament in the sport of bass fishing. Thanks to everyone up here for just being, for the third time, a great classic venue. Dylan Nutt, could it be? Could we have the second ever Bass Nation Bassmaster Classic champion? We don't know, but there's Dylan Nutt atop our leaderboard. Easton Fothergill trying to be one of the few who have won back-to-back Bassmaster Classics in second place. Yui Aoki trying to be the third international champion of the Bassmaster Classic. Lots of stories working here on this day.
A lot of names.
A lot of names
on that list in that top 10.
Oh,
you are really looking at the future of bass fishing in that top 10.
Yeah, they're getting rolled out here. They're getting their big debut. Absolutely, during this week. Got Drew Cook, though, a veteran who's been around for a long time, working hard to stay in the conversation there. Wesley Gord, Jordan Lee, two-time up one of those back-to-back Classic winner guys from Alabama. Justin Atkins, and there's the cut line right there. You got to be in the top 25, or unfortunately, you're done. You're down the road or into the expo to do some work. That's kind of the heartbreak of the Classic. Anything as great as the Classic going to deliver a little bit of heartbreak. If you're not able to be in the top 25, we'll make that cut after the weigh-in today. That's coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. Moving down the leaderboard, those who have work to do. Got to get that move up started pretty soon here, including John Cox. Casey Scanlon fishing his first Classic in many, many years. Brandon Lester, the Tennessee and Tennessee River ace. Probably a little bit disappointed.
Well, man, I guess one of the biggest surprises is that front that went through on Wednesday night. Gosh, if you banked on just a largemouth tournament, that front that came through was the ultimate curveball that, as of now, destroyed your dreams in this Bassmaster Classic.
At the bottom, Joya Fujita, including our ties there among the 58. Right now, let's bring in our associate, Ronnie Moore, all over the place. He's in the expo. He's at the Food City Center. I believe he's at the Food City Center now, and you got some mappage to share with share with us. I can tell that.
Yes, and guys, I wanted to remind you, we talked about this with Adam Rasmussen at Grand Lake in 2024. There were 4 anglers in our top 10 leaderboard we just looked at that would qualify for the Elite Series with a Classic win. If you're a non-Elite Series angler and you win the Classic, that's something that has not happened since the Elite Series was formed, you would make the Elite Series. So Dylan Nutt, guys like Noah Winslow, Trip Berlinski, Yui Aoki, those were guys in the top 10 that would have a chance at that. But I was looking at Tellico because we haven't had a ton of Tellico in the past here. We've had the gut between the two lakes. I've been on Fort Loudoun multiple times, but not Tellico as much. This is really a lot like the Tennessee River, even though we think about how highland it feels. It's deeper, it's clearer, but a lot of anglers said it feels like home because there's a lot more ledges and bars, a lot more of these flats on the main drag of Tellico. So you may think deep highland fishery, but really it's the main creek channel that's, you can see the depth range in the 40s to 60s in this portion of Tellico, but then the ridges and the bars and the ledges that rise up, man, those things are expansive. There are some of these creeks you can see down here, the small creek channel that feeds into the back of this creek on the south end of Tellico, very narrow, yet a lot of wide, expansive turns where those fish pull up from the main creek channel or the main river channel and just sit out on those flats that may have some stumps, may have rocks in places, but a lot of really far, expansive places that these guys on the Tennessee River end up finding comfort in. And so when you look at Tellico on your favorite mapping, that was Lowrance C map, you'll honestly start to see a lot of things that Tellico looks like compared to your home lakes.
And that's actually one thing that we have not talked about today. Dylan Nutt making the comment yesterday to us, this sets up, when you're on Loudoun, he said it is identical to Pickwick where he grew up fishing.
Yeah, but you have to go that far down to find the similarities.
Yes.
The Port Loudoun and Tellico, the lower ends are where you see those similarities. And it's just good bass habitat.
So help me with this, what Ronnie was saying. So if Dylan Nutt wins, does he then fish the 2027?
I'm thinking the 2027.
Such, do you know?
Yeah, I would think it'd be next
he would be
season.
back.
Like he's not going into 10 town.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's interesting. There's 2 Bass Nation guys in the top 10.
Rick Walters.
Numbers haven't been there for him so far this morning, but that's a good one.
We talked about Dylan Nutt being sneaky. Well, this is the godfather of sneaky right here. I even asked him. I said,
no, I just said he gagged. He got it in the roof where he should have.
I said, do you sandbag with Emily? And like, do you tell her when you're on him? He's like, absolutely not. He said, you don't, do you?
We need to speed up and take our time at the same time. I don't know which is which, but we're gonna step it up. Patrick needs, oh no, my baby Jesus fell. I had that thing glued right there.
He sandbagged on his
Now we're
social
just
media
trying to
post. He had
head
1910
hunt, you know.
yesterday. He only wrote he had 19.
We're gonna start working our way back to our largemouth area, and had a really good smallmouth day. I knew subtracting that 2.5 hours from the day before that I wasted and putting it into smallmouth time, the morning bite for those smallmouth is a lot better. So plan worked out good. Now we got our afternoon that we caught all our big ones in yesterday. We got it still fresh, and only thing is I don't know if I want to try to catch one big one or try to throw back some 3-pounders. That's going to be, we'll get to that when we get to it. We need to get one giant in the boat first, and then we'll go from there. But really good day so far, really happy with it. We just got to get rid of that 2.5 and replace it with like a 5.5 or 5-pounder largemouth. So definitely going to be head hunting the rest of the day.
Look out for Tompkins.
Just idling
Third
around.
place. Yeah, idling around. Easton Fothergill, he's just caught
Yeah,
one.
whoa.
410.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Number 3. How about that?
That's a good call right there,
Yes,
friends.
sir. Okay, things kind of popping here. Back over to Dylan Nutt.
So much for that mid-day lull I was talking through.
It's already done.
It's done.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yeah, baby. Stud. He come up and nipped it. And then come back and choked it. How about a 4-3? Puts us at 19 3/4. How about a 4-3? Let's go. 19 3/4.
Yeah. We got one here. And I'm going to tell you another thing. Watching him today, that dude's got a lot of areas.
Yeah.
He said he's got 1 or 2 key spots yesterday. Yeah, he's got a lot. I've watched him on the map. He's got a lot in the tank.
Definitely look out. People told us, we've been warned about that guy.
Yeah, and he said he caught 30 bass yesterday, caught 3 15-pound limits. You knew it was just a matter of time till he started coming across some of these 4, 4.5, 5-pounders.
All right, 37 pounds, 9 ounces means Dylan Nutt from the Bass Nation is on top of our leaderboard. What is he doing here? What is he thinking?
I'm Dylan Nutt, and this is the 2026 Bassmasters Classic. It's just super cool to be here because especially I was the 3rd person to qualify, only by 2 ounces. And so I'm kind of like the last man that should be here. And rolling into that arena, man, is just unbelievable. I mean, I never thought whenever I signed up for the Nation that I was going to have a chance to do this. And here I am
getting interviewed at the Bassmaster Classic. It's just unbelievable.
Bassmaster Livecast back in your life. It is the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, the 56th edition of the greatest spectacle in all of sport fishing. So going down in the Tennessee River. And look right there, Easton Fothergill once again is leading this event, trying to go back to back. Join a very rare club. Think of those names: Kevin Van Dam, Rick Clunn, Hank Cherry, and Jordan Lee, the only anglers ever to win a Bassmaster Classic back-to-back. But he's got a few problems to deal with. Dylan Nutt right behind him. But Easton Fothergill has been possessed with this event. An incredible amount of time he spent pre-fishing. And here's the good news. This show just got a whole lot classier, Kyle. I mean, we have a good time here. But we are joined by Mr. Good Time, Mr. Megabucks, Larry Nixon, and my life is always better when you're in it, Larry.
Well, thank you so much, Dave. I appreciate that. You just don't know how much I enjoy watching these guys master something that I'm trying to learn. I mean, it's unbelievable, and for Easton to be this close to winning another one back-to-back is unreal.
Wild. So that's a cool thought with you saying you're trying to master this, because if I go on the internet, they tell me people of your generation are supposed to hate this.
I get so tired of listening to that crap. Guys, this is technology. That's all you can say about it. And, you know, if I had been young and this had been going on, I'd know how to do it. I could probably read a flasher better than any sucker in bass back in them days. And it won me a lot of money. But this is a whole different ballgame.
Watching Easton Fothergill here. Larry, what is your experience on this body of water here? Obviously, you know, in comparison to classics in the past, the weights so far this week have been incredibly good compared to what we've seen. Kind of what's your experience on this body of water?
It's been that way all over the world. Let me tell you something. When we fished one of the classics at Chickamauga, it was horrendous. I thought it was the worst lake I'd ever been to. And look at it now. And the same way with the Tennessee River, this one here, Fort Loudoun and Tellico. When we came here earlier back in, I don't remember what year it was, but it was a long time ago.
Slow start.
And it was horrible. I mean, there was some big smallmouth, but there was no numbers of fish like these guys are
competitors
catching.
sharing it with us, but they just weren't set up quite yet on here. They were just kind of roaming around, not set up on the structure how I need them to be, so we got out of here. Went to my secondary spot, and it was absolutely loaded. We made hay there for a little while. Caught one that we can keep, well, a couple that we can keep. And then, yeah, bounce back over here, and it appears they're about to be set up here good. We got 2 small ones. We're looking for 2, you know, 4 pluses. And then we're going to practice mode, hopefully, here soon. Practice for tomorrow, so it's kind of where we're at. But super
awesome?
happy with my day so far. It's 11 o'clock and
love it.
We're getting close to where we need to be.
I think it's happening faster for him today, correct?
Yeah, it was slow right off the bat, but I mean, obviously we saw him yesterday until he hit that flurry late in the day on the Carolina rig. I mean, it was really, really slow for him, but that's something Larry and I were just talking about, is that it seems like everybody in the afternoon yesterday had to hit a flurry to get to the weight that they had. It wasn't, you know, there was very few guys that seemed to just build their bag throughout the day. They kind of had to hit a flurry.
You talk about a proud old Bassmaster. When he pulled out that Carolina rig, this boy lit up. I was like, holy crap, Easton knows what a Carolina rig is?
Yeah. I think it's funny because the day before, Jordan Lee was joking because he had used the term jig and pig, and it's not something you hear a lot anymore. And Jordan made a crack and said, I bet all these other guys in the field, he said, I think they know what a jig and pig is, but none of them know what a Carolina rig is. And the very next day, Easton catches him on it.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool shot right there.
It's so funny. Over the years, my early years, if I wanted a big fish, I always reach for a Carolina rig because I know good and well that little bait back there dancing along behind that sinker.
Right.
And then it goes to doing that dead stick fall like
Big
a Cinco. Oh, my, they can't stand it.
So weird how certain techniques in fishing, you know, people will down talk the old ball and chain, whatever they want to call it. Like, but to me, I'm not a proud man. I mean, whatever they want to chew on, I'm going to throw. But it's weird. Like, you don't hear that in other sports. Like, you don't hear a golfer be like, I'm not going to chip. I just don't chip. Like, it's part of the game.
Yeah, you should always have one rigged up in your rod box because it never comes out of mine.
There seems to be a bigger theme to what you're just saying too, because I mean, if you look at it, you know, so many guys look at live scope as a negative. Well, I'll get to the point here in a second. Easton Fothergill's looking up.
Easton doing what Easton does.
Whatever it takes. That boy does whatever it takes.
100%.
Felt nice up for a bit.
Just a nice 2-pounder.
Wow. Oh, we're bleeding.
What stands out to you when you watch an angler like Easton? I mean, I don't know if you spent any time in the boat with him, but I mean, clearly he is here to stay for a long time. I mean, but what stands out to you when you watch him as an angler?
Probably more his vibes or, you know, what he does when things change. He does that better than anybody I've watched so far. Now, all of these kids are good. And let me tell you, I've learned what I've learned about each one of them from watching, you know, because that's what I do for a living. That's what I've done for 50 years. And I like to watch every Bassmaster show and learn off these youngsters just like they learned off of us.
Must not have seen it.
I think this is going to be one that a lot of people are going to be watching for quite some time. Dylan Nutt, him and his brother have absolutely run roughshod on the Tennessee River. And what I always say to people, we took up live, we'll watch this.
Good one.
A little long. Thought he was going to be a little bit bigger than that.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know if he's going to help.
Oh, really? Really? 3-pounder, huh?
Don't help nothing.
Oh, gosh.
That was a 3.6.
3.5.
Oh, really?
Wow. Think about how we looked at 3.5s in the past.
He was so long when I saw him swimming in. I was like, oh my goodness.
Really good one.
If you want to get an idea of how good this kid is, just mention his name to people like Easton, Tucker Smith. When you mention the Nutt brothers, they're all just like, oh, like, and that's Easton and Tucker Smith saying that about them. It's incredible. They're new to the national scene. I mean, a lot of people learning about Dylan for the first time here at the Bassmaster Classic. But what was his pick percentage in fantasy fishing?
He was in bucket E, and I think it was close to like 30 or 40%.
Good.
For a classic rookie.
Actually, I take that back. I put him in D because I knew if I put him in E, he would be like probably like 90%. So I put him in E or D rather, and he was still at like 30%. If it wasn't for Fisher and I, I'd probably been closer to like 60%.
Over to Dakota Bear, having a big day.
Can you believe the size of that thing he caught? And I say thing because in Arkansas, that was a
pretty good one.
Not a Kentucky, but a half breed, you know, half Kentucky, half smallmouth. I don't think Tennessee recognizes that.
Yeah, the biologists from Tennessee are all giddy about it. They're excited to see the fish back at weigh-in because they're going to take some tests on it to see if it's a spot or if it's a mean mouth or what it is. But, I mean...
Yeah, they don't recognize mean mouth.
My smallmouth?
We'll recognize it on stage.
Riverfish.
They didn't a few years ago.
He's long enough to be a daggum 3.5 pounder, but I bet he don't weigh that. Look how big his mouth is, old fish.
What, 7.5?
When is a 7.5?
Dang sure helped there. 213. Calling out a 2.3.
By far the biggest fish we've ever seen at a classic here, right?
Oh, yeah, no, without a doubt. I mean, the biggest bass, I want to say was 2019's classic, was a 614 or six and change. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it'll beat that by a good margin. And it went in as a 7.
This boy's good fisherman. Absolutely.
A lot on his mind here this week. His first class. Oh, let's look at that fish. This is the big one from earlier.
Oh my gosh. This is the biggest smallmouth dude I've seen.
I would have said, drum. I got a drum.
What did I just catch? Holy smokes. Dude. What is that? What?
I love that excitement.
I just catch like the state record smallmouth in the Bassmaster Classic. What in the heck is... Dude. What? Dude. It's a 7 pounder. Dude, it's a 7.5 pounder. I just caught a 7.5 pound smallmouth. Dude. Dude. That. They're everywhere.
That's incredible.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I'd be yelling for my heart doctor.
That feeling right there is why you fish. And proving I'm messed up, in my head, all that's going through is his partner Shelby is going to have a baby any day now.
Oh,
They're both very tiny people, Dakota and Shelby. I'm betting that fish is bigger than the baby.
Well, we've had kind of a mediocre day so far. Haven't run across them big brown ones yet. Caught a bunch of little ones. Lost a couple fish today. Don't really, I mean, none of them's that big, but at the time right now they kind of help. So, gonna keep our head down. I did just find a new school of smallmouth. Look like it's got some big ones in them, and they're just really hard to catch. So, not exactly sure why, but fixing to make a few moves, try to get back on some areas I caught them yesterday, and see if there's still some there that wants to play. He said, "Heck with biting that thing."
I'd be willing to bet he finds them.
3 of them swimming out through there.
He is seemingly unflappable. Like, I mean, I keep waiting for that moment where it looks like he feels the pressure of the moment. I don't see that in him at all.
I hit that trail on
I haven't seen it in any of these kids, to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you something. They come out of college, they're ready.
Fix to get on this. Yeah. Look at this bank up here. I did see
Swindle calls them Lil Gills, and that's a fitting nickname because it basically has a set. I mean,
like moved out deeper on
fish.
Bars and stuff is why I'm not seeing them. It's my only guess. I think there's one sitting right there, if I'm being honest with you.
And he's the opposite of a lot of the collegiate kids. He didn't do the college route.
Oh, really?
He literally quit school. This is no joke. Grade 7, didn't quit school, but homeschooled from grade 7 so he could focus on fishing. What world are we living in, Larry Nixon?
Oh, let me tell you something. He got the school of bass fishing. That's all I can say about that. I kind of did the same thing before college. I'd go out there on Friday evening and stay till Sunday night and
right here too.
Just live on the water.
Full of them right here on this little steep drop.
I didn't learn a lot after grade 7 myself, but that wasn't a plan. That's just how my mind worked out. But Fisher and I has definitely figured this sport out. An incredible influx of young anglers, and they are driven, unflappable, and one of them is trying to go back-to-back and become a 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion in 3 tries. I mean, if he pulled, I would be like, what happened the first one, Easton? Like, you could have been undefeated in Classic.
Yeah, no kidding.
The 2026 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Livecast. It is the day, moving day on the Bassmaster Classic. You got to get inside the top 25 to keep your tournament alive. That beautiful palatial estate. I believe it's where Larry Nixon's staying this week, right, Larry?
That's right.
Heck of a pool party there tonight. Can't wait to swing by. Bottomless margaritas, I heard.
Ooh, my. And basketball.
Well, we saw an angler catch a fish that looked like it ate a basketball just a little while ago. And we're going to get caught up with all our anglers. That'll look at your leaderboard right now. But it's time for one of my favorite parts of this show, and that is our Toyota Midday Report, where we get to see all the action that has happened all day long here on Moving Day, the 2026 Bassmaster Classic. And let's start things off with our most recent Elite Series champion, young Fisher Anaya.
Yeah, Fisher Anaya doing what he does every time we've seen him on camera and making it look easy. However, this morning it's been a little slower for him. You know, the number of bites has still been there. The size, however, has not. Has 10-7 right now on Bass Track. Has a long ways to go, but of course, like Larry mentioned earlier on, you know, the afternoon flurries yesterday really propelled him, and looking to do that again here today.
Well, there's certain things that turn big fish on, and one of them is sunshine and the other one's current. And you put the two together and the water's warming. If they don't go to the bank and spawn on him, he's going to catch them again.
That's certainly been a thing to keep an eye on. It seems like a lot of those guys in Tellico today are having to make adjustments. We're not seeing them fish, you know, the exact same areas. We've seen, you know, him push up closer to the bank than we've seen him, and he's going to continue to make adjustments here.
Don't worry. They talk to little gills. They'll tell them what they're doing if they need to adjust. But a guy that has done some talking here today is Dakota Hebert, his very first Bassmaster Classic. The whole reason he took the risk to qualify for the Elite Series is this event and this event alone. Dreamed of fishing it, and he's making it an impact in his very first appearance.
No doubt about it. Dakota Hebert was not going to fly under the radar when he joined the Bassmaster Elite Series. Started off a little slower, I think, than most of us expected, but that right there is what we were all hoping to see today. A 7.5-pound smallmouth, mean mouth, spotted bass, whatever it is.
Whatever it is,
giant.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like it ate the Christmas turkey, but they forgot to carve it first.
Definitely getting a lot of bites today. You know, this afternoon, obviously, like we talked about, it's going to be interesting to see what he can do, but definitely the numbers are there. If he can get another couple big ones, I mean, right now he's still got he's got two 2.5s in the box. I mean, a lot of room to upgrade even with 19 pounds.
Yeah, he's going to have over 20 when this day's done.
That's how we start day 2. Let's go. Let's start, boys. Let's go. Yesterday,
JT Tompkins fishing his third Bassmaster Classic, and he hasn't had a great track record at the Classic, and kind of talked about that coming into this, but I don't think we can say that anymore.
No, absolutely not. JT Tompkins had a really good practice, you know, choosing to stay in Fort Loudoun, maximize his time. You heard him talk about that early on this morning, got on a nice flurry with the jerkbait. Had to mix it up a little bit this afternoon, but has him up into 4th place. Right now has a, you know, smallest in his bag is a 2.8 for, you know, a total of 17.4. Certainly a lot of room to upgrade, and certainly going to look to do that this afternoon.
Fishing his way, throwing that jerk bait.
Let's go!
Yes. He was vibrating on stage yesterday. It's cool. One of the cool things about my job is I get to be that close to you guys when you accomplish some amazing things. But he literally, like, I could feel his heartbeat standing beside me, which is what it's all about. Another guy who's traveled a long way, but don't count him out. 30 wins in Japan for this angler, his very first Bassmaster Classic, Yui Aoki, and I'd love him to win because it's just a fun name to say. Let's be honest.
That's a cool name to say. He looks just like Vegeta to me.
They do.
When I first saw him, I thought that was who it was.
I've had that happen to me about 2 or 3 times today, thinking that's who we were watching, but it was Yui Aoki. Off to a great start this morning. Had some of the executives from Daiwa inside the JM office here checking things out, and they asked me, they said, "So, all this, no secrets left?" I said, "No, probably not many secrets left," but he's showing us how to do it for sure. He showed us in the first cast baits gallery at Media Day, crazy contraption. Mark Zona showed it on Bassmaster Live. Not sure that's what he's catching them on here, but definitely got some things that I think you could consider secrets still.
And probably a pretty good job. I mean, I will say this. I was worried about his English coming in this event because people around him said, he doesn't speak very great English. He was awesome on stage. And, I mean, he took a note up there, so he had it written, and he was reading it out. But I'm going to tell you, if I had to go there to Japan and read that, it would not have sounded near as smooth as him. But a guy that is perpetually smooth is this guy right here, Dylan Nutt, his first classic. But he's not fishing like a rookie.
Oh, absolutely not. You mentioned it, the entire time leading up to the Classic, that there may not be a more confident angler than Dylan Nutt in the entire field. It's easy to be confident when you're always catching them, and that is certainly what Dylan Nutt is doing. This morning, off to a little bit of a slower start, was reading on the tournament blog. Our on-the-water photographers are sending in reports. Said that the conditions right off the bat with the slick calm were certainly affecting him. But again, like we were talking about with Fisher and Naya, seeing him push up closer to the bank, that has certainly paid big dividends for him today, and certainly on a little bit of a roll here from 10 to 11. He's got 3 or 4 of his 5 keepers, so starting to figure something out, and that is a bad thing for the rest of the field.
It just seems to be getting better. This could be one of the tightest. If it stays like this could be one of the tightest classics we've had in recent memory, and I'm all for that. But the Beastin is atop the leaderboard, and that is the guy that they got to chase down. And Dylan Nutt said it on stage. I just got to beat Easton, and that's how he's looking at this. That is not an easy thing to do, seemingly.
Wow, that is confident. When he's got his target, he already knows who it is. That's awesome.
I asked Dylan 2 months ago. He qualified for the Classic. He didn't even qualify first from the Bass Nation. He was the last guy to qualify for the Bass Nation. And I said, "How do you think you'll do in the Classic?" He said, and not arrogantly, but he looked at me and said, I think I'm going to win. And then I asked his brother, "How do you think your brother's going to do in the Classic?" He says, "He's probably going to win." But
my.
One guy who didn't agree with that is our tournament leader, Easton Fothergill. But he knows he's got his hands full because there's a bunch of guys behind him that can catch.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It seems like on Bass Track, over the last 30 minutes, those two have kind of been swapping places at the top spot. It's going to be a race to see who's leading after day 2.
Let's get back out in the water live right now with your tournament leader, defending Bassmaster Classic world champion, Easton Fothergill.
Has been interesting to see the variances of how deep these guys are fishing. He's in 25 foot of water there, and we've seen, I think Dakota, when he caught that big one, was in around 8 foot of water. Been a lot of shallow fish get caught even with the live scope, but fishing a little deeper than we've seen some of the other guys.
It's amazing to me how they spot them when they're that tight on the bottom. I mean, that takes some real good eyes. But still, it's the knowledge. I mean, they know that spot's capable of holding fish, and you watch that bait, they'll rise up and just, boom, there's a bass, and he eats it. Me, if I was fishing that right there wouldn't be a bass live there. I mean, that's what I see a lot of times. When they really well to the bottom, I can't find them.
Yeah.
I just can't see them.
That's what makes it tough on rivers, because they weld to the bottom and it kind of messes with it. But yeah, I'm right there with you. You realize the skill in this, because I'm still at the point where I'm like, oh, look, he ate it. I got one.
Yeah.
the last tournament, I don't know if you saw, we saw Fisher and I shake a fish
I watched
off.
it. I saw it. I watched every bit of it. I was like, oh my goodness, he just shook one off.
A lot slicker today, which should make the scoping bite better. I mean, the enemy of scope is wind and pollen generally.
Yeah, slick, calm conditions. If they ain't current, I'm going to tell you what, they ain't nothing tougher than that to me. That's just the way it's been for 40 years.
It's kind of a double-edged sword to your point. I mean, as far as being able to navigate and see the fish, I mean, this would be ideal. But to your point, when it's like this, a lot of times they're just not going to bite. So you might be able to find them easier, but it's certainly a lot of times not going to be easy to get them to bite.
When them fish are active and you pull in there and you say you're looking at your screen or your side scan or whatever you're looking at, you see them. They're up. They're swimming around. And you say, oh, my, there's a school of them. That's the reason why you hang around when you can't see them, because you know they're living there somewhere.
Trying to get those fish to react to something. Picked up a casting rod, looked like.
Pull out that old ball and chain. He'll get one.
Come on.
Do it.
Do it for Larry.
Do it.
They can't resist it.
What's his lead right now?
12 ounces.
Sheesh.
And that's all unofficial.
It's tight. When he's snapping that thing, he's trying to get them to react. They're not really feeding, but when you snap that by one, it's just like I've seen it so many times on heading fish that when you snap it in front of them, they just they get excited and I mean that's just fishing for you.
It's like something snaps in there. I mean, it's literally a game of cat and mouse. Like it's when you try to mess with a cat. I mean, that's exactly what you do.
That was one of my favorite things when I was little, to get out my fishing pole and play with a cat. I was imagining, that's just like a bass. Yeah.
I thought I was the only weirdo that did that. No. Larry just made me feel good about my childhood.
I did it all.
Of course, I didn't use hooks. I mean, I tied little stuff. You didn't use hooks, did you, Larry?
No, I never did hook one, except when it ate a pork frog in my boat one time. The next morning, I had to follow the string out in the woods. That wasn't my fault.
There's your leaderboard, as you can see, an incredibly tight top two. 12 ounces separates Easton Fothergill and Dylan Nutt. Dylan Nutt fishing his very first Bassmaster Classic. And Dakota Bear proving the baby pattern is real. Expect first baby in just any minute now, but try to win a Classic. Went out halfway. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. It is moving day. We reversed the field, but doubled the pressure. 58 anglers in our field. You got to get inside the top 25 to keep your tournament alive and move into Championship Sunday at the 56th edition of the greatest spectacle in all of sport fishing, the Bassmaster Classic World Championship. And the question is right now, can anybody take the World Championship away from our reigning and defending Classic champion that is Easton Fothergill, trying to go back-to-back and join an incredible list? You think about it. Rick Clunn, Kevin Van Dam, Hank Cherry, and Jordan Lee, the only anglers in history to go back-to-back at a Bassmaster Classic. And Easton Fothergill is potentially 5 fish away from doing that in his third Bassmaster Classic. Pretty wild, Robert G.
For sure. Easton, I watched him because I'm a local, live around here. He was here November all of November and all of December.
Yeah.
Putting in work. I mean, he was probably out here for 2 months straight. He parked his boat at one of my buddy's houses, and like he would leave his boat down here. Sorry. And I mean, he was really grinding. So he knows this place like a local now.
He sure does. But speaking of a local, Tennessee's own Dylan Nutt is a problem to deal with. 4 box right now, Yui Aoki, Fisher Anaya, Dakota Bear, and JT Tompkins. Boy, it sounds like I love that sound.
Yeah,
That just makes you want to be out there. Sorry.
I know.
Wasn't a shot.
Robert, to your point, Easton was what in the world? Out there at the top right.
Got up there. One of Larry's cats.
I think it was a groundhog.
As I was saying, as you said, Easton Fothergill spent as much time, if not more, than any angler in the field pre-practicing, and you can tell, he was giving us a rundown of kind of his game plan, and it sounded like he has so many different patterns and so many different things he can do, which a lot of times, could be a bad thing. You spread yourself out, but seems to be making all the right decisions here so far.
Yes, on this place specifically, Ott Defoe in 2019 said it, but the best I've ever heard it. Yesterday is history and tomorrow is a mystery out here. And if you have enough places where you feel comfortable about pulling up and getting a bite, that's when you're the most dialed in. And I feel like he has that. And I feel like Dylan Nutt has that. So it's probably going to be a shootout between those two guys just because they have so many places they feel confident in where bass are living.
Robert, you sound a little raspy this morning. Have you been invited in a little bit of after-tournament après-ski action?
No, man. I've had like a sore throat earlier this week.
All
And
right. So I'll sit further from you.
My voice has just been going down. I
All
talked
right.
so much yesterday. It's just it's been rough. Been talking a lot.
Tell you what's been rough. People rolling through this town in those rental scooters. It is at night, this town is overrun with bass fishing fans, and some of them should not be on scooters. I'll be honest. I saw a kid in a tournament jersey that could have played a childhood version of me going down a hill way too fast on one of those scooters. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, when I was in college at UT, I learned the hard way about the scooters. I might have laid one down a time or two.
Keeping the ER busy, I'm sure.
There's a lot of hills too, so if the brakes go out, you are just done.
Watching Dylan Nutt compete is wild. I mean, we've talked about several anglers, but seemingly unflappable. I mean, I'm still waiting to see where he feels the moment.
Yeah, the confidence he just...
Easton hooked up again. Go ahead.
The confidence that Dylan Nutt just, walks around with is unbelievable for a guy his age. And, for not being on a national tour, the Elite Series. Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. You would think the guy's won 3 classics the way he walks around and talks. It's awesome.
It really is. I mean, I'm giddy at the opportunity of him potentially being on the Elite Series because I've always said we need some people who will trash talk and throw it out there. But he almost does it in a way that it doesn't seem arrogant. It's just like, oh, yeah, the mailman delivers the mail. I win tournaments. That's what I do.
For sure. I've fished a few tournaments with him, and, most people, they'll kind of lie to you if you're like, how's your practice been? They're like, oh, man, it's pretty tough. If you ask him or his twin brother, they're like, man, we're catching them, man. We had 35 pounds today. And you're just like, right on. And they're like, we're going to catch them.
Living up to his last name.
It is really remarkable what they both have done at Pickwick and around that area. It seems like anytime a bigger than average tournament goes on there, they are winning that tournament.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Just being from Tennessee, back when I was like even, 19 years old, you heard the lore of the Nut Brothers when they were literally in middle school.
Yeah.
They were kicking butt in the middle school tournaments. And people were like, have y'all heard about these two twin, the Nut Brothers? They won the middle school tournament by 12.5 pounds. And everybody's like, oh, man. But they've had lore in Tennessee for a while.
I said it earlier, but I stand behind it. If you want to realize how good they are, just ask. Oh, world champion hooked up.
Spot bass. I think I got the cadence down.
That's another thing I'd like to point out. How more healthier these fish are than the last time.
It's wild.
Bassmaster's been here.
That was one of the things. I mean, I went back and obviously watched the 2 previous classics we've had here, and a lot of those smallmouth were like long and super skinny. Like even for this time, well, all these tournaments have been pre-spawn, winter even, and that would be the time you'd expect those fish to be fat and healthy. And some of those in the previous tournaments were like paper thin.
Another thing that helped it out was there was a shad kill not too long ago. Remember when we were at Gunnersville, that cold front that came through the country? There were a lot of shad dying, and they were just chewing on them.
All you could eat buffet.
For sure. The Golden Corral at Fort Loudon.
Ooh, the big girl, man.
Well, I don't think it's in question anymore. Coming into this event, a lot of people said, we believe it's better. Clearly it's better. I mean, it took 12 pounds to get in the top 10 last time we were here. What was 10th place after yesterday, Kyle?
After yesterday, 10th place was 17 pounds even. Wesley Gore.
It got 5 pounds better.
That's pretty significant.
I mean, Gussie led day 1 last year.
I don't know why, but I had to make sure.
With almost 19 pounds. And 17 pounds now has you in 10th place.
After day 1, there was 5 bags over 19 pounds. Smallest of which being 19.5. Dylan Nutt.
Wow.
Incredible.
3. 5.
Is what Easton weighed in yesterday
It's a good one to throw back.
Is that about as big a bag as you can expect here, or could we see someone blasting bigger than that?
You can for sure see a bigger bag than that, but that is a really big bag.
Yeah.
That's a tournament winning. Like if it's a Saturday one-day shootout, that's what wins there, right now. And that's what I expected. Like whoever catches 21, 22 the first day and then backs it up with 19 or 20 the next 2 days, that's who the guy's going to win, in my opinion.
Listen, if there was ever a chance for us to see a bag bigger than that, I mean, Dakota Ebear right now with the 7.4, he has 19.3 on the day, but he still has a 2.8, a 2.12, and a 2.11 in the boat. I mean, you want to talk about like opportunity for a mega sack? He has that opportunity, and you always hear when guys catch a really big one, you don't want to waste that day. He certainly hasn't done that at all. I mean, he's got over 19 pounds right now, but I mean, you want to talk about a chance for,
If he catches a few 4-pounders,
yeah, absolutely.
Watch out. That's what I'm talking about. If you catch a 7 to 10 out here and just fill your bag with 4 pluses, cooking with peanut oil.
How many times do you think we're going to see that fish catch?
I don't.
Not just this week. But you saw that and you're like, he just joined a list of iconic fish catches in the history of bass.
100%.
How about, with that in mind, I want to look at it again. I can't see enough of it. I mean, it's like getting a really good Christmas gift. You want to just keep getting it. Dakota Bear, magic this morning. And let's just watch it.
Oh my gosh. This is the biggest smallmouth, dude, I've seen. Dude. What did I just catch? Holy smokes! Dude! What is that? What? I just catch like the state record smallmouth in the Bassmaster Classic? What in the heck? Dude! Dude.
That might be a spotted bass.
It's a 7-pounder. Dude, it's a 7.5 pounder. I just caught a 7.5 pound smallmouth. Dude. Dude. That. I gotta keep fishing. They're everywhere. No.
I cannot see that enough. That, what you're seeing right there,
Dude,
that's why people fish. That's the dream. I mean, and it just intensifies when you're in the biggest event in bass fishing. But man, that's the feeling that everybody's felt that. It doesn't matter what age you are. Fishing makes you feel like a kid, and you are seeing a kid love this moment, and he's doing it in the biggest event there is with everything he has going on. I mean, his partner Shelby is waiting to have a baby literally any day now. And I'm saying it. I mean, it might be wrong, but I'm saying that fish, I mean, Shelby and Dakota are not big humans. I'm going to say that bass is guaranteed bigger than the baby that she will have here in the next few days.
For sure. She's a little old thing.
Dakota Bear having a big day. Lots more to come from the Bassmaster Classic. I just keep waiting. Every time we've been here, every single time we've been here, it's like watching a NASCAR race. And one dude gets out to a lead, but then 3 of his 4 tires blow out, and you got to watch him kind of just hope he holds on to the end of this tournament. We have not seen any sign of that. This is a whole different river this time around, a whole different body of water. And you said there was a giant shad kill here. I think Dakota E-Bear's fish ate all of those shad. I mean, it was a bulbous beast. Let's just say that.
100%. Yeah, the fish were gorging for most of February on those shad that were dying.
Well, that's what they're fishing for right there. The most coveted trophy in professional bass fishing, the Bassmaster Classic. World champion. I mean, you will be the belle of the ball, the cover of every fishing magazine, the cover of Bassmaster magazine, and hey, they might even let you go for a ride in the Bass Pro Shops hot air balloon, and that's a gift that keeps on giving. Dakota Bear had a big day. Dylan Nutt had a big day, but everybody is chasing the same guy they chased last year, and that is your defending world champion, Easton Fothergill. I mean, what a monumental run he is on. I mean, unflappable. Why did you... I look at any of you guys and I'm like, this is a horrible time to get into this profession. I mean, I feel like it's just an endless tap of phenoms.
For sure. With the high school and college fishing these days, it's truly pumping out just beasts. It's kind of like college football, for example. We're starting to see that in professional fishing. It's becoming a true sport where people are trained growing up in the sport to become phenoms.
It's talked about a lot, but how much does that help prepare you for this level? Because, I mean, I know you're yourself in college. You travel all over the place and really, widen your horizons of types of bodies of water, and that has to help a lot, I imagine.
1,000%. Yeah, if I hadn't fished in college and high school, I would not have known. I probably would not have made it in the opens for sure.
4 box Easton Fothergill, Dylan Nutt, Dakota Bear, and Yui Aoki. We saw some great images of Knoxville, and I mean, you're Mr. Knoxville. How proud of you? We've been here 3 times now for the Bassmaster Classic and an Elite Series event. And generally, the pattern is it doesn't matter whether it's the Bassmaster Classic or it's a concert. The more it happens in your town, it kind of starts to fall off. It feels like it gets better and bigger every time we're here.
Yeah, there's something magical about Knoxville and just sporting events. I can't really describe it, but growing up, going to Neyland Stadium, there's some magic in the air on the river right here. And I can't explain, but it just happens.
I like this guy. Ooh, hooked up.
Here we go. That'll make number 5, finally. God, we struggled for a minute. We got 5. That was terrible. Why are we fishing so slow? I didn't know they were on a jig. He sent that sucker packing, dude. I mean, that bite felt good. Yeah, that'll work. 2.5 is fine. Damn, take your time. I don't know why I can't get him to bite the spinning rods.
So does that mean he was close to 4?
Yeah. A Patrick 2.5.
Yeah, that's a 4.
So we came in here for that was one of those.
Davey told you yesterday on stage that he crushed a C4, which is a energy drink that has about 300 milligrams of caffeine. I think he's already drank one today. I'm almost certain of it.
And started the day with a quad shot espresso. So he's hopped up. You'll be proud. You know how he generally drops a roll tide? Well, let's have a look.
God, it is.
Look here, Drew Cook.
Oh my God. God, just stop. Got one hook.
Oh my.
Oh my God, baby. Dude, I'm talking about a damn giant, dude. Look at the size of that thing. Oh. My God, where are we? Come on, dude. Come on. Come on. Dang. My God. Holy cow.
Those are the fish right there that makes that 25-pound bag.
Wow.
How big is that?
I mean, that's what I was about to say.
Dude, I thought it was like a 4.
Well, it's not often I'm just looking at the screen and I gasp. Let's listen in. See if we can get a weight on this. You know what? Well, the big show's about to kick off on Network Fox. Get over there, and I bet you they'll get you weight on that fish over there. I mean, they're saving the juice for the big show, and still they should. But man, what an hour it's been. Robert G., this might be punishment for you, but I've enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, you know, I've accepted it, and I'm just proud of my lane.
The dawn of day number 2. And all the eyes in this world are focused on one thing: the trophy. The trophy that means the world in the sport of bass fishing. And the only way to attain this trophy is to win the most prestigious, most important tournament of the year, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Because that makes you the new world champion. So here we go. Day 1 is in the books.
Giant bass!
The work is not done yet.
Oh boy!
2 more days to give everything we've got.
Are you kidding me? Uh-oh!
And get our shot at the chance of a lifetime.
Boom shakalaka!
Welcome to Knoxville, Tennessee. Welcome to the single event that is life-changing for a professional bass angler. This is at the 2026 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Knoxville, Fort Loudoun Lake, also Tellico Lake is our playing field here. A great, great venue, a great town that affords a tremendous fan experience for this sort of old home week for the sport of bass fishing. And at the race for the top, we've got the man who finished on top at the Classic last year, Easton Fothergill, defending champion. Just a slim lead over Dylan Nutt, first-time Classic competitor from the Bass Nation, the grassroots organization of bass fishing. It's only been won by a nation person one time. Dakota Ebear in his first Classic. Yui Aoki in his first Classic. JT Tompkins, 5th place in his 3rd Classic. Tommy Sanders here with 2 of the greats of the business of bass fishing. Davey Hyde, Mark Zona, guys, we've been looking forward to this day. As we said earlier today, this one, we had all the hype. We had all the previous notice that this was going to be great. We never know quite whether to believe it or not. I think that's all been validated this time around.
Yes, absolutely. This is the Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship of Competitive Bass Fishing, and we have had a show for the last day and a half. Absolutely incredible. Even better than I think we all expected. Had a lot of great high expectations. The anglers were actually saying this time, we are catching them, and we are going to catch a lot of big ones.
Yeah, and the weird thing about this venue is you nailed it. It's the biggest fan experience. You get to walk basically from your hotel, party all night, then head down to the takeoff. The problem is Fort Loudoun and Tellico in 2 Classics prior, the lake has not shown up. That is not the case this time around. Absolutely catching them. The other thing in this tournament, the Bassmaster Classic, traditionally, you held that trophy. It's a tournament where veterans, they're the ones that always rise to the top. That is not the case. We are in a new world. Here's the best way to put it. About the average age angler in your top 10 right now is about 22 to 24 years old.
Incredible, incredible. And the numbers bear it out. This one compared to the previous 2 Classics here, just off the charts. So much fish catching going on out there. And what are the reasons? Well, you know, a lot of them is the fishermen, the anglers. It's a different group of anglers well suited to a challenging place like Fort Loudoun and Tellico.
Absolutely. And, you know, the high school, the middle school, the high school, the college ranks in bass fishing, the B.A.S.S. promoted and brought up. This is what you're seeing, the result of those anglers getting a lot of tournament experience at a very young age, and they're just not intimidated by these bigger events like they were for most of my career.
And one more thing to add. We said it's a different world in bass fishing. Traditionally, this time of year, you get great temperatures like we have right here. You go shallow, you go to the bank. These young anglers are the best on earth at looking at their depth finders, looking at their fish finders, and literally almost to the ounce knowing the size fish they're going to catch before they even make a cast.
We got 58 anglers gunning for 25 spots in tomorrow's final, Championship Sunday. And what was great yesterday seemed to be even more intense today, especially in terms of the weight we have seen put in the live wells. We'll give you a look right now at some of what we have seen today with our Bassmaster Midday Report, day number 2. At the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic. This is Drew Cook. This was just a few moments ago.
Exactly. Good one here for Drew Cook.
One hook, barely.
One of the veterans on. Sad to say, he's one of the.
Got her, dude.
One of the grizzled old pros on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Now, 2 things that you're going to notice. There's basically 2 bodies of water here. You have Fort Loudoun and Tellico. Drew Cook doing his work predominantly on Fort Loudoun, fishing very shallow.
Damn giant, dude. Look at the size of that thing. My God, where are we? Oh my, oh my. About a 7-pounder on Fort Loudoun. Come on, dude. Come on. That's right there. It's all gonna work out.
Absolute game changer, and you talk about a game changer. Earlier today, Dakota Ebear.
Yes, sir.
At this 3rd hour of fishing, the start of the 3rd hours of fishing.
Boy,
this is actually my
get ready for this.
Yeah, I mean, this is hard to describe.
Look at his big buddies. Oh my gosh, dude.
That was fish number 2 this morning for Dakota Ebear.
That's a big one.
And then this happened.
What did I just catch? Holy smokes! Dude! What is that? Dude, it's a 7.5 pounder. Dude. That. Oh, got it. Oh gosh.
Overseas, He's been deployed overseas.
Got that one. Number 5.
That boosted Dakota Ebert way up the leaderboard into the lead momentarily. He's still pretty close up there. And how about Dylan Nutt?
Well, Dylan Nutt qualifying for this tournament through the nation. And this was actually my pick to win this tournament. Dylan Nutt has made a lot of noise in the bass fishing world the last 24 months. And which is about how long he practiced here on this body of water. Dylan Nutt, very, very solid on the Tennessee River and getting it done here in a big way, unofficially right now in second place.
Yeah, great pick, Mark Zona. Caught a lot of fish yesterday. Said he culled 3 15-pound limits, caught about 30 bass. And you had to ask yourself, how does he not catch those 4.5 pounders? Well, he's absolutely doing it today.
And he's one of the anglers. Here's the biggest thing. If you're watching this on Fox, you've never watched the Bassmaster Classic. Smallmouth here, spotted bass, largemouth. He's one of the anglers getting it done, smallmouth and largemouth mixed.
Stud. Getting rid of them.
Trying to make some history there, Dylan Nutt, that's for sure. Trying to make another kind of history. Back-to-back classic wins. This is your defending champion, Easton Fothergill.
Easton off to a great start this morning. A little bit slow yesterday morning, but yesterday we had 30-mile-per-hour winds at about noon. That's kind of when he salvaged, made a big comeback, and actually took the lead after the day one weigh-in.
Easton showing why he is the reigning world champion. He made some adjustments last year to be able to hold that trophy over his head. Yesterday, a slow start. Finally ended up finding a great place out on the main river. Caught those bigger fish on a Carolina rig. Today, we have not even seen a Carolina rig. He found a different group of fish, another big group of smallmouth, put him back atop the leaderboard again today. That's some of what we have seen so far today, and that's not even a half of it. It's been fantastic. Both days, today though, especially good.
Yeah, and this is real. Here's what's unique about Fort Loudoun and Tellico. Fort Loudoun, dingier, dirtier. A lot of the anglers that are catching them up shallow. Now the problem with Fort Loudoun, really as you get around Knoxville, we had a lot of rains and it blew that area out, lots of mud, and a lot of anglers slipped fishing near the Knoxville area. Then you see Tellico at the bottom of your screen. That's where a lot of the deeper, clearer smallmouth have come throughout this tournament. But really, two different bodies of water. One of them, a lot of watercolor. Tellico, very, very clear.
Yeah, about 70 miles of the Tennessee River making these two lakes. And like you mentioned, a lot of it got blowed out yesterday. We'll see if later this afternoon and tomorrow those areas don't come back into play.
Well, except for practice, this is the first trip to this place for a lot of young anglers, especially the youngest one. And 3 of the youngest, who are actually trying to be the youngest ever to win a classic, are in this thing, and not just in it. I mean, they are part of the conversation today. Young Fisher Anaya, 20 years old, just fresh out of high school, basically. Trip Berlinski and Trey McKinney.
And here's what's amazing about that, looking at that graphic right now, is a lot of times that we have covered young anglers like this, Trey McKinney, they're nervous at the Bassmaster Classic. That is not the case with the young anglers. They're not here to compete. They're here to win.
Yeah, they say records are made to be broken, but I honestly thought my friend Stanley Mitchell that record would never be broken that he set back in the 80s, but that record will be broken. There will be a new youngest winner of the Bassmaster Classic.
Trip Berlinski, our lone college competitor, won the Bassmaster Classic College Shootout to get here. And Fisher Anaya, #1 qualifier through the EQs, #1 qualifier for the Elite Series among the rookies this year, and he just hasn't stopped.
And what's so impressive, these young anglers are good. That's South Florida where Fisher's catching those fish there. These anglers are so impressive to be as young as they are. Fisher Anaya had spent previous till yesterday 4 days on this river system right through here with Fort Loudoun. Yeah, 4 days in his lifetime, and had all the confidence in the world that he's got a great chance to win the Bassmaster Classic.
Currently in 8th place. Started out higher.
Well, the struggle bus is real out here on Tellico today. It's not been very good to me. Found a couple areas with some big ones in it. They're just extremely smart. all the fish I fished for yesterday are now extremely smart. So don't really know what's gotten into them. Something's changed. I don't know if it's because it's dead slick, calm, and sunny today. Not really sure, but they've gotten smart. I've got like 12 pounds in the box right now with 5. All little cookie cutters, but still got some time to do some upgrades, like 2 or 3 4-pounders that go a long ways. And they live down here. I just kind of got to stumble across them and hope to God when I rotate back to these dots, I can catch 1 or 2 of them.
He needs to find some bigger fish today. He's caught more fish, or just as many as he caught yesterday, but the size has not been there for him.
Definitely
so
lost some of the quality with Fisher and I had a big late day flurry yesterday. From there, we're going to get back with Drew Cook, actually not fishing in Tellico. Drew Cook concentrating in Fort Loudoun, fishing a lot shallower than a lot of the anglers in Tellico.
Just caught a 7-pounder. Here's another big one.
Stop doing that, please. Yes. Another freaking good one, dude. What's happening, dude? God, that's why you stay in it, man. It'd have been so easy to get spun out. Come on. Ow. Thank God for good treble hooks, man.
What he's saying there is yesterday morning they were easy. He had what he weighed in yesterday in just about an hour. This morning that did not happen. He only had 1 bass just 2 hours ago. Since then he's caught a 7.5, and that one he's caught nothing but big ones. With 1 fish left to go, he could be leading with another solid fish.
100%. Drew Cook right now with 4 bass. And this is the one that Drew Cook literally caught about 40 minutes ago.
Please be a bass. God, it is. Oh my God. God, just stop. Got 1 hook. Oh my God, baby. Dude, I'm talking about a damn giant, dude. Look at the size of that thing. My God, where are we? Come on, dude. Come on. Come on. Dang. My God.
Good Lord.
Holy cow. You gotta be shitting me, Jake.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh. Dude, I thought it was like a 4 something.
That's gotta be 6.
Breaking a little drought there in a big way. Yes. Drew Cook just not that long ago. Right out there. JT Tompkins. Hey, don't take your eye off JT Tompkins. He's having a fantastic classic here. Gave us our first keeper on camera this morning. He's been as high as 2nd place during the course of this day.
And really, if you're to look at what has gone on with JT Tompkins, starting off early today, getting in a flurry yesterday, he said, man, I'm worried. I'm really worried that I'm not going to have that wind, because I know that wind activated a lot of these. Wind did not matter today for JT Tompkins.
Place it reloaded for him overnight. School of 4-pounders this morning where he started.
Yes!
Let me put this in perspective. In Classics past, we would go out of control seeing a 4 to 7 pound fish. It has become common the last 24 hours.
Unbelievable. It's a different place.
It's a different place than it was.
First before it. Part of it's weather, part of it's just the advancement in all sorts of other areas, but we'll take it. Absolutely. It's setting up to be a Wild West shootout on the final day is what it's actually doing right now. We got more for you, plenty more on the way on day 2 of the Classic. Pushing on into the afternoon at the biggest single event in the sport of fishing, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour. The Tennessee River, the mighty Tennessee River. Knoxville, Tennessee. We have got a battle royal going on today, and it's going to continue for a while. But right now, I want you to look at something kind of special. Take a look at this.
People know me for what I did on Sundays. Straight cash, homie. The speed, the catches, the excitement. But the people who really know me, they know where I like to go when I want to feel grounded. On the water. We're hitting the road with a whole lot of passion. I've been chasing things my whole life. Dreams, greatness, and then there's the 10-pound bass. Different waters with different people.
Go out here and drown a worm or something, wet the line.
The stories that I only feel comfortable telling while on the water.
Man, that thing can't show that. Can't show the bait.
But we have one common goal. We are chasing 10. I'm Randy Moss, and this is more than just fishing. Yeah! Here he is! Yeah!
All right, that's a little look at something that's on the way.
Indeed.
And hey, if you're gonna have a show, go big. Why not go big? It's a real pleasure to have our special guest with us on set today. One of the greatest athletes in the history of the world. Randy Moss, the Hall of Famer, the record holder for touchdown catches. It's just a great pleasure to have you with us, Randy. Not everyone knows how much you're into fishing, but I know that you are.
Man, good afternoon. I appreciate y'all having me on. But one thing about it, just seeing Chasing 10, appreciate y'all having, you know, the boat and me on, but that's my passion. After football, just picked up bass fishing. Growing up in the hills of West Virginia, being able to fish off the banks, but my 1998, my rookie year, going to Minnesota, 10,000 lakes in that state. I picked up bass fishing from an old professional named John Lobb. God rest his soul, RIP to him. But he showed me the game of bass fishing, and I've been hooked ever since.
Moss, a lot of people don't know that we actually we roomed in college together, then bass fished together. I host a show. You have been on the show. If there's any advice I could give you,
okay,
you set the bar high by name it Chasing 10s.
Yeah.
Like, man, almost like start out like Chasing 4s.
Chasing 4s.
Chasing 4s.
I got a lot of 4s, Z. I got a lot of 4s, but I think that when you sit here and look at how much fun being on the boat, I call it my therapy. And I think that if my wife didn't let me out 2 to 3 times a week, I'd probably self-destruct. So me getting out there on the boat with a lot of my friends, a lot of guys that would love to get out on the boat and just like I said, just be able to talk different topics. But I'm excited about the opportunity to get on the boat, sponsored by Icons, my biggest sponsor, giving me this boat. So like I said, we've been able to go on the road with a lot of my friends and guys that I rooted for over the course of my career.
I'm going to call for a fish catch that we had earlier today. We're not even sure if it's a smallmouth. We're not sure if it's a meanmouth, a spotted bass. Now, listen, I have watched you commentate, okay? I've watched you on the desk. I want you to commentate this fish catch from front to back.
I might take somebody's job up here.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
You go ahead and play it.
He's calling for it. Here we go. It's all you.
Okay. Well, I see you got the pole leaned over. Okay, Dakota. I hear that drag.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
This is the biggest smallmouth, dude, I've seen.
Well, pull it out of there, Dakota.
Dude.
Uh-oh. It's fighting him.
What did I just
Ooh,
catch?
look at that stomach, Z.
Holy
Woo, Dakota.
Dude. What is that?
Oh, my God. Look at the belly on that. Tommy, look at the stomach on that.
That's unbelievable.
Record smallmouth in the Bassmaster Classic?
Oh, my God.
What in the heck is... Dude.
Z, I'm speechless.
That thing is enormous.
I am speechless for this.
Dude.
I don't know what that is.
It's a 7-pounder.
I'm going to tell you, You know I have followed your career. That is like your one-handed catch from Brady down the center.
Okay.
That is exactly what that is.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Go.
Okay, a 7-pound smallie is equivalent to what? As
a 10. A 10, just about any other big largemouth leg.
I would say a 10 or 11.
Yeah,
for sure. Absolutely.
Wow, that's a great catch right there, Dakota. I love seeing that.
So, Randy, this is not your first Bassmaster Classic.
No,
You've been to them before.
Yes.
Hey, I don't want to throw shade, but I'm going to do it to you. You ready?
Okay.
Why have you not won the Pro-Am, Randy?
Well, I think that one is really based on, if you find them or not.
Right.
So my first year was with the legendary Rick Clunn. It was just a cold day, and we really stayed in the pocket most of the time. But the fish were caught up near the dam. We never took a trip up the dam. I'm not making excuses, but you know how hard it is to even catch one fish. So, and then I missed last year's Classic because I was sick. I heard the weather conditions were horrible. And then this past weekend on Thursday, fishing with Hunter Shyrock out there, we really couldn't get on him. He didn't have his boat. I had my boat because I wanted to be able to broadcast Chasing 10. So with the 2 tournaments that I've been in, I'm not making excuses, Z. Hopefully I'll bring one of these championships home, but I think that Hunter wanted to be in his boat on Thursday, but we were in mine.
Is this your first shot at producing television, Randy, or have you had experience at that before?
He's good on camera.
No, I know that.
I really just think that what I've been able to do, analyzing the football game, has gave me a little bit of practice. So, like I say, I have fun on the boat. I'm bringing a few friends out there. My boat theme is a Minnesota Viking theme. So my first group of guys that I'm going to have on my show starting my season is Chris Carter and Jake Reed. We were named 3 Deep, the 3 Deep receiving corps up in Minnesota. And then I'm going to end the season with Dante Culpepper. So, I say, in between Chris Carter, Jake Reed, 3 Deep, and end it with Dante Culpepper, my quarterback, we're going to have a lot of guys in the middle of that.
Can you call one more fish catch for me?
Yeah.
This was from about 50 minutes ago. Give it to me.
All right. Okay.
Be a bass,
Drew.
please be a bass.
Was the jerk bait he was using?
Jerk bait.
Okay.
It is. Oh my God.
Yeah, keep your pole rod down. Okay, he wanted to jump.
Stop. Got one hook.
Uh-oh. So he says barely hooked.
Oh my God, baby.
Stay with him, Drew. Bring him out of there, Drew.
Dude,
Drew Cook, ladies and gentlemen. There he is, Z. There he is.
Look at the size of that thing.
Ooh,
my
okay.
God, where are we?
All right. That's a nice catch there.
That is a big one.
That's a good one. Good call. Excellent. Excellent.
So real quick, Randy, where can everybody find Chasing 10s?
We're just getting ready to open up this YouTube channel, my YouTube channel, Chasing 10. And like I said, man, it's going to be a star-studded cast on there. But at the same time, people are going to want to know what to expect watching Chasing 10. Man, we're just going to get out there and have fun and just talk about topics. But there's 2 rules that I have on my boat, Z.
Go.
I don't talk religion and I don't talk politics. So if you're looking for Chasing 10 for that, because that will ruin the show. So anyways, those are my 2 rules for my show.
Randy, you do talk trash. You talk it a lot. You are the man.
Appreciate it,
Thank you for being with
Tommy.
us.
Randy,
and
thank
hey,
you.
let me get
Great to
back
meet you,
on that RV. That's
Okay.
what I want.
Hey, man, this is my tight end right here at Marshall, my old roommate.
There we go.
Tommy, I actually played tight end at Marshall.
He's so modest, he keeps it to himself. That's excellent right there.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
The great Randy Moss. Such a pleasure, such a privilege to have you on the show here today. Easton Fothergill trying to go back to back, trying to win classics 2 years in a row. Dylan Nutt trying to come up strong in his very first classic. JT Tompkins, Drew Cook making some big noise in the last hour. Yui Aoki trying to be another international classic winner. And all the rest. We got a big shootout coming down at the end of it all. We're just getting you ready for it. Oh, what a day. Second day of the Classic. And that's one of the big attractions at the Classic right there. We get people coming from all over the world for this sort of coming together of the lovers of the sport of bass fishing. And one of the big reasons they come is the Outdoors Expo. Presented by TNT Fireworks. It is an amazing experience. And in this part of the world, such a hotbed of bass fishing and bass fishing fans, you can imagine it gets a little crowded in there. I mean, you can hardly stir them with a stick, but they all love being there. There is so much to see, so many different categories of all the products that you enjoy, the ones that are coming in the future. You'll be wanting, craving for years to come. It's all on display right here, and the personalities you get to rub elbows with.
And really, it's just not the bass fishing world. It is the outdoor industry is at this.
Oh, sure, that's right, absolutely.
It's amazing to me how many people come back to this event year after year after year to see the Bassmaster Classic, our world championship of bass fishing.
Yeah, you just want to get your bucket and get after it here at the expo, that's for sure. There's our playing field right there, the Tennessee River, Fort Loudoun Lake, the first impoundment of many on this greatest river for bass fishing in the world. When you all told, all together. And Easton Fothergill trying to make some more history here. Won the Classic last year at Lake Ray Roberts, Dallas-Fort Worth area. Trying to do it again, and he is making a great case that he's the guy for the job.
And Such, I'm actually to call you out. If you really look at these weights that we have this Classic around, we have been here 2 other times. We are absolutely ahead of pace right now.
Oh, the average fish from the last 2 Classics here was 2¼ pounds. And yesterday, day 1, was almost 3 pounds. It's a big difference, 3/4 pound.
Let's get back out on the water. Back out to Dylan Nutt. Been bouncing back and forth, in and out of that lead for a little while now.
That's a good one, I think. Oh, yeah. Come on, Lord. I need you up in here. I'm about to sit right there. How about that one? I told you, bro. Meat pie. Do another little Rob G belly pad on them. That's a stud. That's a stud right there. Look at the gut on that one. I told you I seen him in there. That might be a 5-pounder. How about that, a 5-1? Pulls out number 4. How about a 5-pounder? Yeah.
Big one right there for Dylan Nutt. Now here's the thing, if you've never watched the Bassmaster Elite Series, we'd like to tell the viewers what the lures are that the anglers are, especially the leaders of this tournament, the Bassmaster Classic.
Always.
Well, Dylan Nutt told us he's not allowed to talk about it. Said his sponsor told him, you can absolutely not even tell the bait. Here's what we do know. It's a 6 to 7 inch soft plastic minnow. That's all he told us.
Well, maybe the embargo will lift at some point
I
today or
don't see it
tomorrow.
happening.
You don't see it
really,
happening?
No, I don't.
I'm disappointed by
Dylan
that.
Nutt has tied the biggest weight in a Classic here, 21 pounds, 12 ounces, over 41.
All right, we've got a little bonus coverage for you here.
Wow.
And that is Trip Berlinski, our lone college competitor. Came up from the college ranks by winning the bracket competition. And he has found his way into the top 10. So Trip Berlinski, one of the ones to watch there. He's a Tennessee River guy. And our own Robbie Floyd is on the scene. As expected, he's going to tell us what he sees. Robbie?
Wow, one of the biggest moves of the day. Trip Berlinski has caught a 4-pounder with a massive spoon. This guy, he knew that there were fish here. He was just trying to find something to make him bite. He told me he was throwing a spoon earlier. I said, a big spoon? He said, no, but I got one. As soon as he tied it on, he made one cast, had a little equipment malfunction, retied, and bam, a big fish for Trip Berlinski. This is a young kid, just like Easton Fothergill, just like Jordan Lee in years past. One of those young guns trying to win a Bassmaster Classic, and he's moving up the leaderboard.
So, Trip Berlinski making an even more strange twist as to who's populating the top 10 right now. It's been some surprises, to say the least. So it's a new world in the world of bass fishing now, and the young folks are strong.
In these classics that we've covered you have fished classics for 30 years. If you think about this, every now and then we'd have a young angler in the top 10, and it is dominated by it now.
Yes. Yui Aoki took an early lead and held on to it for a good while this morning.
All right, you see that bait that he has? We actually have a photo of that thing, and I don't know what it mimics. Actual name of that thing is a 4-inch Gelacanth.
So one bait, we don't know what it is, and another bait, we know what it is, but we don't know what it is.
Exactly right.
It's a fish catcher. Let's just call it a fish catcher.
Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh. Come on. Yeah, nice one. Oh.
So, Z, we've seen a lot of these anglers catching these fish using their forward-facing sonar a lot closer than normal, but he's up in flipping distance of this piece of brush in probably 3 feet of water, using his sonar, catching these fish. Something we've not seen in the past.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Again, Aoki fishing on Fort Loudoun, ignoring the clear water at Tellico. So here's what I'm talking about. You ready for this thing? Could you imagine if you saw this swimming? And we're going to come to studio. I'll show you a few more baits.
Okay.
This right here is a 4-inch Gelacanth from D-Style. That's what Aoki is throwing now. I'm going to show you a couple more baits real quick. This bait we've seen a bunch this morning. Yep. That right there is a Mega Bass Vision 110. Kind of standard. Twitch it, pause. A lot of the fish get it on a reaction bite. The other thing about this is really where your leaders are fishing it very, very shallow. And this has been a big player in this event and other Bassmasters. I'm not kidding. That thing right there, it's called a koiki, all right? Basically, you Nico rig it or put a treble hook through it. And like the Gelacanth, we always hear in fishing as a whole, match the hatch. I don't know what that's matching, but they absolutely destroy it on this lake.
You cover a lot of water in your life. Have you ever seen anything even remotely like that?
I'm not kidding. I actually talked to a fisheries biologist. He said, no, that kind of does look like a phytoplankton. And I said, dude, if I ever saw this swimming in a lake, you don't swim in that lake ever again. Anyway, not kidding. A ton of bass, not just in this tournament, this entire year across the country with that right there.
Oh, between that and the Gelacanth, I'm telling you. The Gelacanth looks like those novelty combs you used to get. You know, there was like a fish skeleton.
Or a fish skeleton that a cat just
Yeah,
what it reminds me
It's what the cat just drew, yeah. All right, good stuff. We're learning more every day, every minute in this classic here. We got to learn more about how the fishing's going to turn out today, because you got to be in the top 25 at the end of the day if you're going to make it to Championship Sunday. And the clock is starting to tick. We're approaching midway. I think we're past actually the midway in our fishing day. And Dylan Nutt, the Bass Nation, the Bass Grassroots Organization representative to the Bassmaster Classic, one of 3 representatives, is the man on top. 41 pounds. He's broken the 41-pound mark. He's ahead of Easton Fothergill, the reigning champion. And Dylan Nutt, what is he all about? We're trying to learn a little bit more.
I'm Dylan Nutt, and this is the 2026 Bassmasters Classic. It's just super cool to be here, because especially I was the 3rd person to qualify, only by 2 ounces. And so I'm kind of like the last man that should be here. And rolling into that arena, man, is just unbelievable. I mean, I never thought whenever I signed up for the Nation that I was going to have a chance to do this. And here I am, getting interviewed at the Bassmaster Classic. It's just unbelievable.
Tomorrow, the NASCAR Cup Series is on FS1 as the best of the best go full throttle in Vegas for the Pennzoil 400. Checkered flag flies tomorrow at 4 Eastern with pre-race action beginning at 2:30 only on FS1. Big day tomorrow. Also for these athletes, the best of the best over the past year have qualified for the Bassmaster Classic. That's the World Championship. 58 of them out there, the full field fishing for the second day in a row. Hour of reckoning starts about 4 o'clock when they have the weigh-in, and they'll cut that field down to 25.
And really, traditionally, this time of year, we've talked about it this entire tournament, this time of year, you see a lot of flurries early. A lot of fish catches early, then there's a midday lull, and then it will really ignite in the afternoon, especially as the sun gets up, the water starts to warm. I've been ate up this entire tournament, Tommy, because it literally, when we've had lulls, they've been like little 10 to 15 minute spells. Yesterday, there was a little, probably 1 hour between 10 and 11. For the most part, they have bit all day today.
Yeah, yesterday the lull was about an hour ago until about now, and then we started seeing some of those big ones. Chris Johnson caught the biggest largemouth late in the day. We've already seen a 7.5 pound largemouth by Drew Cook.
Tournament leader Dylan Nutt.
12:45. We got 21 3/4 in the live well. It's been days gone to plan. I mean, we caught a bunch of good ones this morning. We got to call a 4-pounder, so can't complain about that. But seems like it's nonstop action right now. We got us a good crowd of boats behind us. Pretty cool. But seems like water temp's warming up. It's almost 58 where we are right now. Seems like some of these big ones are starting to slide up here a little bit shallower, and that's kind of what I was hoping for. So we're going to mill around in here a little bit more and hopefully run across a couple of those great big ones that we need to cull. But God's been good, man. Can't ask for a better day.
Well, this is something you also don't see in Bassmaster Classics, just kind of taking a time out, you know, spit right here, have a water. Right?
Come on now. I got a couple big movers. Dylan Filardo, kind of a local guide on Chickamauga, has jumped up from 49th and inside our cut right now is 17th. And Justin Atkins has moved into our top 10. He's over 20 pounds today. And Jordan Lee is knocking on the door, a couple 5-pounders. He's only got 4 fish though.
Well, taking a look at Dylan Nutt's day, living on Fort Loudoun, has not made his way to Tellico at all. Fishing a lot shallower than a lot of the other anglers in Tellico. Basically fishing from, call it 1 foot out to maybe we've seen him catch a few fish in 8 foot of water. Very, very isolated cover. Little rock veins, maybe a stump, a small brush pile. But the one thing he has executed on, maximizing a mixed bag. So many anglers have been trying to do that throughout this tournament. The other thing, yesterday he literally said, man, I threw back 2 to 3 limits that weighed 15 pounds. He will not run out of fish in this event.
He's not going to run out of fish because you can see what he's got going on, what his strategy is. He's not out on those big main bars that we've seen several anglers want to start on yesterday morning and this morning. He's found these little isolated clumps of rock, brush, that sort of thing. He's not going to run out of fish.
Here's now 5th place Yui Aoki. That he's going after smallmouth today. He's finesse all the way.
So you see there's the smallest fish is right now is 3 pounds 8 ounces. That fish is going to be right around that range. If it's an ounce more, he will definitely keep it and cull that smallest fish. If not, he'll release it now. Yep. Not quite 3/8, so he does not keep that fish.
I'm really watching a lot of your leaders in Loudoun basically have over 50 miles of water on Loudoun, about 35 miles on Tellico. Most of your leaders have stayed within 2 miles of each other in an area known as Concord.
Time to check in. Fisher Anaya started the day in second place.
Davey, break down what we're seeing here.
So he's looking at his forward-facing sonar. Fisher has caught a lot of fish today, just as many as he did yesterday, but similar to Dylan Nutt yesterday, just not the bigger ones. And he needs a big one now, but you look at the bottom right there.
Oh my God,
15
they just
feet
run
deep.
clean through
There's
it,
a
not
fish there about
slacking it, didn't get
60. You see the fish, there's the bait. The fish just got it.
I got him that time.
So that sonar is like a spotlight underneath the water, shooting out 90 to 100 feet. And he was able to see that fish, track that bait, and then commit.
It is weird to have a largemouth out here.
Take another look at it here. You see he's got the distance set. He's looking out, but he's actually can see a little further. We can see right there his bait and the fish is more at about 80, and then it comes into play. You see it there at 70 feet, just a little blip. That's what he's looking out for. And the thing that makes it difficult is just like a flashlight, like you mentioned, Z, but then there's the beam that goes out, but it doesn't get very wide. So you had to be very, very precise with your trolling motor. There was a fish at 30 feet close to the bottom, right there.
Oh, comes another one. This one looks very,
Just
very
showed
big.
itself. There's
Please
one
don't
at
eat it.
65.
That might be really
Got
big.
it. Looked like a bigger fish.
Nope. Maybe there's just a school of little ones out there. I don't know.
The big thing that has made it
compared to the other one
difficult for a lot of these anglers that aren't catching these fish that have the same technology on their boats, these fish stay basically glued to the bottom. You cannot see them unless they make some little move. Gussie talked about the same thing when he won here. These fish are so hard to see unless you make them move, and then you can see them with your electronics.
You went out with Fisher before the tournament started, and you said you were so impressed with his ability to spot him laying on the ground. He said you can just see the slightest little tip up from the head from one of these fish.
Totally what separates these younger anglers that are so good with this from people that have fished for so long that have the same technology. Z, you have the technology on your boat. I've got it on mine. But these young anglers, what they can see, the speed they can see it.
Yeah.
Separates them. It's absolutely what separates them.
Well, and taking a look at Wesley Gore right here, the other thing that it does,
he's long though.
When they're utilizing,
oh yeah, I did it again,
sonar,
boys.
The wonder of fishing is you always wonder: is a fish looking at my bait?
Yep.
You know it with that technology because your bait is in front of a fish, literally 100% of the time.
People talk about the way this has changed the sport of tournament bass fishing, and it certainly has. But covering water quickly, efficiently has always been a big key to success. Being able to fish more water, present your bait in front of more fish in your 8 hours that you were given, same thing happening here.
That top 10 you're looking at is littered with guys who are so good at that particular new technology. The live sonar, Dylan Nutt, hanging on top there. Easton Fothergill, also very, very talented in that department and other departments as well. JT Tompkins, Drew Cook, Yui Aoki, rounding out our top 5. Getting closer, the clock is ticking. We got plenty of fishing time until weigh-in time, but for some guys it's going to take a lot of work to get it done. The 2026 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Yamaha, and by Progressive Insurance. So great to have you with us here for Bassmaster Live, probably the biggest Bassmaster Live of the year. I don't think there's any question about that. The 3 most important days in the sport of fishing. A single tournament is a life changer for that angler who comes out on top. And right now, making a case that he should be that guy as our top performer so far, Dylan Nutt. This is how he connects to fishing.
I had a couple mentors growing up throughout high school that really helped me, and the main person that really got me into fishing was my grandfather. And unfortunately, he passed away right before I started competing in tournaments. And I know he's watching me above right now.
How about that one right there?
Watching me do my thing, something that he got me interested in and grew the love. The support that it takes to get to a position like this is unreal, and God's just almost like he's rolled out the red carpet for me. I mean, everything's just come together.
Having just made a move, there's Dylan Nutt, tournament leader right now. A little less than a pound ahead of Easton Fothergill, defending champion.
Another advantage that Dylan Nutt has, a lot of the anglers that made that run into Tellico, we didn't really talk about this, they're making a 65 to a 75 mile run, burning a lot of gas. They're going to lose a lot of time. They're going to lose basically 2 hours plus a day. Dylan Nutt, he's fishing basically 30 miles from takeoff, which sounds like a pretty fair run, but he's still going to have a solid 90-minute advantage over the anglers that are in Tellico. And right now, if you look at our top 12, 6 of your leaders in Loudoun, the shallower, dirtier water, 6 of your leaders in Tellico, which in years past, it's been dominated in Loudoun for the most part. Gussie, who won here the last time the Bassmaster Classic was here, really was the only angler that was in the mix by the end of the event, fishing near Tellico.
He's hooked up again.
It's a pretty good one. How about them apples?
I mean, just swing them in, baby. See, the days of the spinning rods, you'd have a light line, play them a little
I was
bit.
close to 4.
Say that's a 4-pounder all day long. Close to 4.
Four 1/4. Throwing back a 4-pounder, 4-1.
With the weight that he's got, my tournament instinct says, should he keep trying to catch him? Should he burn him down? He's got stuff that he has
got a lot of
not
stuff.
been close to.
Yes.
He's not going to burn him down. He spent so much time here pre-fishing, like you said.
The only problem he has, I guess the only problem right
at
now,
22.
numbers are not an issue for Dylan Nutt. If you kind of look at what will the winds do tomorrow? Tomorrow we're supposed to be right back where we were yesterday. It's going to be light winds in the morning. You get past about 10 or 11 o'clock, 20 to 30 miles an hour.
Throwing
again.
back 4-pounders. Put this one back. Nice way.
The other thing, for many, many years, you wouldn't want to catch a 4-pounder when your smallest fish was 4.2, because you might desperately need that fish the next day. These guys, Dylan is certainly one of them, that are so good with their electronics. He's not going to throw at those smaller fish and burn them.
Absolutely.
Those 3-pounders. He's not going to catch those fish today. It'll be an accident. One will have to really attack his bait that he didn't see that was laying on the bottom. But if he's able to see a fish, he can definitely tell the difference between a 3 and a 5-pounder.
But you can also tell the upper left-hand corner of your screen right now, he's kind of on chill mode.
Yes, he is.
It's all good.
No desperation there.
So the term
Almost
young angler is always relative. There were young anglers when I fished, but they weren't this young. I think we've gotten to an age where they don't realize the magnitude of the moment. They're just think that. I remember when I was 20. You think this going to happen for another 100 years, don't you, Tommy?
Sure, yeah, you're bulletproof, of course, yeah.
Yep. I think we're at that age now. I mean, they don't stress it.
He is throwing right now for another sport. He's throwing a no-hitter in a World Series.
Absolutely.
And it's his first game in a World Series.
That's a good
I don't know if that's because I haven't eaten anything or it's because I'm in the Bassmaster Classic culling 4-pounders, but it's one of the two.
We talked about that 2-hour advantage. At the rate they're catching them, 2-hour advantage is massive, isn't it? Dylan Nutt moving up from 5th place. This is where he captured that spot yesterday.
And
with 19 pounds, 5 ounces.
Taking a look at that, 19 pounds and 5 ounces for Dylan Nutt. Backing it up today, looking at Drew Cook, big smallmouth bass right there, 19 pounds, 9 ounces. And what was said about this tournament was, boy, it's going to be hard to duplicate for 2 days. Has not been the issue.
There you go, Patrick Walters. We had no idea what he was coming in with, as usual. He almost makes it to the 20-pound mark.
We had high expectations, but this is really amazing to me. This is incredible. This fishery that we were just here in 2023, and to be honest with you, it was like, oh, not a real good fishery. Well, we were wrong.
Yes.
We were very wrong.
And Easton Fothergill, 21-8. Takes about a 12-ounce lead over the field to start the day, but currently he's in 2nd place, having been passed by Dylan Nutt.
Nutt has unofficially recorded the largest single-day weight that we've had here on the Tennessee River in a classic.
Wow.
This section of the Tennessee River.
Yes.
Well, in our classics, yeah. He's in 19, Zaldane had 21 pounds, 12 ounces, and he's past it right now.
Speaking of Easton Fothergill, let's see what's going on. He's been streaky.
All right, guys.
I mean, he goes on a tear.
Day today. We got, I don't know, 18-something pounds, maybe a little bit more, but yeah, I mean, super successful in my book. Hit the 2 main areas that I located yesterday, and we caught them pretty good. So now I'm kind of half scouting for tomorrow. I'm in known areas, just looking at kind of a couple new spots. But yeah, feeling good. There's lots of bait around here. So hopefully we run into another 4-pounder before the day's over. But yeah, we'll have a shot tomorrow. That's all you can ask for.
Easton, of course, our day 1 leader. This was yesterday. A little behind the scenes, behind the tanks action, as they call it. Absolutely no one surprised to see him take the lead in a classic for the 2nd day in a row, being that he finished in the lead at last year's classic at Ray Roberts.
Big crowds at the day 1 weigh-in, and
yeah,
looking at the expo today, it's gonna be big.
Oh God, huge turnout today, and they love the classic here.
Heard Easton say he's really scouting for tomorrow. I love the fact that our players don't know the score until they check in.
But they know the score.
Somewhat, but I wonder if he would be scouting for tomorrow if he knew he was in 2nd place. I assume he thinks he's leading with what he's got, which I probably would if I was him. But he's so close, he might feel that and still want to scout for tomorrow.
And looking at his day 1, we talked about it this morning. The first thing I said to Easton after he weighed in and took the lead yesterday, I said, that was the ugliest, prettiest leader of a Bassmaster Classic, because the first half of the day with him yesterday, it was a train wreck.
Struck out his first stop.
Absolutely.
He even said he almost spun out himself.
Right.
Being the reigning champion, and it, not as much pressure on him as you would think a lot of these others have put on themselves.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. You know, I just know I'm one bite away from closing the gap and giving myself a really good chance to go at a win tomorrow, because I think I might have figured something out, a way that I can easily, not easily, that's a bad way to put it, but a way I can see myself winning this tournament, catching a 20-pound bag. And yeah, I mean, just one bite away today, you know, from having a mega bags. So it feels good, you know. Didn't really know what today was going to hold. I knew I was around the right thing. I knew I was doing the right pattern. I just didn't know how it would hold up, because I can't really see the fish, so I don't really know exactly what I'm on. I just have a really rough idea. But so far, so good. It's been a good day, been fun, and just kind of taking it one step at a time. Yeah. I've been mixing it up. Like a lot of these places, they're hard spots on clay points. You know, throwing a jerk bait, digging it in the clay on some places, and then, you know, with the slick calm, I've been having to back off the points and, you know, fish like that 10 to 12 foot range. But pretty much all of it's just shallow, super shallow points with good structure up on top of it. And then I've been, you know, rotating between a jerk bait way up shallow and then a minnow, or a minnow style bait with a radar love, I don't know how old that small head, you know, out a little deeper. So it's kind of what we've been doing, just rotating as many spots as we can, putting our bait in front of as many bigger fish as we can, and just letting the cards fall where they may. Just trying to do our job.
JT Tompkins, the third-year Elite Series angler. This is his third Classic experience. Made the cut back here in 2023 in 24th place. I don't know if that's helping him here, but it appears he's got a game plan.
All right, so tomorrow we're gonna go into day 2, and we gotta switch up a little bit what we did today. You know, we didn't start really catching them till later today, around 12 o'clock. So we're gonna really, you know, we were able to go through a lot of our spots and refine.
That's how we start day 2. Let's go.
I really think, you know, we only need 15 fish, and I'm 10 away. So 10 more big largemouth, and we can get it done. If everything goes right this week, I'll be holding a brown trophy over my head.
I'll see you in the morning, Tom. What's that? I'll see you in the morning. All right, sounds good. Riding back to weigh-in, I definitely had some deja vu from the last day of the Classic last year, yeah.
21 pounds, 8 ounces! And the beastin' that is Easton Father.
I mean, I'm ecstatic. I'm really proud of that day that I had. Like I said on stage, it was a day of bad decisions in the morning, you know, all the way up till even 11 or almost noon. I was making just wrong decisions, and I knew I was doing that. And those are the days, like I've had enough of those days in my career where I know I just gotta, you know, it just forces me to work even harder. I'm extremely happy I made that decision. There's no way I would have ended up anywhere near where I did if I didn't make that call of, you know what, like we're not fishing for second, third, fourth, we're not getting points here, we're going for the win, and that's what allowed me to make the decisions I did today.
Made the right decisions, no doubt about it.
Yep. No doubt
Said he
about
almost spun out yesterday, and then he pulled out the Carolina rig.
And really, if you look at the last year with Easton Fothergill, he has been a great champion. And Tommy, you're a massive, massive golf fan. Easton, he's not the most dynamic. You don't get a lot out. He is a gamer. He is very Scotty Scheffler.
That is exactly what I was going to say.
100 every time you listen to Easton. But here's the thing. He is, like Scheffler, the dude is a competitor.
Absolutely. Thoughtful, sort of calculating, always got something, some formulas he's running through his brain. He had to talk about yesterday. He was catching 2-pounders. He had to sit down and talk himself out of that so he can leave and go catch bigger ones. It's just, he's always strategizing. And he's in second right now because Dylan Nutt is the man on top, our representative from the Bass Nation. That's the grassroots fishing organization. Have always sent representatives to the Classic. If you missed this earlier today, this was Dakota Ebear, starting in 9th place on this day.
This is a big one. Oh my gosh. This is the biggest smallmouth, dude, I've seen. Dude, what did I just catch? Holy smokes! Dude, what is that? What? Did I just catch like the state record smallmouth in the Bassmaster Classic? What in the heck is... Dude. What? Dude.
I don't know what that is.
It's a 7-pounder. Dude, it's a 7.5 pounder. I just caught a 7.5 pound smallmouth. Dude. 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 That. I gotta keep fishing. They're everywhere. No, I'm not. Dude, I knew it was a big one, but I'm about to throw up. I didn't think it was that big. Dude. I can't believe that just happened. I can't tell my knot. Dude, is that in my live well? Is that in my live well? There's a 7.5 pounder.
Tommy, as the kids would say, he is a hot mess. He is totally ate up. And here's the thing.
Yep.
That's a dude that catches big ones, lives in East Texas. That fish catch will go on. That will live on forever on the Bassmaster. Taking a look right here at 4+ pounders. See that area right there on Fort Loudoun. Boy, in years past, that was a big player. Not this time around as we go past our takeoff there in Knoxville, Tennessee. A lot of 4+ pounders came in Tellico. I was a little late on it because I was a hot mess on that fish catch.
Got another angler topping 20 pounds with 3 fish bigger than 4 pounds today. Dylan Filardo.
Man, that was so awesome. That's the second biggest smallmouth I've ever caught in my life, and to do it in the Bassmaster Classic, unbelievable. I mean, 7.5 pounds, just beautiful fish, man. And you know, it's been a pretty good day. I've had a lot of fun. I've caught a lot of fish, but I know that I need a couple more big bites late in the day, so I've got to make a couple of good decisions here late in the day and really cull up. I've got a couple small ones in my live well, and you know, I'm just trying to rotate through areas where these fish are staging, these little current transition areas. They're kind of like right by where they're going to spawn, but they're sitting in little gravel shell beds right off these points. And you know, like I said, it's been a lot of fun. We've caught a lot of fish. They're getting really finicky. They've all gotten a lot of pressure. We're all kind of rotating through some of the same stuff, but it's just a timing deal. You know, you just got to pull up in the right place at the right time, and that's what we're trying to do right now, just try to find a hungry one. But, you know, it's been a lot of fun today, and we've still got about an hour left to make something happen. A little over an hour and a half. So, still optimistic about it, and just thankful for the day we've had already, really. But we're going to keep working.
This area right here is where I weighed in most of my fish yesterday, but I haven't had the opportunity to get on it all day, so it was finally open, and I'm rotating through here. Now, it still definitely got some fish on it. It's got them still, but they're pretty well.
That was definitely our Mercury Big Bass leader for today, and still stands as that, the 7-pound 4-ounce mean mouth. We're calling it now, I believe, right? That's what we're calling it. Yesterday, the Big Bass was Chris Johnston. We don't know what officially, that thing is. Officially, we don't know. That's right. Chris Johnston.
We know what that one is. That's a largemouth. That was a late day largemouth for Chris Johnston. It kept him in this Bassmaster Classic. He was struggling, had a limit of smallmouth. Caught that fish on a blowdown. He said he had a bite there in practice and pulled it away from it, went back and caught that fish.
And I did. I thought that big bass yesterday with Chris Johnson, might hold out to the end of the weekend for big bass. Not the case. I think you're going to see probably 2, 3, maybe 4 bigger than that today.
All right, that's the view from above our area here, just outside the convention center, the Bassmaster Classic Expo. Boy, we got a big crowd on hand today. We'll have it the weigh-in later today. Tomorrow on Fox, the IndyCar Series roars into Arlington for the first time ever. And the inaugural race begins with a star-studded Texas-sized party. The Java House Grand Prix of Arlington tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern, only on Fox.
The Motley Crew makes it pop right there, Tommy.
They do. They really do. That really kind of makes it stand out.
I think it was some IndyCar outside my hotel room last night.
Yes, there was.
Okay. All right. Well, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Let's take you back to 1981. And the classic technology was an issue, and younger anglers were part of the discussion.
Lake Montgomery, it's now called, and different than when wooden boats and oars, cane poles, and crickets were the tools of the anglers. A lot different today. The men and their machines, skillful, educated, scientifically oriented anglers with 50 miles per hour fishing rigs, outfitted with the latest and best in power and sophisticated electronics.
I feel like that we have a lot more advantages once you find the fish. Many years ago, you'd have to isolate your fishing in just one little bitty area. We are much more able to catch big strings of fish than you were years ago.
So it's amazing what the equipment is. It's a tremendous asset to you as far as catching fish.
I know for a fact that 10 or 12 years ago, we didn't catch nearly as many fish as we do today, nor did we catch as big a fish. We caught 2 or 3 fish 5 or 6 years ago. We had a good day. Hell, 5 or 6 fish and no luck at all.
Now, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with a big fish, but it's going to take more than just one big fish. Come down, Mr. Mitchell. Come on.
One thing, I want to thank the Lord for letting me go out and have this privilege.
Sound familiar?
Wow.
An argument about technology, a discussion about technology advanced, making fish easier to catch. A young performer stands out at the Bassmaster Classic. 21 years old, Stanley Mitchell back in 1981.
And Davey opened up with literally that would never be broken.
It's certainly a record that I thought may not ever be broken, but you're right. It'll probably be broken tomorrow, if not tomorrow, very soon. But it's so telling when you look at that footage. It's great that we have that with our history of the sport, B.A.S.S. Things really haven't changed a whole lot.
That's right.
I mean, honestly, he's a 21-year-old that I'm sure there were a lot of those veteran anglers that like that little. Stanley's a legend of our sport. I mean, a great friend of mine, and gosh, things really haven't changed that much. Technology, and you're using the best tools that you have, and they've got some pretty good tools right now. That's not a forest fire. That's brush piles and bass.
Again, basically with his trolling motor, it's like a flashlight underneath the water. If you look at the top of your screen, where it says 0, that's his trolling motor, and where it says 70, it's shooting out basically 70, 80, 90 feet. And he is able to, any of those brighter spots around that brush.
I can see the fish sitting in there. I just can't get her to come out on
So you're at the top of it at 60. There's his bait falling down.
His bait's right where the fish is right now.
That bright spot is the fish.
Oh, it's moving. It's coming out. She's following it.
Here she comes.
She's following it. Got it.
Big one. Oh, don't go in that pile. Get out of that pile. Get out of that pile. Oh, she's got me in the pile. No.
Oh, wow.
I still feel her. Come on, baby, please. I got her out. I got her out. That one helped.
Good stuff there. See the fish come out of the pile, get his bait, go back into another section of the brush.
That'll help. Yep, 2 3/4. Gets rid of number 2.
Well, that is exactly how it's done. And like you said, what makes the younger, I guess 2 things. What makes the younger anglers so much more efficient with this? I really believe there's 2 things with that. Hang on 1 second.
Well, struggle bus has continued, but you know, I'm in contention after day 1 to be the youngest ever to win the Classic, which would be super, super cool. Like, that'd be awesome to have that achievement, plus a win in the Classic would be just awesome by itself, stand alone. But gonna have to catch them a little better if we want a shot at that, but there's always a chance. You never know what you're gonna run across out here. Just get saved by a last minute big one. So keep our head down, keep fishing. I'm just blessed to be in this, I guess, and have this opportunity to be here. I guess how you'd word that. Like, it's super cool to just fish against these guys and be in a field stacked full, fishing the Bassmaster Classic on the home river, the Tennessee River. So it'd be super cool to pull something out here, but we're gonna have to find a way to catch them a little bit better if we want a shot at it.
So he's got your starfish bait on there now, I'm pretty sure.
He does.
Zona.
And really those 2 things I was going to talk about is, one of them, we've already said it, it's speed. It's what they're able to process. A lot of
I guess the slick conditions is what's kind of caused it to be tough for me. Not really sure, to be honest. I've seen some big ones that just won't bite. So it's part of fishing. That's why they call it fishing, not catching. So gonna have to make some moves. Just try to find a way to upgrade. That's gonna be the key thing today. But right now this area has not fired for me, so I'm fixing to make a decent little run back up towards takeoff and hit 1 more spot before I have to run in and go weigh these little suckers in.
Is the speed that they're able to get on their trolling motor, 80%, 90% speed, compared to a lot of the older guys that are a little bit slower at processing what they're looking at. The other thing is, these young dudes, they do it so much. Look, this time of year when it's this kind of weather in Knoxville, everything the way we thought you're supposed to fish, you're supposed to go to the bank. Fish are going shallow, you go shallow with them. These anglers, these young anglers, are committed to staying offshore and literally not listening to voices of what Mother Nature's telling you.
When you talk about the 80–90% of speed on the trolling motors, these trolling motors are just like everything else. They've come a long, long way. You're at 3 miles per hour at 90% with that Ultrex or that Quest that he's got right there on that boat. 3 miles an hour in an 8-hour day. You're talking about 24 miles. They're not fishing all eight hours. Let's say in a 5-hour day, 15 miles you're covering, looking for 5 bass. If you're going at 20%, 25%, probably averaging 1 mile an hour, you're only going 5 miles. So 15 miles of looking for the right 5 fish versus 5 miles. It's the law of average. You're going to come across bigger fish, more fish.
Up now with the water temp getting hot, surface temp being warmer than the bottom temp, cause it to look up for some reason. I don't know why it's been doing that.
Justin Atkins, Fisher Anaya, and Trip Berlinski. 7, 8, and 9. All of them have a heavy-duty connection to the Tennessee River, and Trip Berlinski, our only college representative at the Classic. Robbie Floyd's there.
Oh, you see him? Twitching right behind me. Trip Berlinski. Man, this guy gets so animated when he catches fish. He's been chasing them for a while now. And you see the North Alabama on the side of his boat representing colleges. There's a lot of people that, watch this bass fishing and have no idea that it's a collegiate sport. But we're here to prove you wrong. Back Jordan Lee taking those 2 titles. You got Easton Fothergill from University of Montevallo. And what did you tell me, Trip, a moment ago about between North Alabama and Montevallo? Way better, they say. So he's talking 80 boats to 10 boats. He said they need the numbers. We can do what they do with 10 boats. But it's really cool watching what these kids do, coming straight out of college. Some of them still in college. Some of them, like Fisher and I, haven't even made it to college. They go straight into the major leagues and taking victories. But, guys, I've been out here following him and making adjustments. You see him working the graph. But I saw him go through 3 different baits in about 12 different casts, and he was able to catch a couple of fish to call up today. So it's been pretty impressive watching how some of these young guys can move up.
Robbie, has he got any company in there where he is? Is his trip around anyone else?
No, he's got nobody around. And we see boats running. We're in Tellico, so we know there's boats all around. But this is a big area, a long area. And as you know, some of these guys will have to get fuel to head back for weigh-in today. He's already did that just a moment ago, so he's already prepared for that run. He said he's been searching for smallmouth. He made the move. He said, I'm going to try and catch me a largemouth because he's, 2-pounders, 3-pounders aren't going to get it done. But one thing I want to point out, I don't know if you heard that or if you talked about it. We saw Easton Fothergill yesterday go and get fuel at a certain pump station, head back. He told me it was about a 4-gallon window. If he wouldn't have gotten fuel, he would have probably had 4 gallons in the boat. So if some of these guys are going to be fishing to the last second, they may be cutting a little too close if they don't get fuel.
So, Robbie, you've covered so many classics. You've seen so many anglers on the water during the World Championship of our sport. It's easier for an angler when they're back, around Knoxville on land to seem confident in what they're doing. Tell us about what you see out there with these young anglers. Are they as cool, calm, and collect out there on the water as they seem to be here when they come back to weigh in?
Yes and no at times. Like with him, it's so funny because he's so animated. He's out there, but some of these guys will just be dead set quiet, and it looks like, and I know we hear it, they're watching TV or they're trying to focus. But oftentimes people say there's a lot of cockiness among these kids. I don't see it as that way. I said these kids have been doing it a long time. And Davey, I know you fished your entire life since you were a young boy. I've fished when I was a kid, nothing to this level, but they're confident because they've really ingrained themselves more than I think we did at this age in the technology and the development of the lures and all the stuff that you can watch on Bassmaster.com and on Fox. You watch these kids on the weekend, you come out there and do it the next week. That is this group of kids. We only had the Bassmasters. That was it. Those single shows, that was it when we were kids. And they are so confident in their abilities because they do it so much and they can learn so much.
Robbie, thank you so much. On the spot with our Trip Berlinski, our college angler there. Making his way into the top 10. That is very, very impressive. We don't get that every time at a classic either. Our single college angler making it into the top 10 and certainly remaining there is even more rare. Back over to Dylan Nutt.
Get it. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, boy. Hearing drag and braid like I've not heard.
My goodness. This is a huge one. Come on, Lord. Let me get this one in. Let me get this one in. Oh, come on, Lord. Lord, please. Yeah! How about them apples, baby? I told you there's some huge ones over there. That's what's there.
How do you stop him on Championship Sunday? I'm not kidding.
The only thing that I thought of, you mentioned the weather. He said the weather bothered him yesterday. The weather's supposed to blow tomorrow, but I'm not saying that's going to stop him on Championship Sunday. He's got a different attitude today than he did yesterday. I think the nerves really got to him a little bit yesterday morning.
6 pounds, 11 ounces on that fish right there. Yeah, how do you stop someone who's on that? Dylan Nutt taking the spotlight, taking over the top spot. He is the man of the hour here on day 2 at the Bassmaster Classic. Examine him.
Man, I don't even have words. It's been the biggest dream of mine. I mean, fishing's the only thing that I've thought about for as long as I can remember. Only when I got to college did I start thinking about girls or anything else. It's just been bass fishing. And the Bassmaster Classic is that one tournament that it's, just a dream come true to be here. And I mean, rolling into that arena, that was just one of the coolest experiences I've ever had. And I mean, just a dream come true. I mean, little me would be sitting here pinching himself like I am right now.
Day number 2, the Bassmaster Classics, Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classics, presented by Under Armour, and the clock is ticking. Day 2 is crucial. You have to be in the top 25. Among the 58 who are fishing the full field the first 2 days, the top 25 only will go to tomorrow and have a chance at the big trophy, Championship Sunday. That's your leader right there, Dylan Nutt, coming from the grassroots organization of bass fishing, the Bass Nation. That would be a history-making thing if he could do it. Only the second for the nation to ever win a classic.
How about a 6-pounder?
And right now we've said Davey Height, I don't see how anybody's going to stop that man.
No, it certainly doesn't look like it. He's been on a roll the whole time he's been here. Caught 3 limits of fish yesterday, never had those big ones, but today he has found the right size. Atop the leaderboard, Dylan Nutt, Eastern Fowler last year's champion, not far behind him, but Dylan Nutt with that last fish has pulled out to over a 3-pound lead.
He's making it hard on these other fellas here. Welcome to the studio here, and we have a very, very special guest for us today. The actor, comedian, game show host, writer, producer, entrepreneur, and humanitarian, the great Steve Harvey is with us today.
Talk it up.
All right. And also, what you may or may not know, very much interested in the sport of fishing and devoted to many fishing-related causes.
I love it, man. Part of my mentoring program, a big part of it is fishing. Because when I take these young guys off the streets and I introduce them to fishing, it changes their life in a great way, man. Just in a great way. But I'm excited to be here, man. I appreciate y'all having me. This is big for me.
All right. First trip to the Classic?
Yeah, this very first trip to the Classic. I was supposed to come last year, but I had surgery on my mouth. Once they mess with my mouth, they mess with my money. So we had to hurry up and get that together.
So you came up here. You had pictures of big fish on your phone. Tell us a little bit about your fishing trip. You had 2 big ones. Hey, man,
let me tell you something. This week, the greatest 2 fishing days of my life, I was on the boat with Luke Bryant, the country singer, Kevin Van Dam, Johnny Morris, and Bill Dance. I fished with them for 2 days, and I caught my personal best in front of all of them. Thanks to KVD, though. I was using the KVD rod and reel and KVD advice. I caught my personal best, caught an 8-9. Woo! I pulled him in.
Oh my God.
I was in tears. I was in tears.
KVD must love you because I'm telling you, he doesn't give many people good advice. He really likes to catch the biggest fish in the boat.
Well, he did do that.
Okay.
He caught the biggest fish earlier the day before. Okay. He caught the biggest one, but he knew he was trying to help me out. Because my goal is to one day catch a double digit, and you won't have to wonder, do I have it or not, because I'll be taking a full-page ad out in USA Today with a picture of me and the fish, so don't worry about it, man.
We want you to react to something right here. We got a big one for you to sort. If you want to narrate this one for us, you want to make the call on it right here.
Okay, cool. I'll make the call.
Yeah, let's do that. I mean,
go.
You've now got the big fish field going.
All right, here we go. I'm narrating.
Right, let's do it.
Y'all going to have me out here next year, I'm telling you.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, here we go. We got it, guys. He's bringing it up into the boat. We're trying to get a look at it right there. I like the tip rod. I like the rod tip is bent down where it need to be. He walking it slow. Walk your dog slow.
It's the biggest
It's coming. Yes, sir. Stick your hand down in the water. Get splashing. You need it. Watch
What
the
did
hook.
I just catch?
Oh!
Holy smokes!
Yes!
Dude!
Yes!
What is that?
It's a big one.
What?
It's that dog.
I just catch like the state record smallmouth in
That's
the
what it
Bassmaster
is.
Classic?
Just lie about it. Yes.
What in the heck?
It is the state record.
Dude.
Yes. Don't scale it in front of us. Just say it's the state record. That is a smallmouth. Smallmouth.
Dude, it's a 7.5 pounder.
Wait a minute. That might be.
I just caught a 7.5 pound smallmouth.
Hey, ain't that the record for smallmouth on that river?
So
I'm not sure.
It's close if it's not.
Yeah.
Man, you ought to be glad. Look at the joy on his face.
That was great.
Yeah, y'all like that?
You will take our job.
Folks, I'm here next year. I'll be commentating this whole thing next year.
Well, you may be fishing on the Elite Series next year.
You know what? I was going to get into Pro-Am, but it was 40 degrees outside, so I don't do ice fishing.
All right.
No, I'm a warm
That's
weather
what it was
guy.
like, I think, on that day. What's coming up for you, Steve Harvey, in all your work around fishing?
Well, you know, man, I've been trying to get into. I've been working with ICAST on a couple of proposals, and I just met with the top guy here at Bassmasters. I can't reveal what it is, but it's a special idea that I came up with to grow the business of fishing, to help to get more people interested and understand the careers that fishing produces. You know, if we have a high we have a high turnover rate of bass fishermen, what we got to do is, first of all, we need to diversify the sport so the Bassmaster Classic and these tournaments and stuff look like America looks. And then we need to show young people that fishing is a business. Tackle is a business. Rods and reels is a business. Touring is a business. You know?
Yeah. You think young people look at fishing, some of them say, I don't know how I connect with that?
Yeah, you just don't. I mean, plus you got to look at it, man. You got to break it down. You know, you got to keep it simple. Yeah. Everybody, the majority of fishermen in the world will never be on these $100,000 boats. You'll just never make it there. Now, there will be a lot of kids whose dreams are going to come true and get out on the tour. But a lot of people bank fish. A lot of people fish on John boats. You know, a lot of people fish on them little, they got $600 boats that they say you can stand on the end of it and won't turn over. Don't buy that boat because it does turn over, because I've stood on the end of it and it don't stand up, and I flipped the boat over on me. I almost killed myself. But you got to spend a little bit more money. But I want to promote that, man, because fishing for young people as a career would be a game changer.
Absolutely.
You've seen the sport,
Go ahead, Dave.
You've seen the sports change so much. I heard you say you watched Bill dance when you were young coming up. That's who I watched. We had like 3 channels. We watched Bill dance. What you see here in 2026, it's absolutely incredible the way it's sport.
See, this is crazy. And more people need to understand that it's available to them. Yes. You know, but a lot of people that don't come to the sport is because they don't feel invited. We got to invite everybody in so we can keep growing the sport. And, you know, man, this is a great sport, man. It's just you can do it till you 80, 90 years old. You know, it ain't like basketball and football. Right. You're going to age out. Yeah. I fished with Bill Dance 85.
Yeah.
Now, but the knowledge them guys got, okay, Kevin Van Dam is driving, right? He up at the front. Bill's sitting on the chair in the back. I've never stood on a boat for 7 hours and fished in my life. I got to sit down somewhere, but I stood there because I didn't want to make them shame, you know what I mean? But Bill Dance was back there and he go, hey, what's the water temperature? Kevin Van Dam say 62. He said, get on away from here. And Kevin, without asking question, would just get out of there. And then he'd go over there to the other side where the sun was shining and the water was 65, and that's where the big ones was at.
All right.
And just watching them guys is crazy, man.
Incredible.
Got a bulletin from the truck. They liked your first audition as announcer. Call one. We're going to let you call one live. We're going live out onto the water to Dylan Nutt, our leader. I want you to call this one coming up right now.
Okay, here we go. Live. We live. We out here. We're looking for Dylan, the leader. He's got a pretty shirt on.
These don't even look like bass. They're so big.
Don't say that. It's a bass. Just keep reeling, baby. It's a hook set. Did you see that pro set right there? That was a hook set. Reel it, bring it in.
That was the smallest one in the group. I'm not even kidding.
Okay, well, to us, though, that could be
Not
quite
even
different.
kidding.
Smallest one in your boat.
And he's a big one.
Yeah, I won a bass competition with my buddies one time
please get
with
this one down.
13 ounces.
Come on, Lord.
Come on. That's who you need to talk to at this point. Whenever you get your fish close to the boat, start calling on the Lord, because that's when you need him most. Look at that. How small is that? Come on, boy. What you doing here? I have got to get that shirt. I don't know who made that shirt.
It's like he's trying to hide that
How about
fish
another
from us.
one? Look at what? What I told you wasn't small. What we looking at, Dylan?
It's getting dirty now. Getting real dirty.
Uh-huh. Don't hurt their feelings, Dylan. Just keep catching. Watch this here, 3-7. Watch this.
How about another 6-pounder?
Come on, get up there.
6-3.
What I told
Pulls out
you.
a 4-3. Puts us to 26-8, baby.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Leaderboard yesterday was 21. We crawling up tough.
Oh, man.
In a
God
big
is
way.
so good, man.
The man who broke the tournament over to call courtesy of Steve Harvey.
Thank you,
It
sir.
doesn't get much better than that.
No, I don't.
I mean, we've
don't.
hit the peak moment of the Bassmaster Classic already. It's all downhill from here. Steve Harvey, thank you so much
Man,
for
thank
being
y'all
with
for
us
having
today.
me,
It was
man.
great having you on.
Beautiful.
Love the work you do with bass fishing and love everything else you do.
I mean, you guys are the best. Keep up good work, man.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate sharing the stage with you.
Thank you so
Sir,
much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, more to come. We're getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. That's at 4 p.m. Eastern time, but we got plenty more fishing on the way.
You know, Knoxville is almost the epicenter of bass fishing when it comes to location. You know, you have some of the greatest fisheries in Tennessee, Alabama, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and it's all, you know, it centers around Knoxville. And to be able to bring our Bassmaster Classic here, it is one of the biggest crowds, the biggest cities, and it maintains, you know, crowds every single time we come. They break records every single time we come. The people are amazing. Whenever we're driving down the river, it's just bank to bank with people. You know, you go underneath bridges, there's people with signs, there's signs everywhere. Lined up down the banks, you know, every boat ramp you go to, people are cheering you on. There's boats flying around everywhere. They're so courteous. And you know, people always ask me what's my favorite classic, and it's Knoxville. And it is such a special thing to be a part of when they're breaking records like they are every single year, and seeing what it actually feels like to be in the crowd, to see the crowds and be a part of it is something special.
JT Tompkins speaking for everyone connected with Bassmaster about how much appreciation there is for this community, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Tommy, I got to be real clear about something. I said at the top of this broadcast on Fox, there's no doubt that this thing's going to be close going into Championship Sunday. I'll tell you what we need to do. We need to slow Dylan Nutt down a hair right now.
Yes. Everybody, we just saw a great catch. I don't know. We had Steve Harvey on last thing, and he volunteered to call this one for us. We're going to show it to you one more time. Steve did a great job. I don't think we need to say a whole lot.
No.
I'm not kidding you. These don't even look like bass. They're so big. That was the smallest one in the group. I'm not even kidding. Not even kidding. And he's a big one. Lord, please get this one in. Come on, Lord. How about another one? It's getting dirty now. Dirty? Getting real dirty. How about another 6-pounder? 6-3, pulls out a 4-3, puts us to 26-8, baby. God is so good, man. How about another 6-pounder? Calling out number 1.
Backing up a 6-pounder with another 6-pounder, and said that was the smallest one I was looking at on my forward facing.
Really, really big.
He's one of a number of anglers in this tournament
really
that
big.
when they get to that 20-pound mark and have as much time left in the day, and they can look at these fish and basically tell, certainly whether they're 3-pounders or 6-pounders, they are dangerous. Absolutely dangerous, because he's not going to throw at one now unless it's a 6 or 7-pounder. And the bait he's using, what is it, Z?
Well, here's the only problem. I don't know that I've ever called a Bassmaster Classic champion and not know the correct lure that he's throwing. And here's the thing. I don't think we have a prayer of knowing it by the end of this tournament.
Surely we will find out tonight.
He's sneaky. What a day.
We got 26 and a half right now.
Yeah, baby.
Boy, that is a turning point in this tournament for sure.
And let me be clear about this. I've been watching him on our mapping. He is in an area right now that he has not been in the entire tournament.
That's what's there.
So this also tells me, he was your pick. You do your research.
Yes.
He's caught a lot of big fish here in his pre-fish. How frustrated was he yesterday to catch 30 bass and not catch a single big one?
19 pounds.
He hit it well. He had to be about to pull his hair out yesterday.
Well, I really do think a lot of anglers were very hampered by the wind. That was the case, and he's going to definitely he's going to have that tomorrow. Going to get back on the water with Dylan Nutt live, your tournament leader.
Man, God has truly blessed me today. Really ain't got a whole lot to say. Saw something on the map look good, trolled over there. It was a school of all 6-pounders and caught 2 of them. And then they all kind of disappeared, but man, we got a mega bag. I don't know what to say, man. I'm at a loss for words, really am.
Remember, he was the 3rd place finisher in the Bass Nation Championship to get here. By 4 ounces, he beat Chris Miller, who's in the Classic.
Yeah, it
would have double qualified Chris Miller.
Well, for perspective here, let's look at what he's got right now. 45-12. That already surpasses the 3-day total for Jeff Gustafson, the last Classic here in Knoxville, 2023. And he is just bearing down on Hot Depot's number 49.3 from 2019. 2 days instead of 3 days. That's how far advanced this young man is in the game that's going on right now. There's your leaderboard. Dylan Nutt now the big lead ahead of Easton Fothergill, JT Tompkins, Cook Aoki, and all the rest. He's absolutely blown it wide open. He's not ready to be coronated yet. Not ready for
slow
a
down,
coronation.
boy. Grab some wood, boy.
Some wood. We got some time left. If he can do it, maybe someone else can. But I just tell you, he is impressive. He is super, super impressive. Dylan Nutt, the Bass Nation representative, one of 3 representatives to this Bassmaster Classic. Tomorrow, the NASCAR Cup Series is on FS1 as the best of the best go full throttle in Vegas. For the Pennzoil 400, the checkered flag flies tomorrow at 4 Eastern. With pre-race action beginning at 2:30 only on FS1. All right, getting deeper and deeper into day number 2. Getting a little more and more tense for these 58 anglers because they know in the back of their mind there's only one spot in the Classic that really, really matters. You got to be the winner.
Nobody, it doesn't matter if you finish 51st or second. Like, it's obviously nicer to fish second, but it don't make a damn. Like, nobody remembers it except for you.
From Cairo, Georgia, Drew Cook.
Maybe somebody remember you caught him really good in that Classic 10 years from now. They don't even remember you. So you got to win, and we're here to win. That's what we did all year, worked hard for to get here, and obviously the stars have to align, but the stars are going to align for somebody, and it might as well be me.
That's why they don't leave anything on the table at the Bassmaster Classic. You do not try to preserve points. You're not trying to preserve status. You're trying to win or else.
Taking a look at Drew Cook in 4th place right now. Gonna need to make some calls, and because he's gonna have the right weather tomorrow, relying on a lot of wind. I'm gonna just say something about Dylan Nutt real quick, and you may be right about that. He might, if you looked at the picture, we talked about it before our Fox broadcast, when he weighed in yesterday and held his fish up, he looked mad.
Yeah.
He literally looked mad.
Yeah.
I think he caught 19 pounds, and that was his floor.
So Fisher and I said a bad day would be 21. I think Dylan's expectations, bad day was 22.
Drew Cook now hooked up live.
One hook again. Might have got some more in then. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
It's like that houseboat's looking for the water level to go up here a little bit, Tommy.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
He's done a great job landing these
Yes.
fish. Several of them, just one hook.
That's a freaking butter bean right there. It's a chunk. God, thank you, Lord. Dude, look how healthy that bass is. It's gonna be a good. It's gonna be a good call.
That has helped for sure for Drew Cook. Absolutely, he's got a big hill to climb, but hey, unless you're Dylan Nutt, everybody's got a big hill to climb as it stands right now. But Drew Cook, that one's going to move up into 2nd place. Easton Fothergill now into 3rd. JT Tompkins, Yui Aoki, and Dakota Ebert in our top 6. I need to look at some more of this because we're concerned with the top 10, but we're also concerned with the top 25. Let's make our way down, see who we recognize in there. Jay Shakura, Trey McKinney outside the top 10. Patrick Walters, having lost a little ground during the course of the day, he started in the top 10. Ditto for Wesley Gore. Chris Johnson started a little higher today. Of course, you can count on him to do something dramatic at the end of the day anyhow.
Absolutely.
And there's that 25 cut, and Corey Johnston, the angler on the verge right there, on the cusp of it. Lee Livesey, the first man out of the cut, if it were to end right now. And there is more fishing time available to both flights.
And really, everybody loves the expo. I mean, there are thousands of people here today, but I can promise you, if you're sitting on that cut line, you do not want to be at the expo tomorrow.
Oh, no, you don't. They're trying to avoid that at all costs. You cannot be in it for the championship unless you're in that top 25. They're the ones who've got a whole lot of work to do before now. And 3:45 local time, Eastern time. That's check-in time for the first flight, the second flight shortly after that. Bill Lowen, Brandon Lester, got to be a disappointing one for him. He's a great angler from Tennessee here. Seth Fighter, great expectations here. John Cruz.
Well, you could really look at that leaderboard. A lot of those names, Seth Fighter, a Brock Mosley, a Bill Lowen. Man, those guys that really concentrated near Knoxville yesterday. Definitely not going to make our cut in this year's Bassmaster Classic.
What a day, man. What a day.
I think about it. This is his first Bassmaster Classic. On day 2, you're going to weigh in the biggest stringer that we've ever seen on this body of water in all of the tournaments that we have covered. Honestly, he is right now. I've talked about this. We have covered perfect events, and up until now in this event, that is as perfect as a performance on a stingy body of water, traditionally stingy body of water. That's as perfect as a tournament, at least as up to right now, that I have covered with you guys.
Yeah, two classics and a Bassmaster Elite Series, and he has caught the biggest stringer ever. That's saying something.
How about them apples, baby? Over there. That's what's there. How about another one?
And
it's getting dirty now.
It is dirty.
Getting real dirty. How about another 6-pounder?
If you notice, he said there was more on his forward-facing sonar, and he got out of there.
Yeah. Note that. You think he'll start there tomorrow morning?
I don't. I really don't. I look, man, if he has a 5 or a 6-pound lead, I think he starts exactly where he's been in Concord, basically catches 14 to 16 pounds like he's been doing in the first 90 minutes, and we could be I don't want to see this just for us.
Yeah.
We could be ball game by 9 a.m.
Yeah, we need a couple other anglers. Drew Cook, that last fish he caught, put him right back there in contention within 5 pounds, about 5 pounds or so. We need another couple anglers to get that close. Because if he's got a 5 to 7-pound lead on everyone, it's going to be tough.
Still got room to grow.
Like Drew might be looking at one right here that'll help him.
We started hearing about Dylan Nutt in advance of this classic with regard to this classic is saying, here's a guy you don't want to overlook because he's so schooled on the Tennessee River in full. I mean, all the way down to Kentucky Lake. He's crawled every inch of it.
Wow, really?
And look, when we throw darts and make our picks, when I made that pick, it was off of talking to him eye to eye on Wednesday night, Night of the Champions, big to do, and I pulled him aside alone, and he had that vibe. He had that vibe that he was not here. And this sounds terrible. A lot of times, hold on, Drew Cook locked up.
Oh, I just got him hooked weird.
So a lot of times you hear with first-time classic anglers, man, I'm just happy. I'm so happy to be here. Dude had nothing of that tone.
Been a while since we checked in with Yui Aoki. Held down the lead for a good little period of time this morning. Up.
What's open?
Don't think that fish is going to help him. He's not acting like he's in a rush to get him.
No. No help there. For Yui Aoki. Finds himself 8.5 pounds behind our leader, Dylan Nutt. At this point, Drew Cook is closest pursuer with Fothergill right behind Drew Cook. JT Tompkins, Yui Aoki right there as we saw him. Dakota Ebear got himself up to second place with that giant the first part of the day today. But he has been a little bit slow since then. But we got more fishing time. There's more on the way. We're not quite to the weigh-in yet, that's for sure. The 2026 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Under Armour is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Mountain Dew. So great to have you here with our live coverage of the biggest event in the sport of fishing. 58 anglers worked so hard during the year 2025 to put up the kind of numbers you need to qualify for this elite, the elite of the elite events, that's for sure. And that's the Classic, and only 25 will advance to tomorrow, and that's the issue at hand. A big portion of our field here, you got to be in the top 25 if you want to get a chance to have your hands on that trophy. Dylan Nutt's made it a lot harder for everybody during the course of the last 2 hours, pulling out to the biggest lead we have seen at any point in this competition so far, by far. Drew Cook and Easton Fothergill, JT Thompson, Yui Aoki. They may not know it, but they have lagged behind considerably.
And you really got to kind of look forward to tomorrow right now, the weather that we're going to have. A lot of folks think, well, look at the daytime temps. And yeah, they matter. But here's the biggest thing. This time of year, it's what your nighttime temps are. You look at as we came into day one of this tournament, dropped all the way down to 30 degrees. And we talked about it being the second day off of a major cold front. We had a lot of rain. We had that vibe. We talked about it in the production trailer in meetings that yesterday was going to be the worst fishing of the week. Tonight, going to be even warmer. Tomorrow morning is going to be around basically high 40s to 50 degrees with the presence of wind tomorrow. So yet another shift, but man, with a warmer night, look for tomorrow to be as equally as impressive.
All right.
I certainly think it will, but the one thing that Dylan mentioned yesterday that bothered him was the wind. I think the wind will affect these anglers like him that's using the forward-facing technology more so than any temperature change that we're going to have.
I agree with that. Yeah, 100%.
Big one.
Dakota Ebear. We saw him just running there. Show you some footage from later today. If you're just checking in with us, this is worth watching. I promise.
Oh my gosh. This is the biggest smallmouth, dude, I've seen. Dude. What did I just catch? Holy smokes. Dude. What is that? What? Did I just catch like the state record smallmouth in the Bassmaster Classic? What in the heck? Dude. What? Dude.
I don't know what that is.
It's a 7-pounder. Dude, it's a 7.5 pounder. I just caught a 7.5 pound smallmouth. Dude. 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 That. I gotta keep fishing. They're everywhere. No. I'm not. Dude, I knew it was a big one, but I'm about to throw up. I didn't think it was that big. Dude. can't believe that just happened. I can't tie my knot. Dude, is that in my live well? Is that in my live well? There's a 7.5 pounder.
So tell me again, you couldn't go to your first 2 spots. So today's shot.
What just happened? Dude, I'm gonna throw up. I gotta get back out there. They're biting. I gotta... Dude, thank God that thing never came up, because I would have lost my mind if I'd have saw it before I got it in my hands.
Well, if the question ever comes up, how big a smallmouth does it take to make you lose it? 7.5.
So we've had 1 Elite Series event here, 2 Bassmaster Classics, so it's 4, 7, 10, and yesterday. So that's 11 days of competition up to yesterday, okay?
Yeah.
This is a huge.
You always hear this in the springtime. There are days where big ones bite. So in 11 days of competition, today, we are going to see 4 or 5 of the biggest bass that we have seen on this body of water over those 11 days of competition.
How about them apples, baby?
In practice, Alex Redwine caught a 10-pounder.
I told you there was some huge ones over there.
But I also heard Pilardo say he had a 25-pound bag on one of his practice days, and so did other anglers. Now we're finally seeing one of those 25 ones come into fruition.
How about a 6-pounder? How about a 6'11"? Cooling out a 4.2. And we got 24 pounds, baby. That's how you do it. Give me some nooks on that one. God, my hand was slipping on the reel. Number 3.
To your point, Such, I heard those same rumors, but those practice days oftentimes will be a Tuesday.
That ain't a bad one to be
during the week, 10 or 12 hours on the water. I mean,
spread out.
These competition days, a beautiful Saturday in
That's the kind you
March
want right there.
to see these kind of fish caught, truly amazing.
Yeah, that 10-pounder was going on New Year's Eve, right before our cutoff to be able to practice here. Hey, while he was catching these, Dylan Nutt, Tyler Williams caught a 6-pounder. He's trying to make a move today. Wow.
Unreal, man.
Special day.
God is so good.
E-Bear, that fish we saw earlier, still holds the title Mercury big bass of the tournament so far, but Dylan Nuts are rivals to that one for sure. Drew Cook, his closest pursuer, Easton Fothergill, J.T. Tompkins, all the way down to Trey McKinney moving into the top 10. We'll be right back. Tomorrow on Fox, the IndyCar Series roars into Arlington for the first time ever. And the inaugural race begins with a star-studded Texas size party. The Java House Grand Prix of Arlington tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern, only on Fox. All right, there's your leaderboard as it stands right now. If you're just checking in with us, young Dylan Nutt representative from the Bass Nation, has roared to the top of our leaderboard with 45 pounds, 12 ounces, and a 5.5 pound lead, let's call it, over Drew Cook. Easton Fothergill, defending champion, just behind that. JT Tompkins, Yui Aoki, and we're all there. All right. Well, coming up, we're getting ready to send it out to our man on the water, and he does such a great job of it, Robbie Floyd. If anyone ought to know what it takes to really close the deal, he ought to. Robbie.
Are you coming to the Classic Day 2? You got to have your goals. Alex Redwine, let's use him for an example. Now you're late in the day on day number 2. The first goal is I got to get in that final day. He's currently sitting about 23rd place. You got to finish in the top 25 after 2 days to move on to that final. The other goal is what does it take to win the Bassmaster Classic? And typically any tournament, I look at it, okay, what does the leader have going into that final day? And I subtract whatever the biggest fish is. We've seen a 7-pounder caught earlier today by Dakota Ebear, but that wasn't the biggest fish that you can catch on this lake. Alex Redwine, the man right here sitting right on the bubble, actually caught a 10.5-pounder in pre-practice. So you say, okay, do I look on that final day at the 7-pound mark or do I look at the 10 mark? He's saying you better look down to 10.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. You know. Caught on New Year's Eve, did you say it was caught, Such?
Yes, sir.
All right. Take a look. I want to share with you a text that Ronnie Moore sent us. Current Bass Track has every qualifying platform represented in the top 10.
That's amazing.
Dylan from the Nation, the former champ, the Elite, the Open ZQ, college, and the team champion. That'd be Fisher and I.
That's really amazing.
I can't remember that ever happened.
Oh, I definitely don't think so.
In the top 10, this deep in the Classic?
Tommy, you know I've done this. Davey, you do as well. I love the Classic in Knoxville just for the fan experience. You can walk to every single facet of this Classic. Very, very convenient for the fans. But I have rough talked this body of water for quite a while. It has shut me up today.
Yeah, you had to pay for 2019 a little today. I think.
Well, it's exactly how we opened up today on Fox. The biggest consistent thing on Fort Loudoun and Tellico in every single tournament we have covered has been inconsistency. Yeah. Doing it 2 days, 3 days, 4 days in an Elite Series event. Boy, that has not been the case. This is a different body of water. You could just tell with how the fish are built. And a lot of my local buddies that I talked to before this, they said, "Hey, man, this tournament's gonna make people turn their heads on this body of water." I can tell you a lot of them right now are very surprised what they're seeing.
Here's something I've thought about. Things like this, a fishery to change like it has in the last 3, depends on if you want to go back to 2019, 7 years. That doesn't just happen. Some fisheries people, so there's been some efforts here to help the habitat, help the quality of the water itself. There's some things, they've done some things as a community, as a state, to make this fishery better.
Let's compare it to 2023 when Gussie wins the Bassmaster Classic on the final day. If you didn't follow that tournament here on Fox, dude caught 2 bass all day long. I had friends that don't fish that talked to me after that tournament, and it doesn't put our anglers on display back in that, 2023. Yep. I had buddies that they're like, "Hey, dude, I can go catch 2 bass." They don't even fish. To compare that to this, it's like we're on a different body of water right now.
All right, we're about to get back over there real quick. And we're headed back.
I think a big part is 18 to 15 inch legal size.
I don't. No, I don't. Well, I don't at all.
I thought coming in here, but these guys aren't weighing in 15 inchers.
Right.
I mean, the guys up in the top 10.
Let me talk about what you're hitting on. So back then, a smallmouth had to be 18 inches to keep. This time around, change the regulation, 15 inches across the board. That's fine for the dudes that are in 15th place and lower. If you're in the top 10, every single one of your fish, for the most part, is over that 18-inch
Dylan Nutt probably caught 20 of them over 18 yesterday. It's a different fishery.
100%.
certainly being utilized differently. Way more people Tellico this time around. And Gussie, who won in 23, told us all multiple times, said the big difference with that 15 inches across the board thing is it's going to draw more people into fish full-time.
Yes.
For smallmouth, will open up opportunities for those who are going shallow after the largemouth. I don't know if that's played out. Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Which it did that. In years past, you're looking at Tellico, where Gussie won at least near Tellico in the canal, but he definitely utilized Tellico for 1 or 2 fish throughout. There's like 2 or 3 anglers out of a 50-man field. It was 60% of our field concentrating on Tellico this time around.
I already blew up on it anyway.
Well, that's about the only thing we've seen go wrong.
Did you see his reaction?
Right.
That's what qualifies as a calamity.
I could say I fished a few classics and I lost a few fish in those and saying,
yeah,
was it what normally happened?
Well, it's exactly 1 hour until check-in time for our first flighters here among the 58 who are competing the full field on day number 2. They'll have to be in 1 hour, so you got to factor their travel time in. So they are running low on fishing time. Many of them need to fish very, very hard and get some very, very meaningful results in order to make it into that top 25. That'll all be decided starting about 4 o'clock local time at the weigh-in. Dylan Nutt, for the time being, definitely in charge.
Welcome to your Bassmaster forecast for Tennessee River in Knoxville, Tennessee. This morning, temperatures will be making their way through the 50s. A lot of clouds, but not a lot of wind. By this afternoon, the sunshine will be peeking through just a little bit. The wind is also going to pick up, gusts 20 to 30 miles per hour, but nice temperatures with a high of 76 degrees. Remember, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite device.
All right, thank you, Melanie Black, all the team at Fox Weather, keeping us apprised of what's coming tomorrow. That'll be a big part of the equation. And we did have wind on day number 1. I think it's going to be a little stiffer tomorrow.
Definitely, and the one thing that really we've seen since the beginning of this classic, will pretty much go from wintertime back to summertime by tomorrow afternoon.
Let's take a look real quickly at our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points here, that year-long race based on your consistency throughout an entire season. And it's Canada's Corey Johnston, the brother of Chris Johnston, who had won that award the past 2 years consecutively, the 4th angler to ever do that. He's on top with 180 points. Trey McKinney, Brock Mosley, Kyle Welcher, Stetson Blaylock, Caleb Hudson, John Garrett, Drew Cook's on that list. We're watching him today, Cody Meyer and Matt Roberts.
And I think it's fair to say, with the next 2 Bassmaster Elite Series tournaments, definitely join us on Fox to watch those.
Yeah.
Going to Tom Bigby and then to the Arkansas River. Look for those standings to change in a big way.
Okay. Back to Dylan Nutt. Man, who has sort of grabbed this thing by the lapels and taken hold.
They're gone. All right, we're leaving.
I'm guessing he just saw some there that he's saving until tomorrow.
100%. I think that's happened in multiple areas today with him.
Yep.
Now, you picked him as your favorite, but after you picked him, at our break at noontime today, you kept thinking about what we saw in the morning, and you said, wait a minute, this guy is going to be almost unstoppable. I mean, you upped the bet on him earlier today. What exactly did you see this morning that put that on?
I think it's more what I got to see yesterday with him. He stayed very confined in an area, And then when we got to interview him after the weigh-in yesterday, when he sat down with us, I said, do you have a lot? The first thing I asked him, do you have a lot of stuff that you did not hit on day one? His exact words were, oh, I got a lot I've not hit yet. Hey, look, if you caught 40 keepers yesterday and you have not scratched the surface of your other areas, now, did I think that he had the potential of a 25-pound stringer? No, I would. In all honesty, I would have probably put that with Fisher Anaya, with Easton Fothergill, just because he caught so many 3-pounders yesterday, and he's like, I just never saw a big one.
Go to E-Bear.
Feels big. Looks like maybe Dakota has pulled out the football jig. Got a lot of his fish on it yesterday.
Dude, he's big. He's not that big. He's gonna help me there. I think he's gonna help. They're here. I mean, they're here.
But let me wrap up with this, okay?
Barely, but
2 years ago when Gussie won here, he was in the and I'm not. Maybe I am trying to create drama for Fox for tomorrow. He was in the driver's seat going into the final day, and this lake burned him, and he still won. But he caught 2 bass. Dylan Nutt is he's probably not going to get a lot of sleep tonight, but he will have some of the best in the sport right now on his heels tomorrow.
Yeah, and we heard other anglers say they had 25, 26-pound days in the 3 days of
his work is not done.
practice. It's not done. It's absolutely not done. But I like his chances.
Bear in mind, if you want to watch the weigh-in, it's the day 2 weigh-in starts at 4 p.m. Eastern time. You can catch that on Bassmaster.com. All the sound and the fury and the fun of a Bassmaster weigh-in. That's some legendary stuff each and every year. That's on Bassmaster.com. What a day it's been. 8 hours of fishing that gave us just about everything. If you want to think about it.
Hey, I will say, for the first 2, and I did not think I would ever say this about Loudoun and Tellico, these first 2 days of this tournament are 2 of the best first days of any classic I've covered with you guys.
Largemouth,
yes,
smallmouth, big spot yesterday. I hadn't seen one today, but I mean, to see the variety of fish, the depths that they're being caught, the different ways both lakes producing really well, absolutely incredible.
No doubt.
Well, we got a whole lineup for you tomorrow on Bassmaster Live, starting at Bassmaster.com, 8 a.m. and right here on Fox, beginning at 3:30 Eastern Time. Oh, excuse me, 2:30 Eastern Time. We'll get that right for you. Final day coverage, 2:30 on Fox and 8 a.m. on Bassmaster.com.